Hi there, my name is FixFox and welcome back to Heroes of Might and Magic 2. This is great. This is going to be awesome. Folks, with all the talk of Olden Era, there's been a lot of talk about the Might and Magic series, which I'm not very familiar with. There's a lot of Might and Magic games that intrigue me, but I haven't taken the time to really get down and enjoy them. And today, while we are not going to be playing any title from the Might and Magic series, we are going to play Clouds of Xeen from the FHeroes2 game. So I think that this is going to be kind of me getting a little bit of a taste, a little bit more of the world of Heroes of Might and Magic, or rather Might and Magic through Heroes of Might and Magic. So chat's filling up nicely. We got a lot of lovely, wonderful people here. It's a fantastic day. We got Vammy, we got Tundar, we got Star, we got Frodo the Blind. Everybody, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. So with that being said, yeah, it's going to be Clouds of Xeen, and this is going to be an XL map. This is going to have 6 players. This is going to have a hard difficulty denotation. We cannot lose our starting hero. We must completely defeat our other 5 opponents. No ifs, ands, or buts. Cloud side of World of Xeen. Explore this vast land and defeat the evil Lord Xeen to be proclaimed the supreme ruler based on Might and Magic 4, which, by the way, other people have told me that if you're going to start off playing the Might and Magics, don't start off with 1. Don't start off with the version that predates DOS. Yeah, go prior to that and you're having a bad time. Start with Might and Magic 4 is what I've been told. I've been told that 3 is good, but you kind of got to get into it. Anyway, this is going to be our first look. We're going to put this on impossible difficulty. We have a choice. We could play as the Blue Knights, Green Sorceresses, Red Necromancers, Yellow Wizards, Orange Barbarians, but not the Purple Warlocks. Interesting. So we can't be the Purple Warlocks. Let's see. Do I have a dice roll set up for this? Probably. I probably have a dice roll set up for this. Let me do it like this. 5. Is there such thing as a 5-sided dice? No, there's not. I'm glad we tried though. So tell you what we're gonna do is we're just gonna roll a 6-sided dice to figure out who we should play as, and then yeah, if we roll a 6, we just know that we're in trouble. We'll just go with that D2. Yeah, folks, we're gonna play as the Green Sorceresses. Green Sorceresses it is, and that means that Steeson is really gonna have a nice time, and he's gonna enjoy this playthrough. So speaking of which, Steeson, slay that dice good, sir. We did it, and the dice listened to you very, very well. Let's see, Star says, I've already racked up about 20 hours in Olden Era. LOL, I ran through so many single-player games. I'm glad people are enjoying Olden Era. I'm glad people are enjoying Olden Era. We need to enjoy some Heroes of Might and Magic 2 today, for sure. And Vammy with the good suggestion for the D10. We'll do the D2. We're just lucky we didn't roll a 6. And as the Danish say, we will beat the dice and we will beat the game, folks. Let's dive right in. You must explore this vast land and find out where Lord Xeen is hiding. Then destroy him to bring peace to Cloudside. You shall always be remembered for that deed as the hero of Xeen. We start off with a hero. This is going to be Rebecca the Sorceress, level 1 hero, 0 attack, 0 defense, 2 spell power, 3 knowledge, as every good sorceress starts off with. She has 17 sprites, 2 of the dwarves, advanced navigation, basic wisdom. And in the spell book, it looks like, yes, it's going to be the Bless spell. That means that we do not have in our castle a level 1 mage guild, and that is just fine for me. It looks like we immediately have an issue. Folks, we got a purple hero right outside of our main castle. Barak the Warlock, he's got a few centaurs. I wonder if this is just like 1 centaur. Usually you don't see just a few. I'm wondering what this is about, but he's right next to our sawmill, which, okay, I'm going to take that immediately. I don't want him to steal my stuff. Oh, and there's an ore mine below that. Yeah, I don't want him to steal my stuff. So we're going to wait on this, and we're going to come back to this in just a little bit. But we do have a new castle. We have the Castle of Newcastle. Folks, we have the new Castle of Newcastle, which is lovely. So we are here playing with this right now, and it's going to be from ground up, starting off with just the treehouse for the sprites. Yeah, we got a lot of fun stuff going on here. So very excited for this. Folks, we just had a raid. Winnymaru Baba is here in the chat. Hello to Winnymaru, and hello to everybody who is spending the time with Winnymaru. Winnymaru, how was your Olden Era playthrough today? I saw that you were enjoying some Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era. Hopefully you were having the best time. CV is appreciating the videos on YouTube. Thank you so much for appreciating them. I'm glad you're enjoying them. To Mushanki Pei, also played this map as a Green Sorceress. Wonderful. This, of course, being Clouds of Xeen from Heroes of Might and Magic 2. And then lots of wonderful chatters. Hikaris Asia, always a pleasure to see you. AKU, Winnymaru, hey everybody, it's nice to see you there. Well, folks, we play on impossible difficulty, so with no gold and no resources, I think that we ought to just go attack Barak. Given that I think that's probably only like 1 centaur, we're just gonna leave the dwarves at home because speed matters. Ah, a spy from Lord Xeen. You must kill him before he can discover more. We shall. And it looks like this is going to be a glorious victory. Just to make sure that there's nothing special about this, let's fight this fight. It's 17 sprites, 1 of the centaurs. Yeah, Brock is simply a scout. There's nothing particularly special about him, but we are happy to get him out of our lands. Get thee hence, be rid of thee, and never darken my doorstep again. 2,000 gold or 1,500 experience, it'll be the 2,000 gold, and then we're going to carry on from there. Steeson says, fun aside, the Sork start can be very tricky on this map. Be wary of invaders. Schwarzenegger types are coming to see where you live, okay? I will expect lots of barbarians in the future, my dear Steeson. And Winnymaru says, we just tested the Schism faction. It's insanely good. I think, Winnymaru, I'm glad to hear that. I think that Schism is interesting. They've got the Abyssal Barons. They've got the Abyssal Envoys in the tier 7. They've got the Barons in like the tier 5. They got some really cool counterplay. And I love the way that they can lock down enemy spellcasting. I think it's so good. I think it's so good. So yeah, I'm very excited to see kind of how Schism may hard counter, for example, Necropolis. I think that Schism is going to do a really nice job there. I'm excited to see how it goes because I'm not here to profess to be an expert on Olden era. I think that we are all learning this new game and having a lot of fun with it. Yeah, I'm excited to see kind of what meta shakes out, but I'm happy to hear that you are enjoying Schism. I'm happy to hear that it's doing really, really well for you. Roman's in the chat as well, by the way. Hello, Roman, and hello to everybody else. Folks, that's going to take us to the end of month 1, week 1, day 2. With 3,500 gold, I kind of have a choice here. Do you want to hire another hero? Do you want to hire another hero? I don't really know what else I'm going to spend my gold on at the moment. Resources are going to be fairly scant. I think that a second hero not only is going to give us additional forces in the early game, which is pretty useful, but I think that this is also going to give us an opportunity to go collect some nice free stuff. So we're going to go pick up the 1,000 experience because it might turn into estates or something. An old knight appears at the steps of the gazebo. My liege, I will teach you all that I know to aid you in your travels. It's going to end up being scouting, which for a secondary hero, not bad. Not bad. I will take it. I'll take it. And I think that we can get to here before we have to set off. Yes, this should be just fine. Let's just make sure that we start off with Rebecca, day 1, and then we will go from there. Ah, perfect, perfect. And prior to the raid, let's see, it was Frodo the Blind said Sorceress faction is the one that I have the most troubles with on this map because it seems that they drop off so quickly. I think that that's fair to say. I think that the Sorceresses are an excellent faction. I do think that they have some general, I don't want to call them drawbacks, but if you're strong in some areas, it's out of necessity that you're weaker in other areas. And I think that there are some cases where, yes, because you have the ranged damage, because your knowledge is going to make you an insane spellcaster later on in the game, I think that the sorceresses do have some general struggles, and that's okay. That's totally fine. That's totally fine, because in the early game, we're going to do our very best to win this fight. Oh, folks, look at this. Rebecca has picked up 1,000 experience, so +1 for the spell power, and more importantly, she's going to get basic leadership. That's excellent. Oh, that's so good for a sorceress. You want to talk about getting 4 shots off with your Grand Elves occasionally? That's excellent. I love it. Could not have asked for better. Could not have asked for better. McFall's in the chat, popping in to say hello, but I won't be able to stay in long today. Hey, thanks for being here. It's a pleasure to have you. It's really nice to say hello, and it's always nice to see you. So thank you, McFall, for being here. Happy to see you. And it's decent. No horsing around. We always horse around. Sir, that's just what we do around here. That is what we do around here. Folks, we're picking up the statue early on. I don't anticipate any ore problems because of this ore mine. And I don't think that we're going to get enough mercury early on to make it so we might be preventing ourselves from getting into the Phoenixes. And of course, Phoenix Tower, the Red Tower, takes a hefty bit of ore. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Do we have enough forces to go through these rogues? I don't really think so at the moment. Even with leadership, even with single stacks, we would take massive losses here. I see a gem mine. I do want to know what this is, though. I mean, there's a boat. Oh, folks, I think I might have messed up. 3,500 gold. If I have the elves, I can actually make this fight work. Tell you what, I wish I had picked up the elves before we had left, but I thought, no, that's not going to be necessary. Looks like it's very necessary. Not even just kind of necessary. It's very necessary. So we're going to grab Crag Hack. He's going to pick up elves, 4 of them. Good, good. And on the way up, he is going to grab this gazebo because, again, he might pick up something nice. Diplomacy, archery. You know, it's not too late. It's not too late. None of our heroes are exceptionally good. What if Crag Hack just turns into our main hero? What if Crag Hack just turns into our main hero? For now, I'm going to take the archery because maybe that could happen. Who knows? It'll be interesting to see. And I got to check something real quick, though. Hold on. Loss condition. Oh, victory condition. Defeat Lord Xeen, and we just can't lose all heroes and towns. For a second, I thought that we had a special hero. It appears that that is not the case, which I'm actually happy for. It's not my favorite thing. So all in all, not too bad. I think I'm actually going to let Crag Hack fight some of these fights. Until I can get invested into a mage guild, I think that that's going to be the best decision for me. We have no gold. That's going to take us to the end of day 4 on to day 5. Okay. And Vammy says, for which faction? Snow Elves and Eldritch Horrors. Eldritch Horrors, that's the best way of talking about the Schism faction. And they're really good at what they do, I think. Really cool to see them play well. And I really enjoy, I don't know, I really enjoy all of the fun stuff that goes into this new Heroes of Might and Magic game with Olden Era. I'm excited to see as they kind of flesh it out. I really want to see them do more flavor texts. This right here, this is the reason that Heroes of Might and Magic 2 is so cozy. Reading this, during a sudden storm, a bolt of lightning strikes a tree, splitting it. Inside the tree, you find a mysterious mace. This makes me feel like I'm in the world of Heroes of Might and Magic. Olden Era doesn't quite do that for me just yet. I want them to do better with that. Give me more. Give me more flavor text. Make it front and center. Make that the reason that I'm playing the game. I understand why maybe they might say, oh, no, we can't do that. We got other stuff to do. I understand. I understand that if it's a competitive game, you need it to be a little bit more fast-paced. I don't care. The heart wants what it wants. And the heart loves Heroes of Might and Magic 2 because of this flavor text. Just my 2 cents. Not telling them how to play their game or run their game, but I'm just saying. Okay, we're gonna pick up the Crystal Garden here. I don't see myself getting into some of these upper tier creatures pretty quickly. Stonehenge, we got time. We'll do the Mage Guild tomorrow, and then we'll look at getting the Stonehenge next. We do need some gold to make that happen, though. We do need some gold to make that happen. I'm gonna leave the slowest troops on Rebecca. We're gonna let Crag Hack have all the 4-speed creatures, so maybe we can pick up this gold mine. We will see. It looks like there's some defenders. I'm not sure who they are, but I'm excited to find out. Winnymaru says, thank you for your video on the Olden Era spells, by the way. Really instructive. I have a hard time remembering all the spells and upgraded versions. Good, I'm so glad that you're enjoying that. That's more of like a trying to be informational than anything. And I really do enjoy that. For the most part, people really just like to have the information. Who doesn't, right? If you're playing a strategy game, it's nice to know what spells are out there. What do we think about the way that we can upgrade spells in Olden Era? Do we think that this is a nice change, that you can level it up based off of the number of mage guilds? You can manually upgrade spells for 25 alchemical dust. Do we enjoy this, folks? You tell me. Let me know what you think. Okay, we're gonna go through the rogues into this area. We might even try and liberate this boat so we can get somebody into the water. But to do all that, we gotta go through these forces. And let's see if we can save 3 sprites. Let's see. Oh, Dries is here. Hello, Dries. Nice to have you here. Welcome, Fix Fox. What a slick haircut you have. Nicely combed and all. Thank you so much. Yeah. Every now and again, I will surprise you. I think I mentioned I took this week off of work, and it's been really nice to get caught up on some of these things that I've meant to do that I haven't done, if that makes any sense. So, for example, getting a haircut, it's been on my list of things to do. And finally, we took the time to go out and get a haircut. My dear sweet wife actually might think that I'm a handsome guy, which is always nice. That's what everybody wants. It's not about vanity. It's about making sure that the people around you don't have to put up with your sorry mug, and a nice haircut can distract from what's going on right here. So it's great. I appreciate it. Thank you. Star says, I'm loving the temple theme in Olden Era. All about volume. Building twice a turn, yes, with the faction law. And also with twice morale. Although I think that there's a balance trouble with the heroes that increase the chances of your troops getting morale. I think that you're not incorrect about that. I think that there's a lot of interesting balance opportunities out there. And who knows? At this point, I don't know. But who really knows how it's all going to shake out? I'm excited to find out and see more. But yeah, I could man, there's going to be a lot of balance changes. That's all we can really say. But I'm with you 100%. Folks, okay, gold mine here. Let's liberate the boat so Rebecca can get in. Glorious victory. 2 goblins looks acceptable to me. That's fine. It's kind of odd that I don't want to lose 3 sprites, but I will lose 2 goblins without any problems. Funny how that works. Ooh, lots of sprites. We win, and for 1,000 gold, it's absolutely worth it. It's absolutely worth it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. So we're gonna fight this fight. It's gonna hurt a little bit. Yeah, 18 sprites. Let's see if we can do any better. But I'm excited to see kind of where the balance changes shake out, because I think that there's probably some There's got to be, there has to be, with so many complex interlocking systems and features, there has to be something out there that is a strategy or a tactic or a subclass or whatever that people just haven't really recognized how good it can be. When the developers were making the game, they probably have some things that they just hadn't considered how strong it could be in the ecosystem of Olden Era. So I'll be excited to see what things shake out a little bit differently over time. I would like to go on the stone lifts. There's a sign, but for now, Rebecca, with your advanced navigation, time for you to go sailing. Do you like the leadership on her? We've kind of talked about making Crag hack the secondary hero. Right now he's leading the forces, but just in case Rebecca is able to survive long term, she's going to be a nice option. She's going to be a really nice option. Maybe if we pick up more resources, Mage Guild levels are going to be even better. We will see. This is sad. We're not going to get to the Stonehenge. I shouldn't have purchased the Crystal Garden. That was way too soon of me to do that. I should have picked up the Mage Guild today and then hoped for the resources to get the Stonehenge. Folks, it's day 6. We are out of options. It's time to hit end turn and go on to day 7. Ushanki Pei says, there are many things that can still be improved in Olden Era, and yet it's already so good. Very promising. Yeah, what a good way of putting it. Very, very promising. I think that there's a lot of longtime fans of the Heroes Might and Magic series that are really enjoying what they're seeing so far. Oh, we got to get this. Folks, a Magellan's Maps. Is that worth 1,000 gold to you? That's definitely worth 1,000 gold to me. And so, yeah, I think that there's a lot of people out there that are excited, whether they are kind of more like I am, single player enjoyers, enthusiasts, call it, versus the people that like to play the game competitively. I think that there's a lot of different folks out there, and I think that there's something for everybody. So I'm excited to see how the Heroes of Might and Magic community does or does not embrace Olden Era, because I think that there's going to be a large group of people that it's not their favorite thing, and that's fine. But I think that there's also going to be a great many number of people that are very excited for it. 1 million early wish listers on Steam. That indicates a tremendous amount of interest to me. So very promising. Vexen's in the chat. Hello, Vexen. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Vexen says, I love Olden Era, but my only problem, in my opinion, is that the visual looks way too much like a mobile game. I've heard that many times, and I don't think that you're wrong. I think that I'll be interested to see if the user interface changes, make that something of an adjustment over time. I'll be interested to see if that's something that can be worked around, just based off of that player feedback. So I think it could be. I think it's quite possible that as they're reworking certain systems within the game, that they're going to find that there's some workarounds to some of the things that maybe people have an issue with. They can't change the art style at this point. There's many people that have said, oh, I want you to change the art style or else I'm out. I'm not going to play. At this point, the game is like 4 years, maybe 5 years into development. There's no way that they can change that at this point. But, you know, hey, maybe there's some things that they can do to make sure that the rest of the systems run very, very smoothly. At this point, I don't even notice the art. I like the art when I try and notice it. But maybe the most important thing to me is that it's not super grating. Not super grating. A retired captain living on this refurbished fishing platform offers to sell you maps of the sea he made in his younger days for 1,000 gold. Do you wish to buy the maps? Yes, I do. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Castle. Castle. Ooh, okay. I saw this divine breastplate for +3 defense, and I said to myself, well, we'll land there in a second. But now I see this, and I see this. I think that we should immediately go pick up this artifact and then go pick up this artifact. I think that as cool as this flotsam and gold is, wood is not really my problem. Yeah, wood's not really the problem. Then again, I am the sorceress. Like, I am the sorceress. With my advanced navigation, I am best off picking up all of this before enemies get to. It's quite possible that enemies are going to get into the water very, very quickly. What to do? This is so good. This is so good. But I could pick up so much gold. This is maybe 10k gold out here. Worth noting, there is like this little pond here, little thing here. It looks like there's a whole edge to the map. Yeah, if you are in this edge on the side in the water, you can get anywhere from one edge to the other. So that's kind of interesting. And then whirlpools. Wait, are there whirlpools out here? Am I in danger of being whirlpooled upon, or is this whirlpool going to take me to here? Doesn't seem like it's that far. Anyway, but here, this is the Castle of Xeen. Folks, we found it. in less time than it takes to shake a stick at, we have found the Castle of Xeen, and I'm guessing that this is our final place that we need to get to. Defeat Lord Xeen. I'm guessing that this has got to be Lord Xeen right there. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to assume that I have time to pick up these +3 defenses and this knowledge. I'm going to go grab this Flotsam. I'm going to go grab up to the Shipwreck Survivor, and then we're going to head on back through this area, picking up everything we possibly can. In the sea chest, 1,000 gold, Pendants of Death. Not good for me, but good for somebody. Medal of Honor, very, very nice. Basically having like the basic leadership, love that. We're going to continue to explore with Carlawn. She could also get into the water. Should I just have a second hero in the water? That might actually be useful. I thought that maybe the ogres were guarding this. Let's have the second hero get into the water. And now, as soon as possible, Rebecca's going to go land here or here. And with 2 sorceresses in the water, we should be able to pick up everything we need. Folks, some of the sprites living in this tree city are willing to join the army for a price. If you want to recruit sprites, you better believe it. 30 sprites totally feels good to me. Is there something here? Are these sprites guarding something right there? I feel like they might be. I feel like they might be. So I want to fight them because I want to... I mean, they seem very out of place. But more than that, I can't say. Tell you what, I'm going to ignore this for now because it's a horde. That's 50 sprites. That's a lot. Let's use our forces instead to kind of go in this area. We're going to ignore this. I think that with this observation tower only kind of clearing out to here, I think I'd prefer... Legendary Scepter. I think I'd prefer... Yeah, I'd prefer to go take this castle, River City. I can pick up Stonehenge today. It doesn't really matter. Let's grab the Thieves Guild. Thieves Guild is going to give me the opportunity to tell how many forces are in here, roughly. Whoa, glad that we clicked on that. River City might be way tougher to deal with. I'm glad that Crag Hack is not going to walk into that buzzsaw. Even if we can win, I want to be very cautious at this point. This portal will take you to other towns on Cloudside. We are, of course, on Cloudside. We're going to hit spacebar 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're going to hit spacebar until we get to go back. But, okay, so there is a very robust portal system. Interesting. This map has a very robust portal system. There's water in the middle. There's water on the sides. There's a lot going on here. Okay, Crag Hack, just get back home, and then we're going to call it a day. And we're going to stop using our spacebar simulator. Very good. We do need the Alchemist Slab for the Mercury. Let's kind of head in this direction. Let's clear out what we can in this kind of area. Maybe going through a pack of Archmagi. Ooh, that's a tough fight. Tough fight. We'll consider that. But let's go in this direction, and then we'll figure out what to do with the rest of our week later. And folks, there's the Blue Knight. There's a red player there. There's yellow. Oh my goodness. So we've seen yellow. We've seen blue knights. And we saw a red somebody just over here. It feels like, even on an XL map, that this is fairly tight quarters. That is intriguing. Going through Flotsam. Chests. More Flotsam. And remember, we got Carlawn in the background, also trying to divulge this area of resources. Good, good. Down she goes. Where she stops, nobody knows. And we will have to think about this ranger fight. What's the best way of doing this? I'm not too sure. It might even be best to sack the 3 orcs so we can split the groups of sprites. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. Usually it's not in your best interest to lose creatures for free just by dismissing them, but for 3 orcs, I don't think that their damage is nearly so good as being able to split my stacks against these rangers. Folks, let's make sure that we put our 4-speed creatures in order, because these are 4-speed creatures, these are 4-speed creatures. Let's make sure that our creature order turn is correct, and let's go have a blast. Okay. MM Den says, this is why I hate esports and competitive. It adheres to the tryhards at the cost of making the game what it should be. Fun escapism. Thank you so much for being here, by the way. It's a pleasure to have you here in chat. I tell you what, yeah, as a person that loves single player games, it does make me a little bit sad, right? It makes me a little bit sad because it doesn't have to be a full sweat fest. And yet I do appreciate that a lot of people out there think that Olden Era can be a highly engaging tactical game, in which case it's worth their time to invest in and play precisely. One of the reasons I do enjoy playing Heroes of Might and Magic 2 is that I feel like, as I go through it, I do feel like I am playing at a high enough level that it's enjoyable for me. I love to see my choices play out before me and just help things go well. I get more joy and satisfaction when I make the right play, or like a correct play, Correct play is good. Min-maxing the game, not so much. So I don't know if we can necessarily do both, right? I don't know if we can enjoy the feeling of playing the game at a high level without min-maxing to a certain degree. But yeah, I do just want to enjoy the game, whether it's Olden Era, whether it's Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Hey, cozy does not mean competitive all the time, but I'm sure that we will dip our toes into the competitive scene just a tiny bit. We're just going to probably play a couple of games just to see how it goes. But boy, everybody that's played Horn of the Abyss for any length of time is going to have a huge leg up on Fix Fox. I can tell you that. Roman says, OE looks imbalanced as hell. Balanced as hell. What a good way of putting it. But I like it. I like it. Even OD, it stays so. It is better than flat, similar factions. Okay. And better imbalanced than boring. You know, I think that that's actually a really good point. The idea of if everything is broken, then nothing is broken tends to be the way that I like to approach games. If there's a spell or a faction or a whatever that is impossible to handle, okay, all right, it feels, you know, that is what it is. It is what it is. But if everybody has equal footing, then that makes the game fun. So yeah, I'm all for that. As you sail past Darzog's Isle, a terrible sea dragon rises up from the depths and attacks your ship. My one sprite is probably so upset. After a furious battle with one sprite, you manage to defeat the monster. This is the coolest sprite I've ever seen in my life. How are you so good that you can defeat a dragon? Goodness gracious. Cutting its belly open, you find something. This is going to be the sailor's astrolabe of mobility. Why am I desecrating the corpse of this dragon? And so I'm just worried about the logistics here. So the sea dragon, did it like hop onto my ship and it was trying to like tear us apart? And then we killed it, and now it's on the deck of the ship, and I'm like, well, let's cut it open, just see what we can find. Maybe it ate the one sprite, and I'm trying to get the sprite back. I don't know. But usually I would like to think that the sea creature's off the side of the ship. and now they're sinking into the depths of the sea. No. This creature was definitely right in my face, 100%. Okay, folks, I feel a little bit of pressure. Not really. I thought that I felt pressure from Lord Kilburn. I guess not. Now that I look at him, that's not too bad. Lots of rogues. We're going to win this fight. I'm not going to love it, though. I just anticipate losses. Yeah, every sprite is valuable. Every sprite is valuable. Mushanki Pei says, there are thousands of games available. Not all of them have to be for everyone. That's fine. Games for tryhard might be fun for escapism for you, but it will be for other people. That's a good point. That's a really good point. Yeah, it's all going to come down to what you like. And it's worth noting, I mean, we all go in phases, right? There was a time where I played nothing but League of Legends day in and day out for years, right? And eventually I just realized that that's not who I want to be. That's not the game that I want to enjoy. And that doesn't mean that I hate all the time I spent playing it originally. It just means that I recognize that that was my thing for a while and it's not my thing anymore. So it comes and goes. Phases are fine. People are fine to just be what they want to be and enjoy what they want to enjoy. Yeah. So remember that next time somebody says, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why is your hobby video games? Why is your hobby, I don't know, maybe you make model trains. Whatever the case is, I hope that you just tell that person, everybody's allowed to like what they like. Let's see. I want to get up to this fenced meadow. We're still pretty far away from it, but at least we are getting 1 gem per day. We're currently on day 3. We should be able to get the fenced meadow before the end of the week. That's nice. Do I go for these upgrades? I kind of feel like I should. I'm going to. I'm going to go for the upgrades on both of these creatures. Even getting into the greater druids is going to be useful for me because Crag Hack does have archery, number 1. Number 2, I think that I'm still so very far away from Phoenixes that the 5 mercury it takes to upgrade the Stonehenge is not going to hurt me too bad. Like, I'm already far enough away. I don't feel like there's an opportunity cost I'm missing. Oh no! I didn't see that they got into the boat. Are we going to survive this fight? Yeah, we're going to survive, but this is just annoying. Tyra the Knight, 2 attack, 2 defense. We do have to run though. We got this Medal of Honor. She's got basic leadership. I guess first thing in the morning, we're going to rehire Rebecca and she's going to bring those forces to the front. So I guess that there's some value there, but this is bad because this is one less hero I have collecting resources for me. And it didn't have to be this way. It did not have to be this way. So the cowardly Rebecca shall flee the battlefield, like swim away from the boat because she's in the middle of the ocean. So she's got to swim away. And she's gonna do just fine for it. Okay, alrighty, you suck. But that does not mean that we have to avoid issues forever. Okay, here's my thought process, folks. If you can only choose one, because we have some competition out here, if you can only choose one, +3 defense or the +4 knowledge, if Crag Hack is going to be the main hero, then you want the knowledge, I think, right? But he's not going to do very, very well with the spell power because his spell power is going to be fairly low. If your hero is going to be Rebecca because she's got the leadership and some other fun stuff, then you want the defense because that's just going to kind of cover up one of her main weaknesses, right? She's going to have defense and spell casting and knowledge. She's going to be a good hero, right? What to do? Let's assume we can only pick one. Let's assume we can only pick one because knowledge and the value of knowledge is somewhat tied to your spell power and the value of your spell power. If it's Crag Hack is the choice, I don't think that the knowledge on its own is as good as the defense will always be. Defense will always be good no matter what hero you have. So we're going to land here. It's possible that Tyro, I mean, they're closer to this area than they are this area. I'm hoping that they're going to grab here, 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 and then they're going to sail around a little bit. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. And so I'm hoping that they actually ignore this. Maybe we get the chance of this +4 knowledge later. But for now, we're going to land. And he can't land behind us because you can't land on a sign or on an artifact, etc., etc. Yeah, let's kind of see where this goes for now. And Crag Hack, we can reach Lord Kilburn. Should we do it? Treasure chest is right there. How many movement points? We got 1K. I think we got to attack now. We'll come back to the treasure in just a moment. Wow, look at this. This worked out great. Huh. Anyway, Star says, by the way, to each their own. I like the Olden era artwork as it pertains to units, although they could improve how visible structure and resources are. Yep, I agree with that. That's all good. And again, yeah, to each their own. To each their own, for sure. Vammy says, oh, okay. Map over. You found Xeen. Yeah, we found Xeen in the very center. We found it. We're good. Trenlo is in the chat. Hello, Trenlo. Nice to have you here. I feel like Olden Era is missing the flavor that Heroes of Might and Magic 2 has. Something as simple as visiting a dwelling has some neat story to it. That is something that I've mentioned as well that I do want more of, that's for sure. And Mushanki Pei says, Olden Era is years away from release. Don't forget, they have to prioritize gameplay and UI before small flavor touches. That's a good point too. This is the thing I love about the Heroes community. Can I just say that everybody is really smart, everybody is really thoughtful, everybody has a really nice nuanced approach. They're able to like see multiple perspectives for these issues. Nobody is just bullheaded and saying I'm right and everybody's wrong. Everybody does a good job of adding to this conversation. So I really appreciate the Heroes of Might and Magic community. Thank you all. It's a pleasure to be in your association. Dry says, what is a sea dragon? Like a seahorse with wings? Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. It's a good question. Probably. Could you imagine? That's the only kind of dragon that one single sprite could probably beat, huh? Probably like a seahorse with wings. Sounds good to me. You find a venerable elf named Tito. Hello, Tito. He says that he lost his holy book of Elvenkind. After you help him find it, he gives you another ancient book as a reward. Book of the Elements, not bad for summoning spells. That's good. I think that this artifact actually means that maybe we want to go for Rebecca more so than we were going to before. Not too bad. We'll take it. Glorious victory for 2 sprites. I will accept these losses. That seems fine to me. No artifacts. No artifacts, which is kind of sad, but basic logistics, always a pleasure. Crag Hack is he's turning into a good hero. Maybe even a good primary hero. Maybe it's not too late. We're still going to have to figure out who goes where. I do want to get the 2nd level Mage Guild. I want the Fence Meadow more. So let's pick up the Stonehenge. Let's pick up all these forces. By the way, level 1 Mage Guild, Haste, Dispel Magic, Magic Arrow. Really nice to see that. Happy for everything we just saw there. We're going to take all these forces. I think I'm going to leave the 2 dwarves at home because of reasons. Because they're so slow. They just want to hang out at home in the tavern and just drink to their heart's content. I respect that. I'm not going to get in the way of their plans. Yes, and it looks like Tyro did head in the direction I wanted him to. He headed away from the other artifact. So if we do get into a fight with him, he's only got tier 2 creatures, or rather speed 2 creatures. We're going to be fine if he just continues to sail away. Let's let him do that. Oh, and let's consider, if we pick up this artifact right now, he could land. If we don't pick up the artifact, he's not going to be able to land. Isle of the Gods. Very nifty. Fountain, this and that. I think that if you want to give yourself an opportunity to grab this artifact, it's counterintuitive, but you need to not pick up this artifact. Because if you hop into the boat, he attacks you. If you pick up the artifact, he lands, you're in the boat, he attacks you in the next turn. So I think we have to wait and hope that he kind of sails in this direction. Then again, he's gonna pick up the Magellan's maps. I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna stay here for now. Let's just keep Carlawn alive for the moment, and then we'll figure out what to do with her later. Rise to Ruin is in the chat. Hi Fix, hi chat. Happy to see Heroes of Might and Magic 2. What are we playing? This is Clouds of Xeen. So for anybody that has kind of shown up a little bit later, or you're just joining us now, and if you're joining us on YouTube, welcome. If you're joining us on Twitch, welcome, welcome. Clouds of Xeen, hard difficulty, impossible difficulty. We are one of 6 players. The purple player, the Lord Xeen, is the guy, and I'm pretty sure this is the guy. This is Darzog. There's Lord Xeen. There's our guy. So we could defeat all of our opponents and then take out purple. Because he doesn't have a boat, I don't think that we have to worry about this guy getting off of this little spit of land. Maybe we just defeat everybody else and then deal with him in the middle at our leisure. Let's figure out what makes the most sense over time. But Rebecca is coming up to the front. I still don't want to fight these sprites. There's got to be something right there. Should we do it? Should we do it? Tell you what, I can split my range creatures like this, and I'm still gonna get to go first. Oh, I'm gonna take unnecessary losses. I don't care. I want to see what these guys are guarding. Get out of my game. 8 sprites. Let's see if we can do better. And Tundar, by the way, with the magical Fix Fox Wizard, smiting everything in his path. You go, Tundar. You go. Trenlo says, probably a massive and long serpent. Yeah. Okay, what do we think, folks? There's always been, so long as there's been sailors on the big blue wet thing, there's always been a certain amount of, call it stories, legends about creatures of the deep that have attacked the ships and destroyed the crew and so on and so forth. Do we think that there is a Loch Ness monster? Do we believe that there are creatures in the deep that we have not yet discovered? Creatures of an abyssal nature? Let me know. I'm interested to know, because I think that there's a lot of interesting conversation there. What is out there? I got my opinions, but I want to hear from y'all first. Okay, time to start checking the tavern, just make sure that a really nice hero doesn't pop up. I think that we've given the enemies enough time to maybe lose a force here or there. So we're gonna start checking that every now and again. Day 7, we're gonna pick up our, ooh, he's not far enough away. Day 7, we are going to pick up the paddock for the unicorns. And let's see, Carlawn, yeah, he's still a little bit too close. I want this guy to go away, and I do want to pick up this bottle. I don't know how likely that is, but for now, let's go use these forces to clear out these lots of rogues. Still very doable. 3 of the elves, still very, very doable. And folks, we just had a new follow. That's going to be from Van Varenberg. Van Varenberg, welcome, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. We are enjoying some lovely, beautiful, wonderful Heroes Might and Magic 2. Having a really fun time with it. Lots of rogues. Yeah, let's fight this fight. Don't love this, but mostly I don't love this because my positioning is incorrect. I had repositioned the sprites so that we could fight the rogues better, or not the rogues, fight the rangers better. And now it seems that that was an error, because Fix Fox, like with group formation, I've forgotten to readjust my forces afterwards. Whoops, my bad. This doesn't happen. This never happens to me. To me, no, this never happens. I don't. I always do this every single time. So bad. Okay, it looks like the goblins are gonna take some damage. Okay, and 1 stack of the sprites. I'm fine with that. I just didn't want to lose any elves. Really, I just did not want to lose any elves. We're gonna try and let the dwarves kill here, goblins kill here. Is this gonna work? I'm sure it is. 3 to 7 of the rogues goes down. Not as many as I would have thought. 1 full stack of the rogues, not quite. Okay, but the dwarves are starting to take the damage. Excellent. You love it when your tankiest unit is taking the damage. And folks, we did lose one of the elves, so my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. My bad. Whoa, 2 HP left. Don't do that again. There's 6? How is there 6 rogues still? Okay, well, this is the biggest stack. Let's attack there. I might have messed up. Oh, thank goodness they did not kill 1 more elf. Oof. Oof. All right. Well, that was messy, but I actually think that we fought that fight just about as good as the AI did. So for the +2 wood, that's okay. And it also gives us access into this area. I think the Crag hack doesn't have a big enough force to do much more damage. but I'm gonna let him continue to do what he does. E Bugles in the chat. Good morning. Good morning to you. How art thou? Hopefully you are doing very, very well. It's a pleasure to see you there. It's been really, really nice to enjoy your company over the last couple of days. Especially when it's at 2 in the morning and you're just like, FixFox, why are you awake on Discord? And I'm like, I was posting a video. Yeah, this is what happens if FixFox doesn't have isn't working, right? Because I took this week off. If I'm not working, I immediately fall to pieces. My sleep schedule out the window. I sleep whenever I feel like it, and my kids are like, "No, man, you're not gonna sleep whenever you want to. You're only gonna sleep when we're asleep." So then I'm just tired all the time, but that's okay. I deserve it. That's fatherhood for you. Let's see. Dry says defense. Defense. This is defense, and then this is chemistry or physics. I don't know. It's a good question. Chemistry or physics. Rise to Ruin says, oh, I vaguely remember this playthrough. I think one of the other heroes landed on Purple's Island and unleashed hell. I never even thought about that. Like, what if Tyro just landed and gave them a boat? Let's hope that that doesn't happen. Because Rise to Ruin, that would be fun. That would be interesting. That would be exciting. We love exciting playthroughs around here. But that would also be terrifying. Let's not do that if we can help it. Yes, let's not. Let's see. Dry says, in the game Civ 5, when you complete the Lighthouse Wonder, you get the quote, they that go down to the sea in ships and that do business in great waters, these see the works of the Lord and his wonders in the deep. I really enjoy that. Oh my goodness, I really enjoy that quote because it puts like a positive spin on the angler fish, for example. Like some of the scary, creepy creatures that you find in the depths of the sea, like in the Marina Trench, things that we haven't really ever seen before. It puts it in a different light. These are not monsters. These are simply God's creations. What an interesting way of putting it. I like that. That's a really cool flavor text from that Civ 5. I'm glad you shared that. Thank you, Dries. Topel's in the chat. Hey, FixFox. Hey, chat. Glad to see Heroes 2 get. Absolutely is time. It is definitely time. That's for sure. Dries continues on. Which sort describes how you said that there's always been stories about the deep? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I imagine that that's probably going to be the scariest thing. How many people set sail? Not sure if they would ever return home. Probably many. By the way, you know what makes me really, really happy is that this Cyclopes, he's just hanging out, guarding this artifact on this little spit of land, just ruining my plans completely. Hate you. That could not have been. I wasted 3 turns. First off, I wasted the time because I could have gone here. Okay, all right. Well, these things do happen, and that's fine. Folks, 5 gems. We catch a sleeping leprechaun amidst a patch of magic mushrooms, and in exchange for his life or freedom, he gives us a choice between gold and gems. We get the gems. We're happy for it. Looks like there's more magic gardens to be had here. It looks like this is sulfur, guarded by 2 packs of rangers. We're gonna stay away from those for the moment. And it's day 7. I'm gonna go back. I know that I kind of started to go north with Rebecca, and I even fought some enemies. I'm gonna pick up the Unicorn Paddock right now. We're gonna hit end turn, and on day 1, she's gonna head up north, trying to do as much damage as she possibly can. Looks like Tyro got back into the boat. He saw us come out of the boat. I'm guessing he's gonna go try for this artifact now, which only makes me a little bit sad because pretty soon he's gonna realize his error like we realized ours. Looks like it's gonna be 5 more gems. Very good. And another ore mine. Lots of rangers. We can't get through here. There's too much, there's not enough space for us to just kind of sneak through. But look, ranger, 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 ranger. Was this planned? Ranger. Wow, holy kittens. Maybe because you have sprites, maybe the game just thinks, hey, you're gonna love this. You're gonna have a natural counter to these ranged creatures. Sprites are gonna take some pretty big damage. Don't love it. Don't love it. But with 5,400 gold left, let's finally go take River City. And then, I don't know, we can go in this direction through all these sprites. It looks like there's gonna be sprites. I'm guessing it's all sprites. But if you go through all of the sprites, you're gonna get to this legendary scepter plus the level 3 spell. This had to be purposeful. Ranger, Hollow, Sprite, Springs, Archer, Arrow Whack. I don't know. We're just realizing that I think that the randomness in this map is not as high as I would have thought originally. But yeah, other creatures in the deep. Okay, let me ask you about this, right? So it was not too long ago that there was the, gosh dang it, oh my goodness, through a clearing you observe an ancient artifact. Unfortunately, it's guarded by a nearby phoenix. Do you want to fight the phoenix for the artifact? No. So you don't get the +3 defense, you don't get the +4 knowledge. What do you get? Okay, this was, wait, hold on. I'm an adult. I can control my emotions. I'm not upset. It's fine. It's really fine. Okay. Practicing self-regulation. It's an important skill. I'm trying to teach my kid. So I think that there's a lot of different creatures out there that I'm just interested to know what they are. What's in the deep. But would you have been one of the people that would have gone on the Titanic adventure into like the little submarine that unfortunately imploded at the bottom of the ocean? Would you be the type of person that would go into that man-made craft, that man-made submersible? I'm interested to know what people think about that, because that seems like I would have noped out at the very beginning. I don't think that I ever would have considered that to be a good idea. But then again, some people, they just like the idea of the adventure, not the danger, but like the adventure. I don't know, maybe Fix Fox is just not as adventurous as other people are. Maybe I ought to be more adventurous. Who can say? Who can say? Okay, tons of resources, sea chests, etc. I could land up here. I could land down there. There is an observation tower. I kind of want to land to grab that. And I can land here now, get out of the boat, do a little bit of walking. I'm going to do that. I don't know what else we can find here. Sailor's Astrolabe, unless there's something. I mean, there are corners. This might have been a mistake. Maybe if I could get to the edge. Is there a whirlpool on the edge? There is no whirlpool on the edge. Okay, so there's no whirlpool on the edge, so it's fine. But let's do some land walking with Astra, or rather Carlawn, and we'll just go from there. Okay. I don't want to step on this lith because I'll have to spacebar my way back through it several times. Let's do a quick little pickup. We'll take the sprites, and we will even take the 2 elves. We will definitely take the artifacts. And let's attack River City. I hope that this isn't a mistake. Wow, this might have been a mistake. Goodness gracious. Might have been a mistake. Okay. Trenlo says, 2 great artifacts out there guarded. At least it's just a single of each. The guards won't grow in size. What a good, yeah. So it's nice to know. We can just make sure we have a big enough force to defeat 1 Phoenix, and then we can get both artifacts for free. At least we know that nobody else is going to get those artifacts unless they devote some real creatures to them. So we do have the bonus, we do have the benefit of knowledge right now. So that's good, that's good. What we lack is another boat to get out there. So a bit of an issue there, but you're completely correct, Trenlo. I think that that's a great way of looking at it. Glass half full, glass half full. Fami says, do I look like a billionaire to you? Yes. Yes, sure, why not? Yeah, you seem like a person of substance and style. Absolutely, you look like the kind of person that is a billionaire. And yeah, why do you think I hang out with you, Bammy? I'm just kidding with you. All right, folks, 10 of the Magi, 60 of the Rogues, 4 Wolves, 11 of the Goblins, 5 of the Orcs. These creatures don't bother me. The Wolves are eventually going to be a little bit, where. Right now, the most pressing issue is the Magi. I've got the Bless spell. Rather than doing 30 points of magic damage with the magic arrow, I think that the Bless on these 8 greater druids is going to be really effective. So I think it's going to be more than 30 damage worth. Let's start to unload on the Magi. Not once, but twice. Real quick, let's look at the damage range. It's going to be between 48 to 76. Yeah, so the Bless is going to be the best spell here because it's also going to last for multiple turns, which is also going to be useful. We're down to 6 Magi. They killed 46 sprites. Oh my goodness, 46 sprites. Do not take the first round of damage from these rogues. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we can't go there. Got to go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we can go right here. We'll be fine. I'm going to sit the sprites right here. That's going to prevent damage from these Magi for an additional round. That means I can now focus on these other creatures. So for now, let's I don't know, just get rid of the goblins. They're not going to take a retaliation. You might as well take out the orcs. Not once, but twice. That's 2 orcs down. Good, good. What? We didn't kill the second orc? 1 HP. 1 HP. All right. I get it. I get it. Been there, done that. And then will this kill all the rogues? Not quite. But the unicorns should get to go next and finish them off. So was this a waste of time and resources? I don't really think so, especially if the unicorns get good morale here. They do not. That's fine. And we are going to get to go. Yeah, we're going to get to go against these magi this next round. Let's see, 1 bless is active here. Let's do another bless here. Or is the flat damage better? That's an extra 12 damage. That's 24 damage. Tell you what, let's just take the flat magic arrow damage. And then just hope that we get high end of damage with these grand elves. We did 31 damage out of 38 or 35. That was pretty good. There's 2 more of these magi goes down. Yeah, we're in the driver's seat. We're doing good. It cost us all of our sprites, but it cost us nothing else. So do I love that fight? No. The Sprite is a good, versatile unit. I'd prefer to keep any amount of those around. Still, we took this enemy. We're going to go for the navigation. Looks like there's enough water that might justify that decision. And we have a tavern here, so we have 2 taverns now. No hero is too strong for me. Wow, blue though. Holy crap, 8 knowledge. Okay, this guy's a little bit concerning. Town may be upgraded to a castle. 16 orcs, couple of goblins. Crag hack might make good use of these forces. Then again, somebody's got to stand on this lith for me. Is this still going to be enough to go through all these sprites? Hordes of sprites, lots of sprites. I'm going to do it. I'm going to ignore this for now. We're going to pick up a couple of sprites on our way over, and we're going to run the gauntlet, as it were, going on towards whatever prize is at the end of the road. And meanwhile, we are working on our red tower. I'm going to pick up the marketplace here. Do I have a marketplace in the other town? It does not start with one. I don't want to improve this castle. 2 ore per day. The opportunity to find more ore is not too far away. Pack of Rangers. Yeah, Pack of Rangers, that's doable. But if I do upgrade this castle, then I can have 2 marketplaces. And with 2 marketplaces, I can maybe, with 100 extra wood, can I make it to Phoenix's by the end of this week? Probably not. There would have to be some additional ore up here. So the nice thing is this, is that we don't have to make this decision until day 6, because then on day 6, you improve this to a castle. Day 7, you purchase the marketplace. And then on the rest of the day 7, you just pick up this red tower. Yeah. So on day 6, we have to make a decision. Let's not be hasty. Let's not be hasty. Rice Road says, Purple is laughing at your misfortune from the island. Probably put those artifacts there to begin with. What a troll. I love that. That's great. Yeah, with the artifacts being in the very center near their little purple castle, that makes a lot of sense to me. I enjoy that. That's not good. What did I just say? I said I wanted to leave a hero right here on the stone liths. This is why. Let's pick up these sprites. It's going to be 15 sprites. That's useful. And Crag hack pretty soon is just going to be my doorstop. Hello, goodbye. Glorious victory, no losses. We'll accept that. No sense in doing more than that. By the way, this portal will take you to the other towns of Cloudside, as we've just seen. Let's go back, not here. Oh, look, for the first time we see another... This is interesting. We see another area. Red. This is where red came from. We had not yet scouted this lith. That's where red came from. So I thought that there was just going to be like a north, east, south, and western stone lith. It looks like there's more than just that. That's very intriguing and kind of impressive that we never found that until just now. Very impressive. Okay, we're gonna pick up the observation tower. Okay, don't hate it. Don't hate it. Lots of dwarves. I've got this thing in my mind where if I pick up enough peasants, maybe I can defeat lots of dwarves. Then again, maybe not. How many peasants would you need? With only a bless spell? You would need a lot of dwarves. You would need a lot. Okay. Let's just start walking up this road. Do we want to go towards the Blue Knights? Probably not. Let's go up the road in this direction. Let's see what we can find rather than getting back into the boat. Rebecca, I've decided I do want to go pick up this Shrine of the Third Circle and the +2, +2, +2, +2. Okay, and on to a new day. Trendless says, I'd go in one of those James Cameron, the ones that James Cameron went with. Yeah. If we're going to go into a submersible, I mean, James Cameron, amazing how a film director, in the course of his duties in trying to research this project, amazing that he actually somehow became an authority and an expert on the subject. I think that that's actually ridiculously cool, because I'm sure that he didn't set out to be one of the foremost knowledgeable people on the Titanic and submersibles, but it ended up happening because of all the other things that happened, like in the course of his duties, trying to be perfect. Yeah, kind of funny how that works. We got enemies coming in hot. Phineas, Gem. I'm going to hope that they fight each other a little bit. Crag Hack is going to abdicate this area. Off he goes. Actually, hold on. He's got enough forces here. We've got the gold. We got 16 orcs. We got 20 goblins. He's gonna be ready to defend this area, actually. I was gonna just leave. That'd be the incorrect decision. Sprites want to run. Do we want the experience? No. We want to take as minimal losses as possible. Glorious victory. No losses. Great. I will pick up the +2 orc. Good. And it looks like, thank goodness, there's tree houses along the way. We can get additional forces. Will our luck hold? Will we not have additional losses? Time will tell. But yeah, in one of the James Cameron submersibles, yeah, something that's regulated, something that a team of deep sea adventurers has put their seal of approval on as being high quality materials. Yeah, let's go with that. That's probably the best way of doing it. Oh, look, orange. Orange just defeated one of the red players. Good to see that. Always happy for that. I wish this was unguarded. With halflings, I could definitely take the dwarves. Lots of orcs, still not good enough for me. Nobody's really explored in this area. Look, this is basically an untouched land. That's interesting. I can go defeat Phineas. I will go defeat Phineas. Rather than stay on the doorstop, he has got himself kind of stuck here. I don't know, maybe he tries to go through a pack of rangers. Maybe he softens them up for me. Let's do that. And Dry says, I don't know what scares me more, going deep underwater or to outer space. That is... They're kind of the same, aren't they? In levels of scariness, they're kind of the same, because in both cases, if something goes wrong, you're just gone. If something goes wrong, you're just gone. That's terrifying, right? Whew. I don't think that I ever really appreciated what it took to be an explorer until like I sat down and I realized like, no, that's not a good time. Are we gonna lose one elf here? We do. So I tried to save the elf stack. I was unable to. Look how close it was though. Exactly to the 15 HP mark. That's what it took from these sprites. Very sad. We almost saved an elf. That would have been excellent. Expert wisdom, basic pathfinding. I see a lot of dirt. I see a lot of green grass. I see a little bit of snow. Because there is some snow, I am going to take the pathfinding. I don't think the expert wisdom is going to be useful at the moment. We're going to pick up additional sprites. A group of sprites with a desire for greater glory wish to join you. Do you accept? I sure do. 15 sprites up to 46. So that's about 31 sprites we just picked up. 5 additional gems from this leprechaun. Good. And Tree of Knowledge. I don't think we're ever going to come back, but I'm going to hit the Tree of Knowledge on my way out. We don't need the spell power. I think that this might be the most direct route. Oh my gosh. Oh no, I thought that this would take me in this way. It looks like this is a dead end. Oh, we just went very far out of our way for nothing. Oh, goodness. Devastation, heartbreak. You think you can read the map, and then this happens. Fighting the sprites, it's not worth losing an elf. I'm not going to do that. I'll just take the forces, I'll take the treats, and then we'll head out. Very sad. Very sad. Dry says, though, they would like to be looking for shipwrecked treasure in a tiny submarine. That would be cool. Can we look for treasure in space? Are there space pirates? As soon as space pirates become a thing, we will realize that, man, humanity was missing out. Space pirates. I hope that space pirates become a thing at some point. But then again, they're probably going to be like the Somalian space pirates, and they just, you know, anyway. It might not be as good of an idea as I thought. Agar has popped through the portal. This looks like more forces than I want to deal with at the moment. Several of the centaurs, several of the wolves, a few of the gargoyles. Tell you what, we're going to go track down Phineas because this guy is easy prey. Yep, 500 experience. Do we level up? We do not level up. How close are we to the level up? Another 400 experience or so. Is this tree free? Nope, 10 gems. We're never going to pick that up. Never going to pick it up. It's not going to happen. And at this point, I'm taking experience. Sprites, I want your campfire. 400 gold, 4 crystal. And oh wait, no. Look, folks. You can get through. Is this intentional? Where can I go? No, they fooled me. I can get to right here. And then my journey stops. Okay, honestly though, at this point, okay, hold on. This is like a Clouds of Xeen map. If I continue in this like mystical wood, is there going to be something special back here? I feel like I have to try. Just in case there's an event bubble, I will feel like a genius if I continue to walk blindly through this mystical forest and like found like a bubble. So it's like 3 or 4 steps out of my way. I'm gonna go look. If there's nothing there, at least you know that FixFox meant well and he tried to find something cool. I'm sad. I'm gonna be sad if I don't find it, but at least we tried. It's day 7. We are still 9 Mercury away. You know what I never did? I didn't pick up the castle the other day. If I'd picked up the castle though, right here, that would have been 20 additional ore. I would have needed 13 units of ore. So I would have had to trade for the Mercury and for the ore. All right. This is the reason why we have wood. We can get up to 16. We've got gems. We got 22 gems. So we can get up to 16. We can get up to 18. We can get up to 18, 19. It's not enough. We're not going to have enough. We're barely not going to have enough. Goodness, that's so sad. Yeah, because we can get up to 16 Mercury this way. 17, 18, 19. And then if we pick up 20, we're not going to have enough gold to get the red tower. And with 8,000 gold, I don't think that we can trade the additional wood, leftover gems, leftover crystal. Can we get 2,000 gold? That's literally 200. 200, 400, 500. This is so depressing. Because I really want the red tower. If I could get the red tower today, I'd be so good. But we're just that short on resources. That's crazy. Alrighty, folks. Well, it's not going to be a week 3 red tower. It's going to be a week 4 red tower. I'm not going to try any further. I recognize when I'm beat. So that's that. Frodo the Blind says the gold in the marketplaces always makes a castle upgrade worth it to me. I completely agree. In that case, trying to trade for the ore, and I don't think that we could have traded for the ore. I might be wrong. No, I think that the bonus from the marketplace is important there, but I don't think it would have been good enough. However, given that you also go from 250 gold per day up to 1,000 gold per day, I mean, that's definitely the reason to upgrade the castle. You should pretty much always upgrade a castle if you can, right? Marketplace notwithstanding. But in this case, you know, I feel bad. Not my favorite. I wish I could have done that better. I will look to improve in the future. Okay. Well, this guy, I don't know how much I care about him, but there is some free resources here. Let's grab this. And like I said, we're just going to wander around. Anything? Anything? Nothing. Nothing. Not one thing. Nothing worth having anyway. So sad. Decent says, Crag Hack is the bar entrance keeper. Oh boy, if he doesn't allow me in and he says, you got a problem with that, matey? I'll go, nope. Crag Hack is maybe one of the most intimidating people in all of video games. Like, do you really want to mess with Crag Hack? I submit to you that the answer is always unequivocally no. No. Of all the people I could mess with, Crag Hack, not my favorite. Not my plan. Hey, look, another one of these artifacts. Very cool. Yeah, it looks like there's stuff on the map, but it looks like it's not. I don't know. It looks like it's not the best. There's stuff on the map, but it looks like everything's covered up, so I can't get things for free. Very sad. Okay, 500 gold. We're never going to come back to this tree. It's 2,000 gold. Are we going to do it? Sure. Why not? And we will pick up the basic logistics. That was worth it. That was worth it. For the 2,000 gold, knowing we have so much additional gold, I will go for that. Okay. Dry says, born too late to explore the earth, born too late to explore the universe, born just in time to play Heroes of Might and Magic 2. So basically you're telling me that we got really, really lucky and that everything worked out great. Second late should be early. Oh yeah. No, I know the phrase. It's a good phrase. I'm happy for it. Look at this long road. Look at this long road. It just goes on and on and on. Look, they upgraded our castle for us. Very nice. Tell you what, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna hop into the lift. Whoops, not here though. Goodbye. Not here either. There's got to be a lift where there's nobody else around. I just want to sit here and be fairly well protected. That's my goal. Yeah, this isn't it either. Maybe there is no safe place. There's got to be at least one safe place. Is there somebody on this lift? That's what it is. There's somebody on that lift right now. But there's this lift. No, that's a different kind, isn't it? Yeah, that's that lift. Okay, I thought maybe I could sit on the lift and just stay safe. For now, let's make sure that nobody complicates this situation. We're going to stay here because I don't think that Agar wants to fight Crag Hack. I think that he can definitely beat me, but I don't think he wants to try and fight me. If it was me, I wouldn't want to fight me anyway. Maybe he does. I don't know. But this is all to buy Rebecca time to get back up to the front. Treehouse, additional sprites, very good. A little bit of extra treasure, a little treat as it were. A little bit of extra crystal, very good. And I think it's time for me to purchase another hero. It's going to be Castor. It's going to be Castor. He's got 4 gargoyles, even though Vitania is really, you know, these forces are going to go into my force really, really nicely. The 4 gargoyles, I think is just really, really good for not only if I wanted to put them on Rebecca or anybody. 6 speed, 1 hex creatures. There's no creature quite like them in the game. There's no creature quite like the gargoyle. They are an S tier unit insofar as I'm concerned. And unlike my tier ranking videos for Olden Era, where I'm just kind of making some educated guesses, I actually know that gargoyles are an S tier unit here in Heroes Might Magic 2. That's 100% for sure. Okay, will Crag Hack go down? I don't know. Let's find out. Blues continue on doing what they do. Good, good. Orange, I'm getting collapsed upon. And he stays in the castle. Perfect. That could not have been any better. Tundar says, truly the most blessed time to live. Yeah, if there's Heroes Might Magic to be played, this is a pretty good time. This is an okay timeline, all things considered. Okay, let's do this. Thundax is coming. Whoa, few Cyclopes, few of the War Trolls, Ogres, Orcs. Okay, let's see. Best thing to do, I think, is just to escape. These forces are not going to help Rebecca. I'm going to like get out of the way as reinforcements come in this direction. Castor can get all the forces up though. I will probably end up sacrificing Castor and his 4 gargoyles. That's really sad. No, we're gonna keep the gargoyles. We're gonna lose the 2 elves. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. And Rebecca's gonna finish off Agar in this castle. And so the gargoyles are actually really exceptionally good to help us do that. Bammy says the ocean is marginally worse as drowning is a slow process while exposure to outer space will destroy you instantly. I've heard that you can survive in space for like 30 seconds or like 1 breath's worth, but you do have like the crushing weight of the vacuum of space out there, right? And like your blood's going to begin to boil and like your eyes are going to pop. Anyway, it's like a horrific death either way. But yeah, I think that the ocean marginally worse because drowning is a slow process. I'm not going to think about it because it makes me sad, but I think you're probably right. And Roman agrees, by the way, with the born too late to explore, but just in time for Heroes of Might and Magic. Okay, let's consider. There is 10 centaurs, 8 orcs. We can kill most of these gargoyles. If I magic arrow them, then whoever they attack is going to retaliate, and then we can just kill that single stack off. I'm going to do that. I do want to take out the wolves because they're actually a fairly offensively geared unit. I could send my gargoyles into the fray in just a moment. Curse on the unicorns is a really good spell because they do between 7 to 14 damage, so it's a really good curse actually. I care more about the orcs than I do the centaurs. I don't think, can goblins reach there? Maybe not. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, they can't. Unicorns have got this. Somebody's got to deal with the centaurs. They are officially dealt with. We've dealt with them. And I can choose. Do you want to defeat the orcs or do you want to defeat the goblins? 4-speed creature, 2-speed creature, but these 2-speed creatures have not taken their turn yet. Let's kill the 2-speed creatures, and then we're just gonna fill these goblins up with arrows. 1 sprite lost. Man, we fought that fight way better. Okay, 1300 experience, very good. Expert wisdom for the +1 knowledge, we will take it. And folks, we're gonna sit in River City and just see what they've built for us. So far, not a bunch, but I'm very happy to see what they have built for us. I will take the time and I will invest in the statue because I don't plan on losing this castle ever again. Okay. Will Thundax get close enough to defeat Castor? I'm guessing that they will. And then I'm guessing that that's going to be worthwhile. It'll let us kind of look to see what the enemy has. Let's split up these forces just so they can't wipe us off the map instantly. And then Rebecca is going to go grab, looks like an obelisk. Very good. Mercury. Hey, we want Mercury. Yeah, we want Mercury because we don't want to have to trade for it. That's lovely. That's wonderful. Another breastplate. Black pearl. Okay, there's some good stuff out here. Good stuff. And E Bugle says, I wasn't in a position to respond earlier, but yeah, I have been enjoying hanging out on the Discord as well. Good, I'm glad. I will tell you folks, I don't do as good of a job hanging out on the Discord as I wish I did. Ideally, I would be there at your beck and call every day, 24/7. I'm not going to do that. I can't do that. But it's always nice when I do get the chance to hang out with people, and I do try to make sure that I respond to everything. But it makes my heart so happy when other people start conversations and then the chat just enjoys their time with each other. Like at the very beginning, when I first started the Discord, I had to like kind of make every conversation go. And now I can sit back and let everybody else do the conversations. It's really, really nice. And then I still get to enjoy the conversation myself, but I don't feel like I have to respond to make sure that it doesn't die. It's great. I love it. You meet an old woman. She introduces herself as Valia and says that the witches to the north have robbed her of her beauty and made her old. Here's something to help you defeat them, she says. This is the lucky rabbit's foot for the +1 luck. We will take the archery. Good. We'll take that. And let's see what's over here. There's this long, have you noticed? There's this long road. Where's this long road go? I don't know if I want any part of that. I think I'm just going to start to, well, maybe the long road's going to lead somewhere nice. Until we go up the road, we're not going to know what's there. Let's go up the road and let's figure out what's to be had. By the way, Roman says, if the submarine implodes, you'll be dead in seconds. I think you'll be dead in less than seconds, but I don't really know much about it. Something about like instantly you're just not here anymore. I think that's my understanding, but I don't know enough about it. One of the wisest things I've ever learned is to not pretend like I know everything about everything. Number one, it's exhausting. It's exhausting if you have to know everything about everything. But second of all, it's disingenuous, right? It's not great. And usually what I find is people appreciate it more if you're just like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to lie to you and pretend like I do. Roto says, I got 5 kids at home. I don't think I'm exploring the ocean floor anytime soon. You are exploring something more valuable than the ocean floor. You are taking the time to raise wonderful kids. You are taking the time to lead them along into something exciting and fun. I'm sure that you're doing something very important, very meaningful. I know that there's that certain feeling as a parent where we say to ourselves, man, this is not what I had planned. This is not the way I thought that my life would turn out. And yet it's okay. It's okay. What we're doing is valuable. I'm sure. I know when I was a young person, I thought that I would have glory and riches and et cetera, et cetera. That's just not really in the cards for me. And that's fine. That's fine. I'm going to be grateful with what I do have. And parenthood is an adventure all of itself. Okay, so this lith, it looks like only goes to right here. Folks, should we wage war against Burlock? It's day 5. Well, it looks like we're already starting to walk that way. It's day 5. We'll get to right here. End of day 6. Day 7. I think we can do this. Tyro looks fairly tough. If he wants to fight in the castle, I think that he's got a distinct advantage. We will see what he does. If he starts to come this way, I think we're gonna be fine. There is a little bit of a issue here. I don't know who this hero is. They could be a problem. They could be a problem. I'm not gonna pick up the den. I kind of want the Adobe. All right, we're gonna pick up the Adobe. And remember, it's day 5. First thing in the morning, we gotta pick up our Phoenixes. Whoa, blue just took out orange. That's pretty interesting. We have to this point mostly avoided fighting, but I got a feeling that there's a lot of carnage out on the map. Ooh, there you go, more carnage. eBugle says, I read once that the higher the difficulty of the AI in Heroes of Might and Magic 2, the less likely they'd want to fight you unless they were positive they could win. That's an interesting question for the developers and for anybody that has access to the little numbers, you know, the numbers in the game that are going on. I don't know myself, but I have seen in general that the AIs will try and pick their fights as best as they can. I think you're completely correct about that. Okay, folks, here's the deal. If we do not attack, he's going to get much stronger. If we do attack, then we're going to prevent him from being much worse later. 2 attack, 1 defense, 3 spell power, 6 knowledge. These forces are not great, but I think it's enough to defeat 1 week's worth of creatures. The castle is going to feel bad. It's going to feel bad to have to deal with, but we totally can. I think that we still want to fight this fight. If we had archery, I would definitely want to fight this fight. Without it, I'm going to fight this fight knowing that I wish that there was more we could do. Hopefully they've got like a level 2 mage guild in here. We can pick up their spells afterwards. Hopefully they don't use spells against us. We will wait. We will see. But this is a decisive moment for us. Let's strike a blow against our foes. Let's see where that goes. Roman says, I have two kids, 2 moments. I have 2. There are moments when I would love to explore any distant place to have rest. Yeah, you got your 2 kids and you're like, kid, I love you. I love you so much. Please leave me alone. Yeah, you know, I think we've all been there. And that doesn't mean we love them any less. As a kid, I was the kid that was just like, Dad, 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 Dad. And now as an adult, I realize what I was doing to my poor father. I was slowly driving him insane. It's just ever so slightly. He was losing his marbles because his kid just would not stop saying, Dad, question, Dad, question. It's adorable. It's the best thing in the world. If you don't have kids, it's not for everybody. I recognize that not everybody wants kids, and that doesn't mean like, don't make you feel like you have to, right? But for me, it's worth the time. It's worth the time. I like it better than I thought I would. How about that? Yeah. Okay. On to the new day. Folks, this is going to be day 1. Looks like red is doing damage to orange. Yeah, absolute bloodbath out here. People are summoning boats on the outside of the little river here. For what purpose, I'm not really sure. And folks, it's a new month. Astrologers proclaim this to be the month of the centaur. After regular growth, the population of centaurs is doubled. By the way, I like this little bubble here. This was an addition with the most recent patch from FHeroes2. Very good. Very good. What is here? Oh, there's something right here. Oh, it's lots of centaurs. Oh, it's month of the centaur, and now they just blocked my path. Okay, well, that is going to take Carlawn to the end of her road. She's not going to explore any further. And they completely they abandoned the castle. I've never seen that before. The AI completely abandoned the castle. That can't be the best tactical decision. They abandoned the castle and just gave it up for free. What do I think about that? That's interesting. Huh. Rangers, veteran pikemen, master swordsmen, paladins. I mean, by all rights, you should make this fight cost me at least to take, I would think. I don't know. That's very interesting. I do wonder how many castles there are on the map. So far, we've seen ours. We've seen this blue one, but we've also seen this town that got upgraded. I'm guessing that blue probably has another town or another castle. Very interesting. Very interesting. Huh. I don't know what to make of that. Beeson, by the way, says, if Heroes of Might and Magic would be made as a TV series today, Crag Hack would be a big, strong African woman, and Gem would be an Asian black-haired ninja, you know, because of diversity and all the hocus pocus. And then we, as the fans, would say, what? That's not how they look in the books and the video games. No comment. No comment. I don't think that you're wrong. I think that when I heard that the newest Harry Potter movie was going to have some casting choices that didn't seem to be in line with what the original artist's intention was, or the original author's intention were, you know, raises some eyebrows. That's how I feel, but otherwise, no comment. Let's see, folks. We're about an hour and a half in. We're about an hour 20 in. I'm going to finish up this turn and then I'm going to take a break because I find that the more breaks I take, the longer I can play. If I go for 2 hours or 3 hours, my little brain burns out. So we need to take some good staggered breaks to make sure that FixFox is doing right by himself. I need to be healthy for myself. As much as I love to be here for you, I also need to be here for me too. And by the way, everyone does an excellent job in reminding me to take care of myself. So I really appreciate everybody's help with that. So thank you, really, sincerely. I know I jest a lot. I talk about things in a funny way, but no, that's a 100% thank you from the bottom of my heart kind of a deal for looking out for me. I have always relied on the kindness of strangers. Okay. Are we really strangers at this point though? Kind of, but kind of not. It's an interesting sort of relationship, isn't it? Let's see, we're going to upgrade these elves not once, but twice. We're going to pull everybody in. Whoa, what are you doing, sir? Oh, that's right. I have to hit the down arrows. I was having an Olden era moment where I was trying to drag you up into the garrison. My bad. And with this, Castor is going to head north. And I think that he can use these forces very effectively with on Crag hack. I think it's time to do some damage. I think with 4 Phoenixes, it is time to do some damage. My question is do we take these forces here? Paladins are really good units. Better than Gargoyles? I would say better than Gargoyles for sure. No question about it. We're going to leave the Gargoyles. We're going to leave these other forces just behind at the moment. And let's go do some damage. Let's pick up obelisks because the last obelisk didn't tell me much. You come upon an obelisk made from a type of stone you have never seen before. Staring at it intensely, the smooth surface suddenly changes to an inscription. The inscription is a piece of a lost ancient map. Quickly, you copy down the piece, and the inscription vanishes as abruptly as it had appeared. Yeah, this isn't telling me much. Snow? This might be snow and some sort of mine. I'm guessing this is a gem mine, but I have no real reason to believe that. And so we will go Castle Burlock to the south, Vertigo to the east, Asp, Winterkill, and Wildlands to the west. So Vertigo to the east. Vertigo to the east or Vertigo to the east? Wildlands. It looks like the enemy's kind of gone in this direction. There's a gold mine. That's going to inform my decision. We're going to go for the gazebo and over and down. We're not going to make any other purchases here. I didn't have the resources necessarily for the level 2 Mage Guild. I probably should have gotten that before I left, huh? Sad. Probably should have. And it's time to finally get our dwarves. I can't believe we waited this long. The ultimate artifact is really the golden goose. Good information to have. Very good information to have. And any other purchases? I'll consider the jousting arena later. For now, folks, let's just call that the end of the day. Okay. So that's the end of month 2, week 1, day 1. On to day 2. Blue is being really squirrely. Red is being exceptionally squirrely. And the centaurs on the adventure map are going down in swaths. Let me get caught up on chat. We'll take our break and then we'll come right back. Reisterman says, hey, you couldn't find the 2,000 gold earlier, but this castle was a free 5,000 gold and 20 wood and ore, -1 pixie. That's a good point. By waiting, we actually saved ourselves a lot of resources. So I feel good about that. Roman asks, have we seen the most World Series? I have not. The most World Lost? I'm not sure what that is, but no, that's unfamiliar to me. Tammy says, it seems like Blue has run out of money. That's quite possible. It was day 7 that they made those purchases, or rather it was day 1 that I made these purchases. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting that they did not go for the jousting arena. That's 3,000 gold. That feels like a really low investment. So kind of interesting that they did upgrades rather than going into the jousting arena, because that's 5 wood. I guess it's not that much wood. Maybe they ran out of wood. That's interesting. Yeah. I should build the jousting arena, Tobel says. I'll consider it by the end of the week. It's the right decision, I think. Roman says, I remember waking my dad up at 4 a.m. to ask him, how does the engine work? And why can it turn fuel into motion, but cannot do it with water? My son has my attitude, unfortunately. My son is very kind. And I think that he recognizes, he's like, oh, dad's really sleepy right now. I'll come back later. He's like, well, dad just got off of work. He needs 20 minutes to just like relax for 2 seconds. My kid it feels like he's got a really high perception. a lot of people skills in the sense that he recognizes how other people are doing, but it will not hurt my feelings if he gets so excited and says, Dad, this simply cannot wait. Did you know that Mom made cookies today and I saved you one all day? Nearly cried. I nearly cried. It was great. Steeson's out. Good night, sir. Go tuck in your kids and have a good one. It's a pleasure. Frodo is also going to be out for the day. It's a pleasure, Frodo. We will catch you in the next one. Boreaster's in the chat. Hello, Boreaster. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Just arrived in time for the break. Yeah, but we will come back after the break and have tons of wonderful adventures. Don't you worry about it. Dry says, I would recognize you on the street, but you would not recognize me. It's true. And so when we're talking about like the level of relationship, you recognize me, but I wouldn't recognize you. I'm still waiting for the moment where I run into somebody and they're like, yeah, anyway, I'm still waiting for the moment when I'm recognized out in public, because that'll be a really scary moment. Right now, if somebody recognizes me in public, it's because of my work, and that's also not a good time to be recognized. So anyway, folks, it's time for a break. Let's do a break. Let's have a nice time, and we'll come back in about 5 minutes. Thanks. Okay, we are back. Yep, 5 minutes on the dot. Not quite. Not quite. I'm sure I could be even better about being precisely at 5 minutes, but this is where we're at currently. Okay, so folks, just as a recap, we are here at month 2, week 1, day 2 in this Clouds of Xeen playthrough. Hard difficulty, impossible difficulty, and we are one of 6 players. We do have to go into the very center and defeat the purple warlock, Lord Xeen. We've already spotted him. He's here. And these forces look exceptionally strong. I'm kind of going with this in my mind, that we defeat all of our opponents, or we defeat most of our opponents, get a big force, and then we'll go to the very center. If you're trying to play this map for the shortest possible time, I'll bet you that you can not do what I'm doing here. I'll bet you can get a big enough force, probably with ogres and phoenixes, and go through a pack of dragons. I suppose it depends on the stats. If Lord Xeen has a lot of really tough stats, then yeah, this fight is fairly tough to beat. But for now, assuming it's just a pack of dragons and so on and so forth, I think we'll be fine. I'd say that. I'm sure it's going to be a lot more than just like 1 attack, 1 defense. I'm sure he's going to be a very beefy hero. All right, we pick up the gazebo for 1,000 experience. Yes. Excuse me. What I meant was, oh, delightful. That is lovely. Basic archery. We're happy to have the basic archery because in the previous fight, I was worried that we would go into this castle and not be doing full damage with our elves, with our greater druids. Now we have got a big bonus for ourselves, not just with the flat percentage damage increase, but also with these other options for us. Just against castle walls, we're going to be doing much better than before. Is this graveyard already visited? I don't know, but I'm going to go find out. If it ruins my morale, I'll just fight a group of centaurs right after, and then that will dispel the negative morale for me. So I'll be okay with that. Castor is going to do a full army swap. I don't think that there's any other forces here that should go into there. Crag, hack, I have a choice. I can go up in the road, I can go down. I still need a sulfur mine. Have you noticed? I still do need sulfur and I still do need crystal. Here's sulfur. Maybe crystal is down here as well. I don't think I've seen sulfur anywhere, or rather crystal anywhere else. I'm going to assume that my crystal is down there as well. So rather than go through the portal and just hit spacebar, let's go this way. Let's go this way. So many centaurs. Dries, yeah. If this was a month of the druid or something, we would be in so much trouble because it would actually cause us major logistical heartache. But as it stands, I think that we're going to be okay anyway. Just trying to make sure we don't do anything silly. Trying to stay alive. And we got enough resources, by the way. I think it's time for me to very seriously consider upgrading these other towns. I'm still not 100% sure about donating 20 wood to this jousting arena because I don't want an enemy to take it, but I think that there's going to be enough forces here to defend that even if somebody does come out of this direction, we should still be fine. Let's let Castor stay here. He's asleep. Let's call it a day and see what the enemies do. I love that the enemies are fighting each other. That's so good. That's so much better than just being a 5-on-1. What was the playthrough? It was Wastelands. We were playing Wastelands a while ago, and I didn't realize how impossibly tough the Wastelands playthrough was until we were already mostly beating it. But Only after I watched through did I realize, oh my gosh, Fixfox got incredibly lucky because it was a 3-on-1, and it's kind of like Pyramid in the sense that you have to go through stages in order to win the scenario. I'm glad that this is more of a free-for-all rather than some major issue where I'm struggling against all of these enemies, just one by one. We tentatively approach the burial ground of ancient warriors. Do we wish to search the graves? Yes, we do. Cool. All right, I'm good for this. This is actually what I wanted. Rise says, welcome to Fix Chat to everybody. We're all friendly here. I appreciate that. And Rise is one of the friendliest people that you will ever meet. So don't think that anybody here is going to bite. No. Really, folks, I would not still be streaming and having such a good time if you all weren't so great. And I mean that. I'm not just saying that because it sounds good. Like, really, truly, this is part of what I look forward to on a weekly basis, because chat is so great, because there's so many wonderful people here. It's such a great community, and I appreciate everybody for making it such a great community. So really, thank you all. I've got a choice. I can bless or I can haste to get the sprites out of trouble. If I leave these 8 mutant zombies, I will take damage from the 8 mutant zombies. I'm gonna get the sprites out of here. I'm gonna save them. I'd like to get the full damage from the greater druids. I'm going to ignore that for now. Let's just not worry about that so much. And then let's actually kind of work on this middle stack. I think that the unicorns are gonna be able to do damage there. 13 greater druids. Last time they destroyed 7 mutant zombies. That's not enough. I was wondering if I could attack here and maybe get some additional damage off. Actually, you know what? 4 to 8. If I had blessed, I would have been even better off. I'm going to stick with the original strategy. We're going to back off, do our damage. 20 down to 12, not bad. And the unicorns, I'm going to save one more turn. I'm going to wait for them one more turn. I don't know if this was the best decision. Probably wanted to be a little bit more offensively geared in our earlier fights, but we're here now. This is all we can do, is just do what we can do right now. Let's work on the stack here. We kill 8. Very good. Let's work here. 4 to 9. No problems. I'm going to assume that the unicorns can kill most of this stack. Paladins can step up somewhere. We're going to kill 9. Let's just take 8 off the board here. Unicorns are going to kill 7 to 14. They killed 11. Not horrible. And then do you want to support the elves or the druids? Druids have a little bit more HP. I think sprites are going to take the damage. I don't think I can help that. Let's work on these other creatures up here. One full stack of the zombies goes down. Oh, good. And the unicorns took the damage. Very good. And the druids taking the damage there is perfect because they're tanky enough that they can survive one hit. 8 sprites going down in this battle is great. Lovely. 2,000 experience. We're going to pick up the advanced pathfinding and the giant's flail of dominion. Kind of a little bit of a meh. You know, +1 attack. Kind of a meh. But I'm glad we did this fight. That makes me happy all the same. Is this a gold mine? It is a gold mine. Plus 1,000 gold per day. I do want the defense from the fort. And we shall carry on from there. Very good. Let's continue to beef up this castle here. 10 crystal. I don't think that we're close enough that we're going to be able to get into the Cyclopes. But then again, with 3 castles, with 3 marketplaces, we could trade for it. Maybe we should. Maybe we should. I will consider that. But if I can't find another crystal mine, I probably won't do it because I do want to pick up some Mage Guild levels very, very soon. So this is what we go for. Option says, it seems like you really are glad to be here. Good. I'm so happy. Way to go. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, it's just fun. Just fun. Low stress. Low stress. High. We're high on good vibes, right? Good vibes are what we're really here for. And you know what? This is important to note. I recognize that I am not everybody's cup of tea. Right, I'm not going to be the coziest time for everybody here, but I do appreciate that as we try and just, you know, be friendly and enjoy everybody's company, we tend to have a good time, even if you know, even though I'm sometimes a little bit bullish, a little bit, you know, short-tempered, as the centaurs cost me. Oh, if I was going to lose 1 sprite, I would have had the perfect opportunity to be like, I lose my temper all the time. I don't, but anyway. The soldiers living in the fort teach us a few new defensive tricks, +1 on the defense. I wanted to do this a little while ago and I completely forgot. I'm going to send Troyan out into the big wide world with one single 6-speed gargoyle, and she's going to go in this direction just to figure out what's over here. It still bothers me that an enemy can come in this direction at any point. Let's use her for a little bit of scouting, and that lets Rebecca go freely far, far away from this knight castle, and I'll feel much better about it. A visit and a prayer at the temple raises the morale of our troops. Very nice. And then I'm going to pick up the +1 attack here. So already +1 defense, +1 attack. We're up to 3 attack, 2 defense, 4 spell power, 7 knowledge. I do wish I had some better spells, but we will make this work for now. Final things to consider here on day 4. I don't think so. There's an enemy sailing in the bottom right corner. Kind of interesting. Orange, it looks like, is the most active on the map. I wonder if other opponents have taken a bit of a beating and they're trying to kind of reconsolidate their forces. That makes sense to me. I don't know how likely that is, but it makes sense anyway. Okay, I've got an idea. If I can get goblins, maybe I can turn goblins into sprites, and maybe I can turn sprites into more goblins, and I can turn more goblins and sprites into halflings, and then maybe I can turn halflings into a sawmill. You see what I'm saying? We got to start somewhere to get some additional troops. But maybe these goblins in this free goblin hut, maybe this is going to be enough for me. If Dawn lands, the whole plan is out the window. It's all scrapped at that point. But for now, this is what I'm working with. Okay. Still haven't found a crystal mine. Working our way through the rangers. Rebecca is picking up her +1 attack skill. You've come upon a mercenary camp practicing their tactics. The mercenaries welcome you and your troops and invite you to train with them. +1 attack. And should I go north or should I go further into the west? Bit of a good question there. It looks like we have Atlas coming from this direction. I think I can definitely defeat Atlas. Let's go on a bit of a collision course for Atlas. I just don't want him to escape. I don't want him to get away from me. Let's assume that he's going to walk to right about here and spot me. So just making sure that he'll see me and then realize that he's in the wrong spot. I want to make sure he wastes enough movement points. So I'm actually going to stay right here with 400 movement points remaining, just so we can get a little bit closer and I can lure him in, as it were. Oh, good. And look, I'm glad I scouted this out because it's actually a mountain range. So that was never a problem in the first place. But that means that Rebecca can go grab this gazebo. She can maybe I could have her take some forces against some centaurs. I'll consider it. Let's pick up the gazebo first, and then we'll see what she does. Let's also see what happens here with Atlas, because the road is very treacherous. Rise says, we call it neighborly here in Canada. Friendly was off the table after they had to make the Geneva Convention after us. I forgot that that's true. It was the Canadians that committed the first war crime. What was it? I forget. What was the... Maybe... I'm sorry. I'm sorry if this is me bringing up something that you nice, wonderful, sweet Canadians are like, well, we try to forget about it. Sorry if that's the case. My bad. Okay, well. Yes, neighborly is a good way of putting it. Can I just say that I wish that I was better friends with my neighbors? I'm the kind of person that if you need help or if you need something, right? If you need to borrow an egg, I'm very, very happy to help you out. That's my level of comfort with being a neighbor. It feels like in 2025 that people are not as friendly with their neighbors as they have been in years past. There's maybe like a lessened sense of community in my neck of the woods, in my area, which is really sad because there's lovely, wonderful people everywhere, right? It's just almost as if we've all spent way too much time watching the news and reading the tabloids, and so we feel like the world is scarier than it actually is. Am I alone in that, or is this ringing true to anybody else? Okay, so I didn't actually see. I wish I could replay the enemy's turn. I wasn't paying attention. Where did he go? I wasn't paying attention. Did anybody see where Atlas went off to? Let me know. Let me get caught up on chat, and then maybe you guys can tell me. Steven says it's 9 o'clock in Denmark right now. If FixFox could stream 24/7, we could have a FixFox channel on cable TV. I literally have so many hours of gameplay on YouTube that you could do that if you wanted to. Yeah, I bet we got 1,000 hours on YouTube of gameplay. Yeah, I bet we got about 1,000. So if you wanted to do that and just put it on repeat, you sure could. Some of it better than others. Some better, some worse. Roman says, you know, stream, replay, commentary, the best of, interviews with fans. We could make it work. I would need a lot of help from all of you to make that work. But hey, if you all want to take the time and make it happen, we will figure out a way. We will figure out a way to make it happen. That'd be a fun little feature in the FHeroes2 loading menu. In the bottom right corner, there's like a FixFox feed. It's just going 24/7. Yeah, let's make it all about me. Sure, why not? Rise Drone says, I would subscribe to that just to watch Fix after 6 hours of play. That's when the games get spicy. I do get spicy after 6 hours of play because I am losing my mind and my creativity goes way down and I don't trust myself to make the correct play anymore. Rise continues on, says, I believe it was the trench cleaners and gas that came after. Germany sent a letter to the Allies calling the trench cleaners unfair. Gotcha. So like the trench guns and such? That makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, I can see how that'd be a problem. Okay. Cool, gotcha. My mom is calling me. I'm gonna take this call real quick. She is a sweetheart. My mom is an absolute sweetheart. And my son had a birthday not too long ago, and she's like, hey, I want to wish him happy birthday. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm live on Twitch. She goes, and I'm like, it's fine, it's okay. It'll be okay. If it was anybody but my mom or my wife, I'd be like, I'll get back to him later. But there's certain people that you drop everything for, and I think that my mom is definitely that person. And I make no apologies for it. She's just a real, actual sweetheart. Everything good about me is, I would say it comes from those around me. Like, I've been raised well, I've been taught well. And so if I do wrong, I have nobody to blame but myself, really, because I've been taught correct principles. I know how to be effective. It all comes down to whether or not I'm going to do what's correct. And I don't think that everybody gets that. So I'm really, really grateful that my family continues to be a positive influence on my life, and I hope that I can be that positive influence for them in their life. That's just the way it goes. Okay, let's go through lots of rangers. Crag hack, let's do it, buddy. 1 Sprite lost, not too bad. 5 gems. I'm gonna pick up this witch's hut. We got 3 artifact slots left, or rather 3 secondary skills left. Let's do it. Let's roll the dice. Basic scouting, we'll take it. Most importantly, though, did you notice that we have a crystal mine? Why are there so many rangers? It's such a good thing that we have so many phoenixes. Otherwise, I would be devastated at these losses. It's time to take luck. Estates is really good early on. I think that we're already maybe a third of the way through the playthrough, maybe a little bit more. We will have to wait and see, but I think that we're still doing pretty good in this playthrough. So I'll take the luck for the combat stats over the estates at the current juncture. And same here goes for diplomacy. Diplomacy is better for a lot of reasons, I would say. So we're gonna go for diplomacy right now. And does this town have anything for it? No. Asp has a castle that can be improved or built upon. There's a desert. Oh my goodness, do we feel like a genius for taking advanced pathfinding now? Folks, there's a desert to our west, and I'm guessing the enemies have not gone through it. Do we want to go off-roading? What treasures lie in the desert? Probably lots. Probably lots and lots and lots. Speaking of lots of gargoyles. That feels pretty good. We're gonna go through these lots of gargoyles, and I'm gonna throw caution to the wind. It's probably not the best idea to take my main fighting force so far out of my way, but I'm gonna do this right now. Let's see, we just had, I think that was a subscription. Well, I think that was a subscription. Who was that? Tanil Tandara, hey, thank you so much for the resubscription. It's a pleasure. This minute, the real Fox. Hey, thank you so much, Tanil. And I've appreciated in the past, Tanil has said that they enjoy supporting smaller streams, which I definitely consider us to be. So thank you very, very much for the continued support. It's a pleasure to have you here. And thank you for, in the recent Olden era playthrough, checking in with us there as well. It's just always nice to hear from you. Hopefully you're doing well. How are you? How are you? Folks, we are going to kill 8 of these gargoyles. Very good. And because we were able to bless here, we're now able to do full damage over here. So killing one full stack with the retaliation and the elves actually saved us a lot of damage that we otherwise might have missed out on. It's going to be one elf and one grand elf that goes down. So elf and greater druid rather. But overall, I think that those losses are acceptable. 1 and 1, not too bad. We'll pick up the +1 defense, and we're going to continue to trudge through this desert. We still have a penalty. We have not eliminated the penalty, but we're doing better than we have before. We're going to take Troyan up, and sharp-eyed viewers might notice that FixFox is doing that thing again. When FixFox is not sure about a certain fight, I tend to save it till last. I am not sure that Carlawn the Sorceress is going to be able to defeat a horde of goblins. It's really going to come down to clever positioning. I do have one get out of jail free card with the Sprite, where I can use the flying creature to position in the most effective place for me. I don't know if we can win this fight. Let's give it a shot. Okay, let's see if we can do even better. All right, it's going to come down to tactics and positioning. I think we can do this, though. I think we can do this. Okay, so if we go to here, they're probably going to go up. No, they're probably going to go down, aren't they? So I think that we want to leave a space here so that our goblins can go up. And then we can cordon off this pass. So let's go to here. Okay, they're on a collision course. We're going to go up here. So let's skip for the moment. Go up. There you go. So this guy's going to go here. That means that we should go here. We should skip, and now it's going to go all the way around. He's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're going to be able to maybe attack this bottom stack in just a moment. Let's see it in action. Okay. Interesting. I like that choice. That's tactically the correct choice. We're gonna go right here. We are in range. I'm just gonna skip. I will take the damage and then we'll figure out what to do in a moment. Let's skip. Oh, that's interesting. Did not expect that. Because of this little bit of terrain and because we're cordoned off here, now the sprites become the next priority. That's interesting. That's super interesting. Okay, so here's the deal. Do you think that 36 goblins are going to kill 22 goblins? That's really the question. If you think that you can kill the full stack, do not waste the single stack of goblins. If you don't think that they can, then you want to take the retaliation here. I am going to err on the side of caution. I'm going to take the retaliation off of this stack here. We're going to kill 15 to 22. So it was a bit of a waste. It was a bit of a waste, right? My mistake. But now we've taken out one full stack, and now 36, if I can just carve up this fight appropriately, which, I mean, I think I can, then I think we're going to be in a good spot. Skip, skip. They come close. Good, good. Back off. First strike here. Not too bad, not too bad. I'm going to save the Sprite because I want to keep them alive for future fights against like enemy range creatures. The luck is always appreciated, never expected. And the Goblin has to eventually just step into range. We're going to take this retaliation here because now we've taken enough damage. We're not going to for sure kill the full stack. We don't. Alrighty, folks. And it came down to positioning. It came down to using terrain. It came down to using single stacks to take retaliations. But ultimately, we have turned a Goblin Hut into 84 sprites. That's pretty good because now we can use these sprites very effectively for future fights. In fact, this is now the big stack. This is the man-eater stack. Big man-eating stack of sprites. And so we'll do it just like this. Single stack of goblins still could be very effective. I'm not sure. 7 sprites, let's do better than that. Okay, very good. Decent says, imagining FixFox playing for so long in one sitting that he'll be quiet for hours, just looking at the screen, clicking and tapping those buttons while sipping energy drinks, coffee, potions of infinite turns, just to keep us entertained for 24 hours. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how that goes. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. I got a feeling that that's... Okay, I thought about this. So somebody pointed out the other day, they're like, FixFox, you always say that you don't have the stamina that you used to have, that you used to play as a kid for hours on end, and now you can't do that anymore. This is what I've said. I've said that several times, right? And I still believe that. I still believe that my stamina is not quite what it used to be. But it's like a muscle, right? It just comes down to whether or not you exercise that muscle and try to get better, right? So I'm pretty sure, like when it comes right down to it, I'm pretty sure that if I really tried, I could stream for 24 hours straight. The problem is that the library closes. The problem is that they turn off the Wi-Fi here at the library because they don't want people to be outside in the grass using the Wi-Fi at 2 in the morning. Weird, weird, crazy. They saw me coming. What can I say? But anyway, it's just kind of funny how all that works, where it's like, well, could we get to the point where we could stream 24/7? Maybe. Would I be a happy enchilada? Probably not. Probably not. E-Bugle says, time to be the Diplomancer. Diplomancer, where are you? Diplomancer. Somebody got there we go, diplomacy. And that was actually a really good in the recent, in the recent kind of tier ranking we did for the different Necromancer factions. There's a unit, or rather a hero in there, King of Kings. And I posed the question, I'm like, I don't really know how to best use this guy. And I still don't think I really know the best, what was that? Skip, wait. I still don't think I know the best way of using it, but a Necromancer who starts off with diplomacy, because there is the skeleton transformer, I guess I'm unclear if in Olden era it's a skeleton transformer or if it's an undead transformer. I guess I don't know, and I guess I need more information. But one way or the other, there is some amount of ability to use diplomacy effectively to... You're dead. Use diplomacy effectively to clear out the adventure map, take forces, and then turn them into the undead. Will it only turn into skeletons, or can you turn a tier 7 creature into a vampire? I don't know. I'm still working on that. But it'll be interesting to see if a Diplomancer becomes a thing or not in Heroes Might and Magic Olden era. For now, no such thing exists. But that's not bad, because each game is different, and that's just fine to me. I'm going to pick up this observation tower. I think that we can get some additional information over here. I'm not sure if the centaurs is going to be that big of a problem. We keep bleeding sprites. There's too much to deal with there. If you really want to go through all these rangers, you can get this treehouse. I don't think it's going to be worth it. I don't think that this is worth going out of your way 2 or 3 days. If for no other reason, then next time it's the month of the centaur or the month of the whatever, you are going to have stacks of creatures that are going to prevent like a secondary hero, like Castor, from just walking through and picking up the sprites. So for now, I'm not going to invest in that. It just doesn't seem worthwhile to me. But what seems worthwhile to me is trudging through the desert, finding an oasis, and getting an additional 800 movement points. Okay, we got to pick up this. This observation tower is going to be very useful to scout out the map. Time to go through centaurs. Acceptable losses. +2 on the ore per day. Oh, another alchemist lab. Very good. Let me pick up that, and they'll be much happier. Let's see. Vammy says, one day you're going to play Might and Magic 4 and you'll find Ranger Field and realize that all the rangers there are in fact accurate. Okay, so this is Ranger Field. So yeah, for all the people that love Might and Magic, Clouds of Xeen, this playthrough, there are some lore accurate pockets of creatures. We already went through like this Sprite Springs over here. We kind of took all that out. Ranger, what was it called? Ranger Field. I'm very excited that Ranger Field is a real thing. I'm glad that people paid attention and made this lore accurate. Very good. Never change. Never change. Fukidi's in the chat. Hello, Fukidi. Lovely to see you there. It's great to see you today. I'm wishing everything is marching well. So far, so good. I'm having a nice time. You'll have to ask everybody else how they're doing. I don't want to speak for everybody, but I'm having a nice time. And we're trying to consider what's the very best for us. With 3 ore mines currently, I don't think I want to step on this goblin horde. I think I want to use my forces appropriately elsewhere. Lots of orcs, we can totally take them, but you're really gambling that this is like a magic arrow. That's really the only spell I would really want in this Shrine of the First Circle, and I don't feel lucky today, so we're going to ignore that for now. However, tier 1 halflings, I'm okay to take them out. I think that we got enough juice to take them out without too many difficulties. After scouring the area, we fall upon a hidden chest containing the ancient artifact, Kinetic Pendant. Lovely. I'm going to start taking experience. I think I got enough gold. Unless the experience is bad, like 500 versus 1,000 gold, I'm going to start taking gold. And for the first time, an orcish witch doctor living in a hut deepens our knowledge of magic by showing us how to cast stones, read portents, and decipher the intricacies of chicken entrails. I think that we've talked about this before, but does it have to be chicken entrails? Can it be some other entrails that I'm just unfamiliar with? Titans are on the board. Titans have arrived. Halon the Wizard, several Titans. I'm not scared, I'm terrified. Ooh. Ooh. Well, here's my question. Where did you come from? Wherever this wizard has come from, I need to trace my steps back towards them because I really... What the F is going on here? What? Never mind. Okay. But one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Wherever the wizards are, that's where I need to go because I want to take out their Titans as soon as possible. They're the best unit on the map. They are the best unit on the map, right? The Warlocks, they are spoken for. Between Dragons and Titans, you can decide which one is your favorite, which one's the best, a Dragon or a Titan. You can decide that for yourself. But given that Purple is sequestered to this little island ball by themselves, Titans are the best unit on the battlefield. And so I gotta find them. Now, let's do some educated guessing, folks. So we were right here as the sorceresses. Blue Knights are right here. I have no idea. It looks like red is over here. On the edge of the map, maybe? Maybe in the corner, maybe red is in the corner. No, because it looks like there's like unclaimed artifacts and stuff. Probably not there. Who is red? Red is the Necromancers. Okay, so the Necromancers are like over here somewhere. Blue, I think the blue started off here in Burlock. Like, I've just got a feeling that this is just where they would have started off. So where did everybody else go? Orange has been very active on the battlefield. Maybe orange is in the desert. That would make sense. Orange in the desert. Maybe in the snow is where you find the wizards, and they're just very, very far outside of their starting area. I don't think I can make any educated guesses right now as far as where the wizards have come from. But this looks less enticing to try and walk across. This observation tower is very useful. This feels like a lot of dead space. I think I'm much better served. Even with my advanced pathfinding, I think I'm still much better served going anywhere but over there. This just feels like too much. Oh, look, and by the way, we discovered a castle, second camp, very good. And back to that other thing I mentioned. I don't know what's going on here. Diplomacy? If you get enough forces, this might be a diplomacy master's dream. Let's see if we can do something nifty with that. I don't know what the future is going to bring there, but let's find out. Okay, let's hit end turn and go on to a new day. Okay. Let's see. And yeah, Tanil is doing well, doing fine, very good. I hope everything is fine with your Olden era analytics. Hopefully you get attention you need on YouTube and here. You know, it's not about like, okay. It is about being first to the party, right? There's a lot of the videos I'm doing with Olden era right now where I've tried to make sure that videos that are put out now are going to have a lot more traction than videos that are put out in a year. So I'm trying to put out more Olden era videos right now just because I know that there's a high level of interest. There's a lot of questions about it. And I'm not trying to be some sort of expert on Olden era. If anything, I hope that I'm giving the information as somebody who's just more interested in the game and trying to get more information back. But there is a certain level of strategy in me trying to spend the time, right, to do Olden era videos, just because I do think that that can be useful. And I think that people want the information. I think it's good. I think it's good. It's been nice. I think that there's been a lot of people that have really gone out of their way to try and share their thoughts, about the game. And that's actually helping me be a much better player too. So all in all, I definitely don't consider it time wasted. Although I do really want to get back to the Heroes Might and Magic 2 faction guide videos. Those are kind of my priority, if I do say so myself. 13 War Trolls, that's a lot of War Trolls. 16 Ogre Lords, that's a lot of Ogre Lords. Thank goodness that Wrathmont has 1 attack, 1 defense. With 4 spell power, 4 knowledge though, a couple of lightning bolts, that could do some damage. Let's see what we can do here. I'm gonna end up trying to cast the Bless on the Greater Druids. Ooh. Curse? I'm okay. You can curse the unicorns for now because I'm going to bless here and I'm going to make sure that the War Trolls don't do any damage. I could do 158 damage to the War Trolls or I could do 168 to the Orcs. I feel like you really want to bring down the stack. 11 attack versus 4 attack Yeah, I think you just really want the War Trolls. With 10... Oh, that feels so good. With 10 unicorns, I think unicorns can brawl it out with some of these lower forces. So I think that you really just wanted to take out the War Trolls as much as possible. I am now going to half the stack of the Orcs, though. Good morale on the Grand Elves, good morale on the Greater Druids. Do you think that this basic leadership feels exceptionally good? I feel great about that. Whew, good stuff. Good stuff. Rise Druid says, bless. Oh, never mind. Brilliant. I'm not sure if that was for this fight or a previous fight, but it works out. Steeson says, if you could swap starting spells for each hero class, what would you pick for the Sorceress? No. Sorceress has the very, very best. The Sorceresses are meant to have Bless. I think that their whole faction is kind of designed around having Bless. So I don't think that the Sorceresses need anything different. I think that they've got everything that they need. I wouldn't change a thing. Would not change a thing. Yep. Other factions, I mean, you think about it, for example, the Necromancers, they really do rely on the, what do you call it? They rely on the haste, exceptionally so. Haste is a very high quality spell for them because of the 4-speed zombies, 4-speed skeletons. You turn those into 6-speed creatures, all of a sudden they can get down the battlefield very, very quickly. So, you know, I think that there were some very purposeful decisions in which faction creatures go first. So I actually like it just the way it is. For the Sorceresses, I would keep that. I think it'd be kind of interesting if the Warlock started off with Magic Arrow, but if they did, they would be doing way too much damage way too soon. Like they don't need a buff, if that makes any sense. It'd be cool if, let's see, Necromancers want haste, Sorceresses want bless. Wizards. Stone Skin's not bad. I think that Wizards with the slow would actually be really cool because then they can use their halflings more effectively. Yeah, so if I was going to swap any starting spells, I would have slow over on the Wizards. Yeah, I think that'd actually make a lot of sense. Okay, we've counteracted the curse with our own bless. 9 Ogre Lords goes down to... Lovely. That could not have gone any better. I didn't even realize how good of a possibility that was. This poor enemy, they just got smoked. Absolutely obliterated with a good combination of the appropriate spell casting and lots of luck, with 2 nice instances of good morale in the very early game, and then with the blind there at the end on their only creature remaining. Folks, this poor Wrathmont hero is like, dude, what just happened? Like, if that happens to you, that feels unfair. Poor guy. I almost feel bad. It's a good thing that this is why I like to play against an AI instead of an actual person, is because I will still trash talk like I do right now. And that'll make me sad later when I realize, like, oh, that was a real person. No. I can trash talk the AI though all day and it won't hurt my feelings. Anyway, okay. This is gonna be the end of month 2, week 2, day 3 on to day 4. This blue player, he's going back for a starting castle. He's gonna get there, isn't he? Oh, but red. Oh, red might stop him. No, I think that blue, yeah, blue can just make a beeline here. We'll have enough forces though. Sir Gallant is not tough enough. We can stop that from being a problem. Ergon, few bone dragons, goodness. Okay, we got some competition out here, folks. We got some competition. Another obelisk? Yeah, ultimate artifact for 10,000 gold per day is definitely somewhere in the snow. No way. And we found the town of Vertigo, Knight faction town. Not too sad to see that. Not too happy to see it either. It's kind of a meh. But we do have one of each resource generating mine. Folks, it's time. Where do you want to start building mage guilds? I really want a wizard town or castle because you're going to be able to use the library and double the effectiveness. Not double the effectiveness, but you're going to get some additional value out of that sort of secondary skill. I don't know what's going to be best. But I'd like to start investing in a mage guild because wherever the mage guild is, we'll find a way to get there. If it's some nice spells, we will find a way to get there. We pause to help a diplomat with a broken axle fix their problem. In gratitude, they give us a writing quill with magical properties, which they say will help people see things your way. I started speaking in a different tense, and so I couldn't say he. I didn't want to switch partway through. I had to stick with the they. Had no choice. Glorious victory. And let's go take this castle. Alamar at second camp. Let's go defeat them very, very quickly. Troyan. into lava terrain. Is this the domain of another enemy? We started off on dirt, desert, lava. Who would be in lava? Sorry, lava. My apologies. There's a town in Idaho. Of course, I live in Idaho. There's a town in Idaho called Lava Hot Springs. It's not Lava Hot Springs, but it is a, I wouldn't call it a world-class resort. In Idaho, you have Sun Valley. Sun Valley is a world-class resort for skiing and such. If you are rich and famous, you've probably been to Sun Valley a time or two. But not too far away from there is kind of a little bit of a more hidden gem, which is the Lava Hot Springs. Lovely place, wonderful facilities. Overall, great place to be. But unfortunately, because the town is named Lava, sometimes I call lava instead, because it's not Lava Hot Springs, it's Lava Hot Springs. Okay, Vertigo, I don't think I can take this with this force. Remember, we were using this to go defeat these orcs to get halflings. It's day 5, so we're gonna just trap size in that direction to sulfur. Okay. And I wish that there was a quicker way through this. Looks like I gotta go all the way around to there. I will. I'll spend the time to go around. We'll play that safe. The 4 Phoenixes are finally gonna get to deal with these Archmagi. We're gonna take our extra gold, 1,000 gold per day. Lovely. And I don't know, should Crag Hack start to wander off into the snow? We do have Phoenixes back at home. It's almost a new week. We even have more Phoenixes coming. I don't know what to do there. Bit of an interesting question, but we are rolling through this, wow, fairly well upgraded castle. I like that. I like that. Let's consider, we've got 15 crystal. I'm going to at least get the bridge. We had talked about getting up to the Cyclopes, I think last week, and then I decided to invest instead in Mage Guild levels. Wow, look at that. We'll see what works out best. It looks like this is just like a little hop, skip and a jump. So very interesting. You've got this lith that only goes from here to here. And then you've got this lith that only goes from here to here. And then the center liths that take you to all 4 corners of the map. Huh, okay. Interesting use of liths there. Nice to know that we've pretty much seen all that there is to see with the liths. The Castor is going to stay put. I'm just going to be ready to send a new hero. Let's get Vitania ready to go. Let's give her the 7-speed Phoenixes right now, because we know that she's going to be coming out first thing starting next week. Let's get her 1,000 experience, because sure, why not? Basic logistics, can't go wrong. And yeah, I think that Rebecca, I could use more spell points. I could even use a level 2 Mage Guild right here. Let's get a damaging spell for the first time. It's going to be Lightning Bolt, Cold Ray, Blind. Very good. And where to go? Where to go? Let's go south. Let's see what this does a little bit more, and then we'll figure this out after we get more spell points on to a new day. Let's see, Dry says, did they really turn off the Wi-Fi? Yeah, they do turn off the Wi-Fi at night. About like 11 o'clock at night, they turn it off. It's just on like a timer, which is, again, probably a good thing, because they want to make sure that at the library that when the library is closed, it's not, obviously, when it's closed, it's not open to the public. Like, you shouldn't be here when it's not open. I get it. I feel bad about it, because I do sometimes want to upload a video late at night, but, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I do appreciate that for the very most part, the library staff is actually exceptionally open to just letting you have a nice time. They won't bother you. They're not going to like call law enforcement and ask you to be trespassed from the property or anything like that. But I also don't want to put them in that position where they might have to wonder if that's the most appropriate thing for them to do. 4 attack, 8 defense, 1 spell power, 2 knowledge. I got the 4 Phoenixes. You've got several of the Cyclopes. If Thundax has like 10 attack or something silly, that'll be too much. The Tower of High Magic is a place to satisfy your arcane needs. Look in the southern forests. So there's a castle in the southern forest that we need to go find. It looks like Thundax is 7 attack, 5 defense. So 7 attack, 5 defense. 7 attack, 5 defense against Crag Hack's 4 and 8. I'm going to stay away from this fight. I'm glad that we checked, and I'm glad that he was actually their best hero, because now I got the information. The information's good. The information helps me be happy and healthy. Let's wait until we can get an additional, what is that, 6 Phoenixes? This can come pretty quickly. Welcome to the war zone. Prove your mettle as an adventurer and fight a variety of opponents. Is this a Might and Magic nod? Is this something that you have in Might and Magic? I love this. It seems a little out of place in Heroes of Might and Magic, but if this is a Might and Magic thing, like a arena or a Coliseum or something, that's really kind of fun. I love that. Good stuff. Let's see, we just had a follow. Who was the follow? JG Paul. Thank you so much for the follow. It's a pleasure to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Nice to see you. We are playing some Clouds of Xeen here in Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Having a lovely time with it. I'm having a lovely time. Anyway, let's see. Where to go? Trajan's just kind of scouting. What happened to this guy? Did the red player... There was a blue hero, there was a red player. There's the red player. I think that the red enemy actually defeated the blue hero. I wasn't paying attention like I should have, but I do know that my castle of Burlock is currently not under attack, which is great. Let's go with that. And with it being day 6, I'll wait another day before I make any decisions on purchases. I'm not going to make a pyramid by here. Yeah, okay. I think that this is where we ought to be at the end of this day. Moving on. Yeah, so one red hero up the way. They did steal our gold mine. We want the gold mine back. And that's all we have to see. Folks, this has been weeks in the making, but finally, Carlawn the Sorceress is going to get some additional halflings. Let's do it. Glorious victory. Barely a victory. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. By the way, Dries says, I really liked that stream when you sat outside. I did too. That was good for me as a person. Like, I'm a better person because we did that stream. It was just fun all around. So I'm glad you enjoyed it too. I'd like to do more of that. The weather is turning a little bit more chilly, a little bit colder, but I'm enjoying it so far. And hopefully the weather will hold just a little bit longer, because I would like to do it at least one more time. And if I'm in a parka, or if I am in like a big heavy overcoat, I don't think that that's going to be the very best thing. I would like to stream on a sunny day. Yes, on a sunny day, that'd probably be the best thing. But we will see if the weather will be accommodating for that purpose. They did not attack our 18 sprites. They just kind of left us alive here. I'm going to do this. And 9 sprites here. We're going to end up casting Bless on these goblins in a second, but goblins not this turn, but next turn are going to reach these orcs. So let's kill the stack of 2. Good morale? Nope, there's no good morale here. I don't think we have negative morale. Yeah, we don't have negative morale, but still. Oof. Oof. These guys got good morale. Let's try and kill this top stack. Let's shift our way up. Get swifty with it. And, oh, I should have blessed. I guess it doesn't matter. I guess we got the high end of damage, which feels actually really, really lovely. 1 orc chieftain. I'm going to ignore that for now. Let's work on this top stack. And as crazy as this is, the sprites made sure that the orcs didn't blast down your goblin stack. They took a beating, but you traded sprites for goblins. I don't know if that's a good choice or not. But so long as we have 13 sprites remaining, I'll feel fine with it. A group of halflings with a desire for greater glory wish to join you. Do you accept? I sure do. 75 halflings. We can do a lot more of these fights than we could before. These dwarves are immediately on my list. You just made the list. In fact, with the additional sprites here, I think that we obliterate this enemy. We'll take a... Ooh, 53? I think that we're going... I might have been wrong. Good thing we got a bless, because the halflings are going to really do well with that. It looks like the sprites are going to stop the orcs from attacking for 1 round of combat. And then it's going to be open season. Okay. Well, before we do anything else, let's bless the halflings, because they are going to eliminate 1 full stack of orcs every single time. So top stack, 9 orcs. Dead for a ducat. Sprites are down, sprites are down. The fact that the sprites survived for that additional round, though, is pretty good. That was pretty okay. We do not have good morale. We've got poor morale, in fact. So if we lose a turn, that's going to be devastating. 9 more orcs goes down. We're going to lose 9 halflings, another 5 halflings, and 8 halflings on top of that. I don't know if I can kill a full stack in 9 anymore, so let's kill here with the goblins, and then try and take out this bottom stack. Thankfully, we can do that. So the losses are not great, but we actually managed to save about 20 or 30 halflings. The bless spell actually went a long way. Killing 1 full stack actually did a lot for us there. We will pick up the advanced wisdom. along with the spell power, and then I still am satisfied. I think these 53 halflings are still going to be able to take out these dwarves with their mini shots again and again and again. Mini shots, they shall make it happen. Crag Hack does want to go south because we do want Vitania to be able to reach first thing in the morning. She can get to there, maybe a little bit further. Crag Hack for now, just stay right about there. We'll just assume that Vitania can reach. Okay, perfect. He doesn't have a spell book. We should probably get him a spell book at some point. In fact, let's build a mage guild up here. Pyramid is still kind of far away. Do we want to trade for the 7 gems today, or rather the 7 crystal? Let's do it. We've got enough wood. It's not that big of a deal. It's half of our wood. We'll pick up a pyramid. Good investment for the late game. Yeah, and these forces are just funny to me. It's funny that they're all there. Let's go defeat Ergon. I know that he looks tough, but now that we've got a lightning bolt, I think that we're definitely the superior fighting force. Let's go fight that. Just kind of skirting around in the lava. I'm guessing that there was a guard here and this graveyard is been taken. Is anything else under duress? Burlock, not quite. I'm excited to see what red does. Does he come and attack me or does he go away? Let's see what happens. Let's go on to a new day. And unfortunately, there's enough going on that I have to pay attention to this. Usually I like to use this time to get caught up on chat, but I do need to make sure that nothing bad happens. Okay, new week, Week of the Rabbit. Dry says, if Heroes Might Magic 2 was a first-person game, what would be the scariest creature if it came hurtling down the battlefield? Probably the creature that gives you -1 morale. It's got to be, right? It's got to be the Bone Dragon. If a Bone Dragon is coming at you, I think that definitely deserves -1 morale. Because, sure, they may not be as strong as a Titan or a Black Dragon, but that's still a lot. So that's my vote, is that it would be the it would be the Bone Dragon. It makes sense to me. Let me know what you think about that. E-Bugle says, to be fair, Mancer is just a suffix that means caster or whatnot. Like a Pyromancer, for example, is someone who casts fire magic. I just like the made-up term Diplomancer as it sounds silly and implies a diplomacy wizard. I like that. Very good. Very good. That, of course, being in the comment about a Diplomancer. I do like that. That's good. And a much happier approach than what I had originally done. Folks, these dwarves are not going to touch us because we're going to stay skipped a couple of times. And then when they get to right about here, we're going to close the gate, and then they're going to come all the way back around. So it's unfair. We're abusing the AI. They're very predictable, and that's good for us, bad for them. Probably right about here. Yeah, we'll do it just like this. And now I'm anticipating that after this shot that the dwarves are all going to go back up this direction. They do. Cool. Lots of skips. 3 to 6. The Bless is worn off, but I don't need to cast the Bless again because the dwarves are absolutely tripping over themselves. Absolutely tripping over themselves. Yeah. Yeah, let's see you do this against a non-computer player. Goodness gracious. 4. Down to 2. Okay. So, 1,000 experience. We'll pick up the gems. We'll pick up the crystal. I don't know about this fight anymore. A horde of orcs? Ooh, I don't know about that. We don't have any more sprites. We don't have any more sprites. We could go all the way back down and pick up more. With these halflings, actually, we can... Hold on. Here's what we can do. Orcs, Orkville, or whatever this is, can't really do that. We could maybe take out Vertigo, but then we would have no additional forces. I think that it's going to be best for us to go south, go through the Goblin grasslands, and pick up level 2 spell, hope for something good, pick up 3 Goblin huts, and then use those forces plus these sprites. Maybe we can then go back up north. Just trying to be cautious. Because orange is stepped right here, I'm not worried about the enemies really taking this half of the map. This could have been the very best thing that could have happened for us with Saracen getting stuck right here. And so let's not rush. Carlawn can just be patient and just wait for whatever comes next. Okay, Vitania, she's got a plan. She's got a job to do. Let's purchase everybody but the dwarves. So I'm not going to hit the buy all button because I don't want to buy 14 regular dwarves. That would just have to, I would just have to upgrade later. Everybody's been purchased. Crag Hack's got a pretty big fighting force, and there is the orange player coming from the west of Crag Hack's position. So this is actually going to be pretty nice that this resupply is going to hit with 10 phoenixes. I know that the enemy hero, Thundax, I know he's got a lot of better stats than I do. I don't care. We are officially ready for this fight. We're not going to go to River City for a mage book, for a spell book. We're going to go fight this fight. We're going to win. We're going to have a really good time. Ooh, enemy has fled. E-Bugle says, I like the idea of a diplomatic necromancer a lot regardless, though. I think it's, hey, I mean, because initially I was like, what? This makes no sense. How could this be? I really appreciate that. It's like, okay, all right, there's a strategy there. And I actually am kind of happy that I recognized, like, okay, I probably don't know everything that there is to know about this sort of strategy. Maybe I need to just assume that there's some strategy I don't know just yet. And I'm glad that that ultimately turned out to be what it is. We've got 8 HP on this Phoenix. I think I can't stop losing this Phoenix. 7 attack, 5 defense. Thundax is still pretty tough. I think I'm about to lose somebody. Yep, 1 Phoenix goes down. So the fight didn't go as well as I would have hoped. My bad. But losing 1 Phoenix is not going to be the worst thing that ever happened to us. All of the enemy trolls are gone in one fell swoop. All of the ogres are gone. They're going to magic arrow and they're going to flee. So that was actually a mistake. Well, no. Could I have done anything else to stop that? 5-speed creature, 4-speed creature. I could have attacked the Cyclopes, who's a 5-speed creature, and then my 5-speed unicorns could have finished off the ogres. So that was a mistake on my part. I just got clicking too fast. Unfortunately, Thundax has left. We don't get his artifacts, and he was the #1 hero for that faction. So a bit of a mistake. Losing the Phoenix, not my favorite thing. Not letting the enemy give me their artifacts, not my favorite thing. We missed out on some opportunities there. But folks, we're going to take out the #1 hero for orange, and now this is at least a solid hero for red. And I do think that we win this fight. It says it's going to be a glorious victory. It says that the losses are going to be exceptionally high. Unless this hero has some really nice spell casting, then I think we got this. What do you see, folks? You tell me. What do you see here? Decent says, I read that Dark Souls 3 got a mod that makes the game into an FOV game. Ah, the description literally says that it will be very intense gameplay. Dark Souls 3 mod FOV. Yeah. I like the idea of games being played in first person or in an alternate version than that they're supposed to be played in. I had a friend and he played, what was it? He played like League of Legends in first person shooter mode. And it was, he got good at it, but not recommended. How about that? Okay, Ergon the Barbarian has 14 attack. This guy's definitely got some artifacts. It behooves us to try and prevent them from running. Let's do the best we can with that. Remember, we got 100 points of damage with the lightning bolt. Basically, we just don't want to get touched. We just don't want these guys to touch us. He's got 5 defense, by the way. We've got 5 attack. So he's going to do better than us in every which way except for spell casting. Our spell casting is still going to be superior. I think that it makes sense to do lightning bolts. They make the very most sense. That's 2 power liches at a time if you want it. I feel like the bone dragons are still going to be the better unit. Can I kill 1 bone dragon? Yes, if I lightning bolt the bone dragon, I will be able to kill 1 dragon with my elves. Very good. We lose 4 greater druids, 4 power liches with the 15 attack or 14 attack. Just did 102 damage. That's a lot of damage. That was a lot of damage. We just need 25 points of damage and an additional lightning bolt to clear up this creature right here. Wow. What's the best thing to do? Gotta defeat the power liches. You're not gonna waste a lot of damage by defeating these archers. I'm gonna do that because I want to leave the rogues alive so I can blind them at the end. I want to take out mutant zombies, power liches, and the bone dragon. That's what I want to do. That's my goal. That's my goal. In fact, if I move forward right now, maybe I can blind the rogues at the start of this next turn. And maybe the sprites can do enough damage to these zombies. Maybe. If I moved right here, maybe they're just going to walk down the battlefield and never mind. And attack. Can I kill 3 with the sprites? I can. Is that my best decision? Yeah, maybe. Power liches are going to get to go one way or the other. I can't stop that. No, I think that you got to step on the power liches for one more turn. Or just one more turn anyway. That just feels good. I don't want the enemy to run though. I'm gonna skip. I'm gonna skip a couple times. I'm not worried about this damage here. It's gonna be fine. I will lose a unicorn if that's what it takes. Oh, but we did it, because now we can attack here. Very good. We've already used our spell. 6-speed power lich is gonna get to go next though. They stuck around. They decided not to leave us be. So just to be safe, I'm going to blind the rogue. We're going to unload on the lich. And the enemy is not going to get to run. So 47 sprites, 3 of the paladins, 4 of the greater druids. I think that in previous patches of FHeroes2, I think you would have seen the enemy already run. I think that they would have been a little bit more cautious than they were here. The patches are always good. I think that the patches, I don't think that there's been a single patch of FHeroes2 that I thought was not an improvement. But there are changes and differences, and that's okay. So this all looks fine. Golden Horseshoe, Kinetic Pendant, Medal of Honor, Snake Ring, Skullcap, Nomad's Boots of Mobility. That's a good one for us. Evil Eye, Ballista of Quickness. I actually like the Ballista of Quickness. I'm good for that. We will also, by the way, pick up the +1 luck. So Rebecca the Sorceress, level 12, with 5 attack, 3 defense, 4 spell power, 9 knowledge. She's got leadership. She's got wisdom, pathfinding, logistics, archery, diplomacy, luck. I don't think she's got a single bad secondary skill here. She is good all around. Secondary skills are just fine for her. But my dear, it's time that you actually head home. You're scaring me just a tiny bit, my dear. I need to go somewhere where I can safely get lots of spells. Does it matter? Does it matter if it's in my sorceress castle or if it's here? It really doesn't. Let's start getting mage guilds. In 5 turns, we're gonna have a tier 5 mage guild in this barbarian castle. And at that point, we should have enough resupply that we can go forth and hopefully defeat some wizards. I hope that we've not missed the timing attack. I hope that we've not missed the timing attack. Okay. Dry says, like Sauron in the Rings of Power series on Amazon? Diplomancer. That makes sense, yeah, because I haven't actually seen the Rings of Power just yet, but it's my understanding that he is more of a, not a warlord, is he, but he is more of a sly sort of a fellow, as he's trying to subvert everybody's expectations and defeat all the peoples of Middle-earth. So I'll be excited to see Rings of Power at some point, I'm sure. And H.M. Brock's in chat. Hello, H.M. Brock, nice to have you here. Wow, I'm way behind on chat. He says that the Romans used chicken entrails. I think that they also would cut the head off of the chickens and read the meaning into where it would run. Oh, that's interesting. Like, hey, the chicken ran in this direction. That means something. Maybe you ask the question of the chicken. You're like, hey man, which way is the nearest closest water hole? And then you cut off the chicken's head and then they run in that direction. I like the idea. I don't know if that's accurate or not. That's probably not what they did. I'm sure that they had much more deeper questions about the universe and life and everything. So I'm sure it was good. I'm going to get rid of a couple of artifacts here. Pendant of Death, Evil Eye. I don't need to have my curse spells reduced in half for the cost. I don't need the troops to be immune to holy spells. I think we're fine with that. I will definitely keep the Skull Cap. I will keep the Statesman's Quill. I like the Kinetic Pendant. I really do like the Kinetic Pendant. I don't know if it's the best here. Because we got the basic luck, I'm going to get rid of the Horseshoe. I'm going to keep the Ballista Quickness. I still like it. I don't have a single summoning spell at the moment, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to want to maybe have it soon. My morale is, again, I got the leadership. I'm going to get rid of one of the Medals of Honor. Oh, look at this. They don't actually double up. That's cool. I forgot about that. Kind of like having 2 Nomad's Boots of Mobility is not going to give you double the effect. Having 2 Medals of Honor is not going to give you double the morale. So, good to know. Good to know. That leaves us 4 artifact slots. I kind of want to get rid of these +1s to attack, but right now, I think you need those more than anything. I am going to keep the Kinetic Pendant. I'm going to keep the +2s, or rather the +1s, and I do like the Ballista of Quickness. All right, this is what we're going to stick with for now. As Rebecca heads into this barbarian castle, and we get the tier 2 mage guild ready to go for her. Okay. Crag Hack, though, he's still a really good hero. I don't want to just send him out into the wilderness for nothing. Tell you what, he's going to go south, and Vitanya's going to go... Crag Hack, I don't want you to go out there and die. Vitanya, go do his job instead. Thank you. Thank you. It's all a numbers game. You got to be very cold and calculating to make sure that you're doing what's best for the kingdom instead of for your individual heroes. Oh. Orange has decided that they don't want any part of this blue hero. Pyro is still around. That's crazy. Are there any forces here? We're going to buy this out. Captain, we've already got a captain. I'm not going to increase the Mage Guild. I tell you what, I will get for Tyro, level 2 Mage Guild. Level 2 Mage Guild. Blind, Lightning Bolt, Cold Ray. It is going to be Astra. And I'm going to hire Astra just to make sure that we hold on to second camp if at all possible. I'm not going to make any other upgrades. But let's just see if we can hold on. Britannia's going to do what she talked about doing. Becca's continuing to head south. Whoa, that's weird. You find a man in a tent. He says that his name is Orathan, then recommends that you check out the nearby meadow. What? What? Right in the middle of this little river system, this little tributary, there was a guy telling me to check out the nearby meadow. Lots of things could be considered the meadow. It's probably in grass. Nearby meadow. Folks, you tell me, what do you think is a meadow here? I'm interested to find out, because he says that there's a nearby meadow I ought to go check out. I don't know quite what that means. Vertigo, yeah, it's not like a castle or something. Maybe it's a meadow. It has to do with these unicorns? Maybe. Maybe. Okay. E-Bugle says, maybe I'm not personally a fan of the Jackson Lord of the Rings, so I never watched Ring of Power. Yeah, and I know that the Rings of Power is very, very different than the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings. In fact, people that like Lord of the Rings from Peter Jackson do not like Rings of Power, generally, is what I've been told. Dry says, I feel like mini maps have too many observation towers. They are nice, but they also spoil the exploration feeling a bit. I agree with that. I think that's a good way of looking at it. It makes the secondary skill of scouting very useless if you have observation towers everywhere. But, you know, it also tactically helps me sometimes, that's for sure. Soren Denmark's in the chat. Hello, FixFox. Do you have time for Heroes of Might and Magic 2 with Olden Era out? Yes, I do. In fact, Heroes of Might and Magic 2 is my primary game. Heroes of Might and Magic 2 is the game I love the most, and it will always be the game I love the most. I don't think any game is going to surpass it. But, I mean, Olden Era, I do want to spend the time, that's for sure. We haven't played Heroes 2 or Heroes of Might and Magic 2 for some time, so here we are having a lovely time. What is this map? Soren Denmark asks. This is Clouds of Xeen, so this is going back into the Might and Magic series a little bit. We are here to defeat Lord Xeen, the Slayer, in the very center. We will get to this guy eventually, but for now we are exploring the map and having a fun time looking for the meadow that this old crotchety person in the middle told us to go find. Rai says, I wonder if you need to Diplo those to beat purple. That is quite possible. Like, in fact, okay, who's got Diplo right now? Do you got Diplo? Yeah, we got 2 heroes with Diplo. My main hero does have diplomacy. I mean, heck, even getting into the elves and the druids, I could see that being super useful. I might have 2 heroes or 3 heroes over here. So as I attack them and as I bring them into the army, then I leave the extra stacks on the side hero. I think we're going to try that as much as possible. Just having this here is too good of an opportunity. Diplomacy might be S tier on this map. So good idea there, Rise. Very good idea. Thorin says, I liked your Olden Era tier list on YouTube and Spell Showcase. Yeah, we still have one more spell tier list, or rather spell showcase to go. We still do need to get through the Nightshade magic. So I'll plan on doing that one. And then over time, we'll look at doing other hero rankings on Olden Era. But it'll just take time. It'll just take time. This week, I didn't have work this week, so I was able to do a lot with mini videos. That's not going to be a usual thing. Folks, if you expect me to put out 6 videos a week, or 5 videos a week, it's not going to happen. That is unsustainable. It will not happen. I'm very sorry for those of you that I'm letting down, but that's just the reality of the situation. It's the way that the cookie crumbles. So we are out of crystal. We're going to need to start trading for crystal for additional Mage Guild levels. Good to know. And I don't see a meadow here. I don't see a meadow. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't think anybody else sees it either. So, okay. Anyway. Let's see. Holy cow, I am so far behind on chat. Oh my gosh, I'm so far behind. H. and Brock says, I believe reading stuff into the guts of animals was something similar to reading tea leaves, coffee grounds for a long time in the past. Just the chickens are very famous because the Romans wrote about it extensively. I wonder if it was like a fun little offshoot, like it wasn't a very common thing, but it just got written about a lot, so everybody assumed that it was a much bigger deal than it actually was. It's like, oh, we got all these writings of the Romans, chicken entrails, and it's like, yeah, like 0.3% of the population actually did this, and the rest of us thought that they were weird. I wonder if there's a little bit of that going on there. I don't know. Let's see. Steeson, slow for the wizards as a starting spell. No class starts with slow. Yeah, but they should. Soren Denmark agrees, though. Slow with the hero with ranged units is way too strong. That is the reason why I want it. I just want really, really strong stuff. That's why I want that. Soren Denmark also asks, why do I go to the library for the stream? It's because I got fast internet. My residential internet's just not fast enough. I can't stream from home. So I can make videos at home and I can upload them. It takes like 14 to 18 hours if I'm going to upload a 2 gigabyte video. That's a lot. I don't like to do that, so I prefer to just stream somewhere where I can have access to faster internet. That's what I like to do. Avatar Heroes in the chat, greetings and salutations, heroes. Greeting to you, Avatar Hero. Always a pleasure to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Hope everybody's having a wonderful autumn and fall. So far, I think so. I think that I'm enjoying it anyway. It's nice when the wind turns a little bit crisp. I like the crisp. Crispy is good. Crispy is good. Not just because I like deep fried things. Soren Denmark says, it's fall here in Denmark and it's getting colder. Last night we had a freeze for the first time this fall. Hopefully if you are a gardener, your plants are taken well care of and all the plants that can't freeze are well insulated in some way, shape, or form. Rice Druin says, regarding the Diplo strategy for the mass of neutral troops, it might be wise to start at the bottom. I think so. Let's start with the sprites and work our way north. In fact, interesting that the undead are to the very top. I wonder if there's like an artifact over here, like up against the wall. That'd be kind of interesting if you had to go through these forces to get a nice artifact. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool. Let's see. Steeson says, saw some of Lord Pixo's Heroes 1 tier lists earlier today while preparing for dinner. He was calling out the devs for creating bad sprites for Heroes 1 creatures. He meant it well, but I strongly disagree. Heroes Might and Magic 1 sprites were done well, serious looking, with faces screaming, no horsing around. This is War of Might and Magic. I enjoy very, very much the tier ranking videos from our friend Pixo. I think that he's a capital, high quality fellow. I will never apologize for my association with him. So I do enjoy his tier ranking videos, and I can understand that he's like, well, it's not the traditional style that I'm used to. I think that it fits well in with the art style of all the other heroes and all the other creatures in the different factions. But more than that, I don't really have an opinion. I haven't really thought about it. Are you going to attack me? He's going to attack me. They're going to take my legendary scepter. I've wanted that forever. Wanted that forever, and now it's nearly gone. Count Draco. What? Where'd you get a special hero? I didn't start off with a special hero. I started off with Rebecca. Okay. All right. Whatever. Snag is in the chat. Znag, thank you so much for being here. Welcome to the stream. Yay, first time catching a stream. Thanks for putting it on YouTube, though. You know what? I would honestly, just because of the way that the algorithm works for YouTube versus the way that it works for Twitch, I would prefer to always put the videos on YouTube more so than Twitch. But Twitch is nice because it gives me the opportunity to stream here and get to interact with all of you. So I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for enjoying the videos on YouTube because, yeah, I enjoy making the videos. I'm glad that you enjoy watching them and having a good time. So thanks. One marketplace. No. 2 marketplaces, 3 marketplaces, 4 marketplaces. Okay, I think that we've got enough marketplaces. No more can be purchased anyway. Let's start trading for crystal. Let's do 10. Let's do 15, a little bit more. Yeah, and it is gonna be crystal and sulfur that we run out of next. But this is gonna be our 4th level mage guild. By the way, we are up to very nice. Summon Boat, Cold Ray, Teleport, Mass Dispel, Chain Lightning, Berserk. This is like at least an A tier mage guild so far. It'll depend on the tier 5 spell, but this is so far an excellent mage guild. I love this. This is great. This is great. We're gonna wait here one more day to figure out what our spells are. And then we're just gonna set off and we're gonna go just do some damage. So let's see, back you go. Ignoring the goblins for now. We gotta go get some reinforcements here. Everybody's fine here. Crag Hack is doing what he needs to do. You're doing what you need to do. Troyan is exploring. Good. Just kind of meandering her way through the lava. And for the first time, we're really going to dive into this desert terrain, or rather snow plains sort of terrain, and just see what's out there. Wow, I can't believe Tyro wants to fight me. One thing I can do is this. I can split my creatures into multiple stacks. I can soften them up. I got plenty of gold. Unless he can obliterate me in one shot, I'm going to do a couple of like not chain lightnings, but like lightning bolts and such. We're just going to stay alive for as long as we can. So 50 points of damage. It's going to be 5 of these rangers. There's a couple here. Okay. Oh, good morale. Even better. And the fact that this one sprite survived is really good. So let's just stay alive here, and we might be able to kill one more. I'm just worried that these guys are going to reach in just a second. Here and here. The dwarves are going to go down. I don't think I can really help that. Okay. Oop, that's not good. We are going to survive just a little bit longer, though. I'm going to take the damage from this one sprite from the rangers. And with 50 points of damage, I mean, I can kill one paladin. Let's kill one paladin. Let's skip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll reach. 5 speed, 5 speed, 4 speed. I think that we just want to go right here. And then right here. Unless the peasants get good morale, this should be... Unless the peasants get good morale, that should be the most tactically advantageous positioning. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. Okay, but we killed a couple of forces, and again, we're just kind of softening these guys up. Mostly, I don't know, I got Falgar coming in. It's still a good quality hero. He's still going to defend very, very well. In fact, he's going to make even better use of the lightning bolt than the sorceress hero did in the first place. So I'm fine with it. It's cool. But Tyro seems convinced that he wants to attack me. Let's see if he still wants to attack me with one less paladin and a fistful of less rangers. So Falgar, just stay put. On to the new day. Ah, that's what I thought. Coward. I don't know why the enemy would not go for that legendary scepter, but okay. I will come back for it later. No, Vitania. Vitania goes down to a nobody. A barbarian just wandering through the desert. Snow. It's kind of desert. It's a deserty snow terrain. It's not desert. I'm sorry. Okay, but that is 2 dead orc chiefs before she runs. Good job. Good job. And yeah, we're about to the point where we can figure out what is our 5th level spell going to be. It's all kind of been leading up to this point. What is our 5th level spell going to be? Remember, we do have this Book of the Elements, so a summoning spell is actually very effective. Maybe the worst spell here would be like... No, Set Guardian is a tier 4 spell, isn't it? Is it? Or is it tier 5? Let's just see what we got. This was an A tier mage guild until now. Dang it. That feels bad. Yeah, well, these things do happen. Alrighty. Okay. We'll tell you what, folks. It's day 5. We're gonna get through the rest of this week. And then we're going to take a break because it's been about an hour since we took our last break. I don't think I need to stick around any longer. Let's just carry on. Here. Let's assume that everybody else just needs to stay. Falagar, I'm going to have him stay. I don't need him to do much. There's a bit more exploring in this direction we need to do. Rebecca, again, resupply. Once, soon to be twice. Blue is going to retake that green town. I had already lost it a little while ago. And yellow, I think the yellow starts in the upper left corner. I think I need to make a beeline for the upper left corner. I think that that's where all my problems are coming from. And so we need to make it in that direction very, very soon. Orcs, I don't want to fight it for this obelisk. Even though we're fairly close to the snow, I just don't think that that's going to be that good for us. A group of followers, we go from 19 goblins, 53 goblins, up to 109. That was a big follow there, especially because we wanted the Shrine of the Second Circle for the secondary spell. We're hoping for a lightning bolt or something that's going to be effective for us. We will wait and see. I'm going to start to trend Rebecca into this upper left corner. I'm going to hope that we can find the wizards somewhere up there. Wolf Master, yellow hero, a little bit scary, very interesting. I'm expecting to find a castle up here at some point with Troyan. Sooner rather than later, I would think. By the way, any other purchases to make? This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. And this is fine. Nope. Purchases are fine. On to a new day. Red is sailing. You know what spell I really want? I want View Heroes. I think that View Heroes right now would be actually exceptionally good. I would really like to see that. Basic pathfinding for Carlawn, and she's also going to pick up the Haunt spell. Not my favorite, but we'll take it. There is the Hypnotize Watch that will double the effectiveness of your Hypnotize spells. Rebecca could maybe use that. We'll have to wait and see. I don't have any plans to use it at the moment, but we'll see. And I'm going to scout in this area a little bit more. I know that Phineas was creeping around here, but for now, we're going to go back up here. Another sign talking about the war zone. Let's make sure that we come back after we get at least up to Expert Diplomacy. Falgar, it looks like, is very quickly going to be under attack by Halon. Nope, no castle. No castle. Okay, alrighty. And let's see what this yellow player does. Is this yellow player going to immediately attack Falgar in second camp? I think so. They do. And the losses are looking exceptionally bad. So 5 Titans. I don't think we can kill a single Titan. It'll be very much a surprise if we can kill a single Titan. Looks like we did about 20 damage with the basic defenses. Oh my goodness, 10 spell power. This guy's tough. We can do 150 points of damage with chain lightnings, or rather with lightning bolts. Or we can do 180 points of damage with 3 cold rays. Let's just hope for the best. Let's start skipping a little bit. The longer this battle goes, the more damage we might do with turrets and such. Let's keep the boars at bay. Ooh, 13 damage. That's so much damage. Not a lot of damage. And I guess at the wolves, I guess I could, I don't know, I guess I could send the ogres out. That would probably actually be way better, huh? I guess that would be way better. Let's do that. Yeah, let's send the wolves out. A little bit more here. Up to here. If we can kill 1 Titan, I will consider this fight an absolute success. And we've done it. 1 Titan goes down. At this point, I don't even care. 1 Titan, all the boars. We'll accept those losses. That feels fine to me. We had already invested the troops. It was a sunk cost fallacy to say that we had to win that fight. We didn't need to win the fight. It was okay. All right, let me get caught up on chat, and then we're going to take ourselves a 5-minute break. Thorn says, I remember I was working in Norway, in Oslo, and the snow was there mid-September to March, and it was a lot of snow. I don't know how people live in places where it's snow year-round. Maybe I don't really understand how people live in a place where there is darkness most of the time year-round, or even a place where the sun never sets. If it's all dark all the time, or if there's all sunshine all the time, I don't know. I think my body wouldn't enjoy that very much. So, an Avatar Hero says, oh, wow. Yeah, no, we almost don't even get snow here anymore. Mostly just rain and wind, barely over freezing. Really yucky weather. If you want a lot of snow, you either want a lot of snow or nothing, right? I've always been of the opinion that if it's going to be cold, it might as well snow. That was what I thought as a child before I had to drive to work, regardless of whether it was snowy outside or not. As a kid, you get snow days where you don't have to go to school if it snows enough. So I'm like, sure, snow. Why not? Now as an adult, I'm like, dude, I got to go to work anyway. Now I'm just like, maybe not. But if you enjoy the outdoors, if you enjoy skiing or snowboarding or snowmobiling or anything like that, then you got to have a lot of snow. Got to have a lot of snow. E-Bugle says you're at about 2 hours, 30 minutes right about now. By the time you get down to this chat message, I'm expecting it to be about 3 hours. So you should take a break if you see this. It's currently 2 hours and 58 minutes and 37 seconds. E-Bugle, that's perfect. Well done. Well done. You are a prophet. H.M. Brock says that's pretty much what they did, yeah. Okay. It would be march with the army, and when they didn't know where to go, they would cut off the head of a chicken and go where it ran. Okay, gotcha. So talking about the chicken and the entrails, that's what they would do. So if they didn't know where to go, they would just leave it up to the chicken. That's interesting. What if the chicken runs in circles? Does that mean you stay put? That's interesting. Thorn says, true, the worst thing is rain, talking about the temperature in Denmark. Gotcha. And eBugle says you're not doing about 5 videos a week anymore, so you're increasing it to 14 a week. I think that my family wants to see me. So for that 45-minute video that was most recently for the tier talking about the Necro heroes, that took about 3 hours of editing for me. Just to add the extra stuff, that's about 3 hours. So the 10-minute spell videos, the spell showcases, those take considerably less time. Those take about an hour and a half of editing. You got to still get the footage, so that takes about an hour. So, you know, I mean, even a 10-minute video still takes a significant amount of time. But the nice thing is that as I've gotten better at editing, I've learned ways to make the videos look more appealing and more interesting, like better. Like, I enjoy them more personally, and I've gotten more proficient. I've gotten faster at using my editing software. So it's good. By the way, if you're interested, I use OBS, which is free for recording. I use OpenShot, which is free for my video editing. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I use free stuff. Free stuff is good. Thorin says, am I planning on doing a units tier list for Olden Era? I don't think I should. I'll consider it. I'll consider it. I need to know more about the game to really feel like I can do that. But even so, a unit tier ranking? No, I just need a lot more information. I need a lot more experience in order to make me feel like I'm anywhere close to making an educated guess. So at some point, sure, but right now, not anytime soon. Not anytime soon. Oh, and Soren says, no, I appear on the videos from Pixo. I do appear on some of the videos for Pixo. He's invited me to be in some of his tier ranking videos for things like certain factions or certain tiers of creatures, certain spells, and so yeah, it's been a nice partnership. I just enjoy him. He's just a really nice guy. So I like spending time with people that are really nice people. And so if I'm ever a guest on somebody else's stream or their YouTube video, I try and be a good guest. I try to make sure that I am I'm being helpful for their video in some way, shape, or form. Here's hoping that I am, because not everybody's styles mix and match. A lot of creative control needs to be for the main person. The creative control has to start off with whoever is starting the videos and doing those that way, because they have a certain vision about the way that things should go. Where collaboration is good and nice, it also leads you to some interesting issues. Overall, collaboration is good, and I've really appreciated my collaboration with people. But if you're going to be a guest on somebody else's video, you really want to be a good house guest, if that makes any sense. And you want to really try and give over as much creative control and direction of the video and the tone and the pacing to them as possible. And sometimes we have our own styles and they might not mix. But for me and Pixo, I think that I've really appreciated having him in my videos, and I think that I think I've been a good guest, and I think I've been good for him for his videos too. We just had a follow. Let me just check that real quick. That's going to be a follow from Lenny3060. Hello, Lenny3060. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Pleasure to have you here. We are just kind of about to take a break, so you caught me at a time where I'm just about to take a break, but it's a pleasure having you here. Welcome, welcome. And Chain Lightning Rise through and said, yeah, that's how far behind we are on this on this chat. By the way, Soren says the Barbarian Mage Guild is just great. It's a shame that they can't read the scrolls. Well, it's got to mean something. The Barbarian's like, I can read, kind of. What does that word mean right there? Anyway, I feel, there's a story there that I can't tell on stream, but there's a story about somebody that pretended like they could read, but they couldn't actually read, and they were at a Burger King, and they said, give me a Big Mac, and they're like, we don't have Big Macs here, and they're like, what does that say right there? Big Mac. It's like, sir, that's a Whopper. Anyway. Getting through chat. Everybody's having a good time, chilling in chat. Yeah. Soren Denmark says I should try Norway or Greenland. It's like Alaska where it's dark. No. The point is I don't want to be there. I want sunshine. I need sunshine, but I don't want sunshine 24/7. I would love to visit though. If I was to visit, what's the best time of year for me to visit? Let me know. E-Bugle said, very close. I called my shot just on time there. Perfect. I love it. And Fix Fox Wife is in the chat. Hello, dear Fix Fox Wife. It's lovely to have you here, my dear. Let's see. So good to have you here. Good to have you here. E-Bugle says a 3-hour, 45-minute video long sounds about right. It's a shame it takes more time to create something than it takes to consume it. Yeah, but it's still fun. It's still fun for me to do it. I just feel bad when there's other things I could do, like spend time with my kids. I try and do videos after they go to bed, but sometimes I'm not in the best mood and I have to be like, stop, slow down, enjoy the time with your kids. The video will wait, even if it has to wait a day. Even if it waits a day. Lenny says, hell yeah, Heroes 2. Woohoo! Glad you're enjoying it. You did play this online like 10 years ago or more? Wonderful. FHeroes2 is the project that's bringing Heroes of Might and Magic 2 into the forefront. And they do have plans to make an online lobby where you can just do kind of like with Horn of the Abyss, allows you to play against people. I don't know if they're going to plan on having like competitive ranked ladders and things like that. I'm sure that something like that will come out in the future, but it'll be lovely for me to be able to play with all of you, like one by one. I'm sure Steeson's going to be like, Fix Fox, let's play a game. And I'll be like, heck yeah, Steeson, you got it. You got it. And I'm almost through chat. If everybody stops talking for 2 seconds, I'll get through chat. Don't stop talking. Don't stop believing. But Lenny does continue on. Barbarian is your favorite class in Heroes 1 and 2. I love the Barbarians. They're just so quality. And lest we forget, the sound is absolutely fantastic. Where's the audio? There it is. There it is. The sound is also lovely for the Barbarian faction. Can't go wrong with that. Heroes 3 Inferno is your favorite? I like Inferno. They're fun. They're fun. Thematically, they're really, I really do enjoy them. Alrighty. Well, folks, it's time for me to take a break. If I don't take a break, my poor brain will explode. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be right back here in just a moment or two. Don't go anywhere. And I will see you in about 5 minutes. Thanks. Alrighty. We are back. Hey. So since our last break, we've actually made a lot of progress. We've explored a lot more of the map. We've determined that yellow is big and scary and we should be terrified of them. We have kind of secured our starting 3 castles of Burlock, of River City, and of Newcastle. It's new week. We've got the ability to bring some additional forces to the front, which we're going to do, and we're going to try and catch up to Rebecca, who is trying to snipe out with her 9 phoenixes the yellow enemy wherever they may be. Rebecca's at 5 attack, 3 defense, 4 spell power, 9 knowledge. She's not a bad hero. We did pick up 1 5th level mage guild, and so there is some nice spells. We got chain lightning, we got the blind, teleport, berserker. Yes, good spells. Happy for what we have. Let's see if we can do some nasty damage to the enemies. Let's pick up as many stats along the way as we possibly can, including this +1 knowledge and this graveyard. Never mind. Bad morale. Stop it. No more bad morale. I don't know. Okay, hold on. There's this snowy land here. I know we talked about kind of going into the desert. I didn't want to go north straight into these titans at the moment. I don't know if there's going to be a break in the mountain range here. I almost wonder if we should go south. Even though this takes me away from my win objective, maybe this is going to give me time to have a secondary hero, bring forces up to the front. Because again, there's still some additional, sorcerer's troops to be had. Tell you what, we're going to plan on doing that right now. Before I forget though, let me get this cottage upgraded so that we don't accidentally purchase the wrong forces. Very good, very good. Centaurs, time to let you go. Okay. And let's see, Vitania, she's already a good hero. She's got the basic logistics. There's this level 2 Lord Kilburn as well. Basic leadership, ballistics. I think that the logistics instantly make Vitania the better hero, for sure. And I don't think that the dwarves are really set for this sort of adventure just yet. That's really not their thing. They are still not going to be ready for this upcoming fight, this upcoming force. Let's see if we can get Vitania up and out. It's going to take her at least 3 to 4 days to get anywhere. And in the meantime, Crag Hack is for the first time going to start moving. 500 gold. Another 500 gold. And maybe it's time for him to start taking some of these barbarian forces. I mean, we got 10 Cyclopes, a couple of trolls. Tell you what, in anticipation of him being effective, I'm going to start to upgrade these dwellings. We don't really need to upgrade much else anywhere else. So let's let him do that. And let's figure out where he can go. Folks, Carlawn is the Goblin King. Goblin Queen, excuse me. 210 goblins in this single stack, and she's got more to go. I think that she's going to be very effective as she continues to kind of clear out this side of the adventure map. I'm a little bit surprised that she did not get these goblins to join her. Let's use the ranged damage from the halflings to cause these guys a little bit of grief. Just a tiny bit of grief. And let's keep our sprites and our big goblin stack nice and healthy. Okay, let's see. Skip. Oh, there's 4 stacks. For some reason, I thought that there was only 3 stacks of goblins. 4 stacks is actually a little bit worse. Yeah, a little bit worse. Let's go here and here. It's gonna make it very tough. I thought that that was a single stack of goblins. I should have just attacked. Whoops, my bad. All right. Best laid plans are wasted. Do damage. All right, we lost 9 goblins due to my negligence. I apologize. 1,000 experience, wisdom, good, good. Observation tower, don't really need it. I kind of already know everything that's around here. Unless I knew that these goblins were going to join, that would maybe make it so I wouldn't want to fight that fight. Losses, we can make this look a little bit better. And by the way, I really do appreciate that everybody is enjoying talking about, you know, Norway and places I'd love to visit. I would love to visit. I'll tell you this, folks, if I'm ever anywhere overseas from where I'm at, if I'm in Greenland, if I'm in Europe, if I am anywhere, you better believe I will let you know. I'm not going to just say, oh yeah, I just recently came there, it was lovely. I will give everybody the heads up notice that we had a really nice time there, because heck, if I could see everybody over there, I would love to do something of a tour, even if it was just a 10 or 15 minute, you know, coffee break kind of a deal. I'd love to be able to just stop in, and then you would all realize I'm not as cool in person as I am over Twitch. But we would have a really fun time anyway. I would just love to meet everybody in person. I think that would be lovely. So if that chance ever comes, do note that I will take it. In reward for helping his cart out of a ditch, a traveling potion salesman gives you a magic gold watch. Unbeknownst to him, the watch really is magical. So hypnotize spells will be of a higher level. We'll be able to get more people hypnotized at once. I still can't believe that there wasn't a castle up here. I don't think that there's a castle up here. I think that this is just treasure. That's bad. That's not what I wanted at all. But so long as yellow goes away, I think that it's just interesting that it seems like this upper right corner that there is no castle up here. Huh. That makes it more likely that the upper left does have a castle up there. It's kind of interesting. Okay, so red is walked right into yellow. That's so very sad. And yeah, yellow continues to be the power. If I can prevent those 4 titans from joining up with additional titans, we'll be feeling really, really good. Folks, we go from 201 goblins up to 288 when this pack of goblins joins us. +1 on the knowledge, and I'm not going to fight these fights at this point. We are getting oodles of goblins, up to 320. 320 goblins already. This is a big enough force to probably get these genies in this breastplate if I want it. Let's see if we can make that happen. Let's see if we can make that happen. By the way, and well, never mind. I'm not going to ask that question. I was going to ask the question if everybody gets along. Like, I think that everybody gets along over there, but I wanted to make sure that I was going to ask just to see if, hey, like everybody gets along over there, right? People from like the Danish people don't dislike the Swedes or anything like that. I don't want to actually start that conversation. Just in case there are bad feelings in the chat, because we're not here to have bad feelings. We're here to have a nice time. So sorry, that's just where my mind went to though, because I know my area of the world. I know what I know, and I know the people that I interact with, and I know how much I jokingly say that I dislike people from California, etc., etc., etc. But I don't actually think that it's on my to-do list to try and get people to air out their laundry and just say, oh yeah, let me tell you, everybody hates this country or something. I don't know. But is there one country that we can all agree on that the people are just absolutely fantastic? Is there any country we can just say, yep, without a doubt, nobody can possibly hate people from this country? You know, is it the Danish? Is it the Swedes? Is it the folks from Norway? I feel like the folks from Norway kind of have that vibe for me that how can you possibly dislike anybody from any of those 3 countries I just mentioned? Anyway. Fukudi says to me, I didn't know you lived in Idaho. I live in Pullman, Washington, right on the border with Moscow, Idaho, almost 6 years there. How do you like it? How you like it up there? I've been to what's the college in Spokane? Washington State? Is it Washington State? The Cougars? Yeah, I've been there for like basketball stuff back when I was a young person still playing. I've enjoyed that part of the world. I don't get into the panhandle of Idaho much. I don't get into northern Idaho all that much, but Washington, everything I've really come to believe is that it's a lovely place. And it's really nice because there's the Oregon city or Oregon state, there's Idaho, and then there's Washington. And if you live right on the border of all three, I forget how it goes. I think that you can like live in Washington with no property tax. You can shop in Oregon with no sales tax. And then you can like work in Idaho where there's no business tax or something. Anyway, just interesting the different things you can do. But how do you like it? You let me know. It's peaceful. It's peaceful for you. Beautiful nature landscape. Are you an outdoors sort of a person? I imagine that if you don't enjoy the outdoors, that it's probably not as good of a place for you. But if you enjoy the outdoors, I'll bet you it's fantastic. Did you see this? Are we going to lose 310 goblins to this fighting force? I don't see how that's possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like we can't protect the halflings. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to have to do damage here. I'm guessing that we lose this fight based off of paralyzes. We have to kill full stacks wherever we can. Simply must. Let me do this. Do 310 goblins kill all these guys? No, but if you're blessed, you do for sure. We're going to bless here instead of blessing on the halflings. We got to just keep the stack alive as much as possible. Work on the single stacks. And now if I go here with the sprites, then the halflings are going to stay alive for one additional round of combat. That is still going to be useful for me. Let's go here. Okay, good. Bad. Bad. Objectively bad. There's a lot of problems with this current playthrough. Have you noticed? 214 goblins. We're already down to 214. It's not good. Given that these Cyclopes are going to attack, this is probably going to be where we retaliate first. Do you want to kill one Cyclopes now or two Cyclopes now? I think you do want to kill the two. It just feels bad that you're going to retaliate here instead of here. Oh, there's a retaliation. That's good. And that did it. Hey, great, great. And so, let's see, what's the best way of doing this? Just keep the single stack alive, I think. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. No! That paralyze was too clutch. The paralyze was too clutch. I'm getting flashbacks. I'm getting flashbacks to the YouTube short. 2 paralyzes? That was just bad luck. No, we were already in trouble. And then like my griffins, centaurs, and gargoyles all got paralyzed and I got obliterated. I think that just happened here. For my best laid plans, Carlawn the Sorceress, 310 goblins is not enough to defeat 16 Cyclopes. That's crazy. That's insane. Because I don't think I can at this point. They are killing, how many goblins are you killing right now? You're killing 53 goblins? I'm going to give myself one more chance to do damage because I'm guessing with only 2 Cyclopes, maybe I can prevent the damage. Oh, I hate this so much. How many did you just kill? 22? Can I kill one more Cyclopes? No, I can't even kill one more Cyclopes. It's time to run. Wow. This is why I love Heroes of Might and Magic, though. Like this moment, this is not like devastating and like, oh, this is so sad. This is like, oh my gosh, did that just happen? And that did. That completely just happened. Oh my goodness. Well, Carlawn, we said a couple of weeks ago that you needed to be patient and you chose not to be patient and you were like, yeah, let's go fight these Cyclopes. Rats. Ah, rats. Frodo the Blind, what a battle to walk back in on. Yeah, you better believe it. Oh, let me get caught up on chat. But yeah, it sounds like the Swedes and the Danes, Norwegians, the Finns, Scandinavians in general. People love the Scandinavians, so which is great. And of course, you mostly joke about dissing each other. I do something similar with my folks from Montana. It's one of the states that's right near me. And yeah, we say, oh yeah, those people from eastern and western Montana. Anyway, but it's all joking, of course. It's good vibes. California, not so much. People you can't hate, it's definitely not Denmark or Sweden. We have our grudges. I'll nominate Norway and Finland, Snag says. Snag says that Norway and Finland, you can't possibly dislike them. I'm for that. I'm happy to hear that. Oyster says, honestly, people will always joke about other countries, but as long as it is joking and meant to be a joke, for me, it's okay. What I mean is that there's no universally loved people from certain countries. That's totally true. You're going to find good people everywhere you go, and you're going to find bad people everywhere you go. And it's unfair to judge any group of people by their best or by their worst. It's unfair either way. So I feel that very, very much so. Avatar Heroes does say that, yeah, he believes that Norwegians are the kindest country. I like that. Okay. Okay, and Soren says the Scandinavian people that are allowed to make fun of each other, they always stand up for each other. So they'll make fun of each other, but they'll also stand up for each other. I like that. That's a good way of doing it. It's a good way of doing it. And Rise to Ruin noted that we got zrapped. The Cyclopes absolutely zrapped my creatures. Oh no. Oh no. Very sad. So Trenlo says, oh no, I agree. Rise to Ruin, keeping Pix humble. Yes, keeping me humble, absolutely. And Frodo, wait, am I in North Dakota? No, I'm in Idaho. I live in Idaho. But never, have I been to North Dakota? Yes, I've been to North Dakota and South Dakota, but I'm more in the mountainous area, and I do enjoy it. I've lived in several places in my life. Let's see, where have I lived? I've lived in Arizona, I've lived in Tennessee, I've lived in Kentucky, I've lived in Oregon. I've lived in a couple of different places, and Idaho is home for me, and I do enjoy it very, very much. If you've never been to Idaho, I do recommend that you go there, but the joke is always that we recommend that you go, but not that you stay, because Idahoans are very friendly people, but we feel like we have something of a hidden treasure. We don't want people to know how good Idaho is, because we do worry that other people with much more money will move in, and our property rates are going to go way, way up, and so on and so forth. You know, hopefully you understand. We're just looking out for our own best interests. Who doesn't do that after all? Oh my goodness, look at this. Winterkill has ghosts. That's scary. I'm not taking that fight. But Count Draco, several bone dragons, lots of vampire lords, pack of the liches, lots of the royal mummies. This guy is special. This guy's cool. We've only got 4 artifact slots. But I think I want to fight this guy. I say I think I know. Animate dead? What does this guy got? I don't know what this guy's got, but it's kind of scary. Yeah, I'm from Idaho. Big Fox wife, you went to North Dakota and South Dakota with me. Aw. Yeah, I did. Did we have babies at the time? I don't think we had kids back when we did that. Interested to know. I don't remember, actually. Let's see. Draco, the Necromancer, 4 attack, 0 defense, 7 spell power, 5 knowledge. With 40 spell points, that's potentially a lot of animate deads. I'm just not sure how we only killed this many bone dragons. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm going to start chain lightning the power liches because we're going to get a lot of bang for your buck here. Do you want multiple power liches or 1 bone dragon? You definitely want to deal with these power liches. Phoenixes, I think that I feel like I want to get my damage off. Royal mummies are still going to do some damage. Gotta deal with the vampire lords somehow. But the bone dragons are going to do so much damage. Let's just assume that we get good luck. If you're going to get good luck, who do you want to do the most damage to? Probably the bone dragons. If you attack down here, though, the 72 skeletons will attack the phoenixes. So if you attack up here, you're actually going to make good use of your turn, and you're going to stay away from the skeletons. I would really like to take out all the vampire lords, though. Let's do it like this. Let's kill royal mummies. We killed about half. We got the good morale, which is kind of like getting good luck. And at this point, I'm satisfied. I took out these royal mummies. Let's kill most of the liches. We killed 10. So not all of them, but we killed 10. And then 2 to 4. Somebody's got to kill the vampire lords. Might as well be these guys. And then greater druids are made for defeating bone dragons. So they kill 1 right there. No problems. Unicorns kind of need to go to the middle of the battlefield so that they can go back to the north or to the south in the event that the dragons choose one way or the other. This is a preparatory step for a future moment. 3 vampire lords revive here. I'm anticipating the bone dragons are probably going to attack the phoenixes. Probably. Feels bad, but that's probably going to be what happens. Yep, 3 phoenixes goes down. Big losses. This is not pleasant. I'm not enjoying this, but this is what we got. Lines don't work. Berserks don't work. Chain lightnings don't really work because the enemies and me are all intermingled in together. A bless on these 22 unicorns actually might be the best thing. Let's kill 6 to 11 of the vampire lords. Greater druids are going to get their chance, or rather grand elves. I'm not going to worry about the skeletons. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not going to worry about the skeletons. Let's worry about these bone dragons. There's one, not quite a second. Another 2 go down. Down to 3 bone dragons. Blind on the unicorns. Perfect. I want to counteract that immediately. So unicorns are going to probably, I don't want to say they're going to finish off these bone dragons, but I'm going to let the paladins do some damage here. Okay, down to only a few of these vampire lords. Perfect. And let's kill, yeah, let's kill 2 to 3 of these bone dragons. We kill all 3 of them. Get out of my game. Perfect. Perfect. 4 phoenixes left. This has been a very costly fight. Very costly fight. But I think that we're on the right track here. So 5-speed creatures, 5-speed creatures. Doesn't matter who we attack. I don't think it does. We will let the greater druids defeat the vampire lords. We're going to get out of this fight. And folks, for the cost of 5 phoenixes, we're going to turn this battle from a loss into a victory. And we're going to take 4,000 experience and whatever artifacts this hero has. It's going to be Medal of Honor. Great. Thunder Mace of Dominion. These are my artifacts. Evercold Icicle. Okay. That was it? That was it? Yeah, he only had 3 artifacts. That's crazy. By the way, I took the luck instead of the diplomacy. I should have taken the diplomacy instead of the luck. That was a mistake on my part. My bad. My bad. Okay, well, at least we know we didn't lose any artifacts, but we want to offload some of these pretty quickly. Let's go back. I know the Vitania is coming. Let's use our pathfinding and just go off-roading and kind of get into this area so we can meet up and get a little bit of a resupply. Crag Hack needs his spellbook, and I think for the first time we're going to go through this lith. It's been the first time for a long time, but for the first time in forever, we will go adventuring through the trapdoor. To here? To here. It looks like, oh, we found Night Shadow, Necromancer Castle. Can we just take it? Not quite. We will get that pretty soon, I think. And then Castor is going to step back onto these liths and just play some prevent to make sure that no surprises happen in my main area. Very good. Okay, that's going to be the end of day 3. On to day 4. On to day 4. Let's see. Avatar Hero, talking to Soren. Yes, we play a lot of sports against each other up here. We get very nationalistic. This might be an unpopular opinion, but I think that having a sense of national pride and loving your country and loving your countrymen, I think that that's actually a really, really good thing. I know that there's been some conversation about people being like, loving your country and your countrymen means that you somehow hate other people. I don't think that that's true. I don't think that you have to hate other people just because you love your own country and that you love your own countrymen, that you want to see your interests for your fellow people and your children be for the good of themselves, you know? The Olympics, right? Maybe the best example of, hey, let's rally behind our people. One of my favorite moments in the Olympics, I've already mentioned this, it was a gentleman from Tonga, Samoa, Fiji, one of the Pacific Islander sorts of areas, and he got 3rd. He got bronze in the kayaking event, and it was his country's first medal. And the sense of pride he had in that moment just shone through his face. And all of his countrymen loved him and was grateful for all he had done, all of his hard effort and work. He had been in the very lead, and he kind of tripped at the very end and had a bit of a problem. And that did not stop him from being so thankful for a bronze medal that he had represented his country so. Anyway, things I think about. Lost 1 Ogre Lord, 660 experience. This is a, wow, tier 5. Tier 4 Mage Guild. Animate dead. Animate dead. Do I spend the time to upgrade this? Probably not. Crag Hack is still, he's still coming along. We haven't decided if he's going to have wisdom or not. But we're going to wait for this. Look at this. Okay, look at this. So there's this road that goes up. Is this the same road? Did it just loop back a couple of times? 2 times? Does it loop 2 times? That's weird. That's one way of making the map feel longer, I suppose. You make a little bit of a labyrinth or a maze for yourself. Huh, okay. Well, I don't know if there's any enemies that are coming out of the brush for us. It looks like we might lose this town again. We might have to refight it. Yeah, we're gonna have to refight this town. That's okay. But Crag Hack is officially on the board doing some nice things for us. Gold mine for free. Feels great. I will accept the morale penalty. I needed to make sure that there was no nice artifact in there. Troyan continues to explore in the lava terrain, finding nothing, finding absolutely nothing. I hope that she doesn't have feelings like she's somehow failed. She's doing great. I'm just amazed that there's no enemies in the upper right corner. That's actually crazy. And it looks like the red hero is actually going to leave. I think it was Thundax. Yeah, he's going to stay away. Oh, no, those are my diplomacy forces. Don't do this to me. Why would you do this? Why would you? I needed that for later. Somehow the enemy knew that that was actually the most tactically advantageous thing that they could do. That's crazy. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. We were going to head south. I've got no indication that there's for sure something to the south. We will go stop this tyrant. We will be the savior of all of these low-level creatures that don't actually want to have any trouble. Oh, we don't want any trouble around here. I'm going to go make sure that they don't have any more trouble. Even if that means that for now that they will only merely be around until I'm ready for them to join my army. They will have no trouble until I'm ready to give them trouble. How about that? Okay. How many more forces will we lose there, though? Not that many. Good. He kind of took out a lot of the sorceress troops that would have joined me, but that's not too bad. We still got druids, unicorns, phoenixes. Okay, I can accept that. And let's take care of business here. Let's fight this fight. Enemy has fled, but let's do even better. Okay. And Fix Foxwife says, no, we didn't. We didn't have kids when we went over to North Dakota, South Dakota. We went to Iowa and Wyoming too. It was the summer your grandma died. Oh, that's right. That is correct. Yep. And it was actually a really good trip. Your dad drove the whole way, which was, wow, pretty impressive. I'm still impressed with the fact that he did that. As I think about it more and more, I'm just like, wow, he did that drive. But yeah, that's what that was. And so yeah, we did not have kids at the time. I don't think that I would have enjoyed that trip nearly so much if we did have kids. Something about being stuck in the car for, I don't know, 40 hours with your kids. I love my kids. Still not my favorite. Anyway. Okay, what's the best thing to do? We could chain lightning here and it wouldn't actually kill us. We could do that. We could slow the Titans. Do we have slow? No, we don't have a slow. I'm thinking that we could have like slowed the Titans. What about this? Hold on. If we haste the 6-speed druids, do we have enough damage to kill the Titans? And then kill them before they get their turn, and then the other ranged creatures get to do damage to the rogues? Let's give that a shot. I don't think that that's highly likely, but let's give it a shot. So we're going to do 110 to 220 points of damage. We take out one Titan. Can we do 231 points of damage? No, unless we get good morale or good luck. Unless we get good luck. Unless we get good luck. And then, of course, everything works out great. See, luck and morale are pretty important. Glorious victory. Costs us 3 phoenixes, but we take out 4 Titans, and we get a white pearl. We're just out of artifact slots, aren't we? We should have traded when Vitania was here. Oh no! We probably lost a lot of artifacts. We're gonna have to start looking into our taverns a little bit. Carlawn. Oh yeah. Carlawn is mine. I forgot about that. Let's grab Carlawn. Anyway. And aren't phoenixes immune to chain lightning? Yes, they are. So we kind of thought about that at the very end there as a possibility. Ultimately, I liked relying on the morale and luck just as well as that as an opportunity anyway. It worked out. It wasn't my favorite. I do feel bad for losing so many phoenixes. Not just in the Count Draco fight, but in the other fight. Like, we've lost a lot of phoenixes already. And oof, there's just a lot to go. What are greater druids? I wish I had visions. The vision spell would actually be exceptionally good here. Let's do this. Let's go pick up this gold mine. So that way we can potentially diplomacy creatures away. Let's, I don't know. Burlock? Do we have enough forces here? I don't know if this is going to be enough. I don't think the swapping out forces is going to be the best thing for me. I think that I just want to keep this stack alive until my troop stacks get even bigger. So that's what we're going to do for now. We're going to wait. We're going to hold off. We're going to start to move towards the snow terrain with Crag Hack. Maybe we find the ultimate artifact, we get the golden goose. And then our diplomacy strategy works even better. Let's plan on doing that. Plan on doing that. And Thorn says only elemental storm. So phoenixes are immune to all elemental spells, meaning that will include, so all elemental spells, that will include your chain lightning, that'll include your cold ray, lightning, fireball, fire blast, any damaging elemental spell, it will prevent damage from going on to them. But pretty good though. It does include elemental storm among those different spells. So you're completely correct about that. Frodo says, Western North Dakota, South Dakota is very beautiful. Badlands area that I found fun even as a kid, so it might be a good place to take your kid. In Idaho, we have a place called Craters of the Moon. It's the place that they send the NASA astronauts to when they want to train for moon landing and moonwalkings, because apparently it looks like, or it feels like, the moon. And so it's called Craters of the Moon. It's moon-like enough that it's the place that they send people to train. Yeah, I think that I'll probably go there first just because it's so much closer. But the Badlands of North Dakota, I mean, I'd like to go. I'd like to go. There's so many places I'd like to visit. I feel like I need to get myself like a camper trailer, something I can drive with wheels, so that way my dear sweet wife can have a bed every single night. She's a sweetheart. She will go camping if I ask her to. But in general, she prefers air conditioning and she prefers a nice soft bed, which, let's be clear, who doesn't? So no sweat off of my brow for that. Looks like I walked right by this Joe Josh character. He's being kind of silly. I will take second camp back. 2 unicorns, that seems like a lot. 1 chain lightning, and we're gonna hit Q to end this battle. Here we go. Here. Q to end the battle. And it looks like there was a hero that kind of snuck by here. Yeah, Wolfmaster. Let's head back over there. Glad we took the camp on day 1, but there's still more to be had there. And I feel like we're being chased. Yeah, I feel like I'm being chased. Dawn has been sailing nonstop for about 4 weeks now. And at this point, if I was in her army, I would be absolutely seasick. Something about, as I've gotten older, I've gotten more prone to, call it, I don't know, imbalances in my ear. I don't know what you call it. I don't know what to describe it as. But I do get motion sick quite a bit more than I used to. So Disneyland, spinning teacups, definitely not my idea of a good time. Definitely not my idea of a good time. Let's see. And then Soren, yeah, I am lucky that I still got my grandparents. I am just grateful for that. I'm very lucky. You, unfortunately, oh, you had 3 of them pass away before you were born, and the last one died when you were 8. Yep. I kind of come from, I don't know, I think that my parents and my grandparents had their children fairly young, and so it just kind of turned out to where I'm able to enjoy my grandparents for a pretty long time. And yeah, the fact that I still have 3 and I'm in my 30s is absolutely amazing. I got a little bit of a later start in having kids than my folks before me. I don't think I had my first kid until I was about 30. 29. I think I was 29 when we had our first kid, which is, it's about right for me. It's about right for me. I'm happy with the way it worked out that way, but other family members, they were a little bit more Johnny on the spot, as it were. Avatar Hero says, to the Scandinavians in chat. Oh, you're not talking to me, so I'm not going to read that. No, I'm just kidding. To the Scandinavians in chat, which of our countries do you think is the highest nationalism and pride for their homeland? I don't know. It's a good question. But Soren says, well, we in Denmark don't like President Trump, but we like most people from the USA. Oh, yeah. No, that's totally fair. It's the same idea as like, yeah, you can't judge an entire country or any kind of people off their best or their worst. It just doesn't really work like that. So, yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. And then Soren believes it's the people from Norway. Good deal. Warrior says, as long as rallying behind your people is meant to improve community, even as big as a country, that's a great thing. Yeah. Could not have said that any better. The conversation about rallying around and like nationalism and pride and love for your countrymen and your people, that sounds right to me. Folks, we're going to do it. We're going to take the legendary scepter. They've left it alone long enough. We're going to go grab that. My day is much better. And we're going to take out Wolfmaster because he's just a little bit too slow. Sad. Glorious victory. Very good. On we go. I feel like feel like I've made this scenario much harder for myself than it should have been. I think that by not going immediately after yellow, I've caused myself a lot of concern because they are getting stronger and stronger, and Phoenixes will never hold a candle to the Titans. So we are behind, and even though we've explored a lot of the map, we've defeated a lot of really top-tier strong heroes, I still am very much concerned that we're not going to be able to make this playthrough go as well as I would have liked. Even now, I feel like I'm wasting time. Oh, look, Orange took that Necro Castle that was completely maxed out. Whoops, my bad. That seems like a shame. Okay. Fixed Fox wife, and then the AC went out and the dog died. Yeah, it was a bad week. It was a bad couple of weeks. Yeah. Thorn wondered, will the units just join us for free? Maybe these ones, maybe some other ones. Any troops that join us for free? I mean, we've got the basic diplomacy. I'm not going to go back there until we got a couple of higher quality troops, I think. And until we've got at least the expert diplomacy, I think that those two things will actually mean an awful lot. So I'm going to hold off for now. I'm going to stay in this Mage Guild overnight. We're going to get full spell points. And first thing in the morning, folks, we are going to go defeat these Titans. They are just sitting here. I hope that they don't all combine forces into one big Titan stack. But none of these forces are led by a barbarian or a knight, and that makes me think that we can defeat them. If they were led by a barbarian or a knight and they had the attack skill and the defense skill to back these creatures up, we'd be in real trouble. Let's hope that the enemy doesn't get wise to that, and let's hope that they don't make any changes to their plans. Warrior says, I don't think being proud for being part of a certain country is a good thing, but mainly because I don't think it's a good idea to be proud of something being completely out of your control. What a good way of putting that. It's not really in your control. So you're saying, well, what's the point of being proud of it? Sure. But no judgment from my side. Sure. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. What is there to be proud about, right? I never thought about it that way. I like that. Borisar continues on, being proud of being part of a nation, group of people who strives to be better and achieves even partially that goal. Yes, that is something to be proud of, especially if you are part of that change. I would say that that's probably the spot that makes the most sense. If you're a part of the change, if you're a part of that community and you are adding to it, then yeah, absolutely. You know, being proud of that, being proud of investing in those around you and being better and supporting others. Yeah. I think that that's always something to be proud of, so I'm all for it. Gus Guitar asks, have you ever been to Silverwood Theme Park in Idaho? Hey, Gus Guitar, nice to have you here. Welcome. Have I ever been? No, I have not, but I've heard about it. I feel like I think I need to Google that real quick. Silverwood Theme Park. I think I've maybe heard of that like 2 times in my life. It's in Athol, Idaho. It's an amusement park in Kootenai County, so it's in northern Idaho. Kootenai County is going to have it's going to be near Lewiston. It's going to be near Coeur d'Alene, if not in Coeur d'Alene. But so Kootenai County north. Yeah. Okay. Huh. They've got like huge roller coasters there. I've never been there. I think I would like to go though. Have you been there? Do you recommend it? Do you recommend going for like the water slides, or do you recommend going more for the amusement park part of it? Let me know what you'd prefer. Let me know what you think is best, because it's really not that far of a trip for me. Call it 8 to 10 hours, probably. That's not too far for me. It's funny because other people have told me, Fix Fox, you are absolutely crazy. I can't imagine traveling 8 to 12 hours just to go see something or do something. Where I'm from, that's actually just like a fairly pleasant drive. Oh no! Orange is causing me grief, folks. Orange is the bane of my existence. Red player's been vanquished. So by the way, blue player's been vanquished. Now red player's been vanquished. Green, orange, and yellow. So yellow and orange and plus purple. But they have been just the worst for us. Anti-magic. Let me defeat you. Let me take all your stuff. Oh no. He ran away. I didn't even think about that. But look, Natasha's coming. You took my Necromancer Castle. I am having a really bad time. Orange is causing me an awful lot of grief. Oh my goodness. Well, there's nothing to be done about it. I think that we're going to pick up a few more of these Greater Druids, And we're going to set off into the desert because I feel like at this point I have to go. I have to find this wizard castle, and I believe it has to be up here somewhere. It simply has to be. Okay. Natasha continues to explore the snowy wasteland. Maybe she's even going to find the spot where the ultimate artifact is. I think I still need a couple more ultimate artifact spots. I'm going to kind of give over River City a bit. I'm going to purchase everybody here. Even the orcs, maybe even especially the orcs. I don't know if this is going to be enough to prevent her from wanting to do damage. Maybe I should even grab a hero. Gem looks like she's been purchased before. One artifact, but she might have some really nice spells. Let's leave these other forces behind, and let's actually see if we can surprise this enemy. Maybe Natasha is not as tough as we think that she might be. Let's go give this a shot. Okay, it says we lose, but with some spells, let's see if we can do any better. And then Znag says, I get that. It still hurts, though, when you lose loved ones. I still don't know how to handle it. Yeah. I don't, yeah. And my heart goes out to a lot of people because, I mean, we're all dealing with stuff on a day-to-day basis, but even if you know that there's a loss coming, it doesn't make it any easier, in my opinion. And I never know the right thing to say, and I never know the right thing to do to like help people and kind of help them through their tough times. I wish I did. I wish I was better, and maybe it's something I can work on improving, but I hope that I can find a better way of supporting people when they're going through a tough time. Because if ever there's a time and a place for kindness, it's when people are going through a grief moment. And despite our best intentions, sometimes we as people will say and do things that don't actually help. Like, we have the best vibes for people, but we still end up saying the wrong thing just because we don't know the right thing to say. And it hurts when you just feel like you've said the wrong thing, and I feel bad when I do that, because I do that still. But yeah. Fixfox Wife says we went to the Cosmos. Oh, I forgot about that. So the Cosmos is a weird place. The Cosmos, it's got like this, it's supposed to be like this, how do they describe it, Fixfox Wife? I think that they describe it as being this place of like mystery and enchantment or something like that. I'm not too sure, but the idea is that they've got like this house that's built sideways, and so the whole thing leans, and that's part of the weirdness to it, I guess. It's supposed to be a tourist attraction, and to be fair, they do a good job. I mean, we went, right? So, yeah. We went to a couple of different places when we had the opportunity, when we had the time. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed my travels with my dear sweet wife, but I also think that I'm very much a homebody. I prefer to just stay at home as much as possible. I just like my home. Hey, all my stuff is there, and my kids. Why would I ever leave? Anyway. Let's see. Boyster says, here in Poland also, it happens a lot more than it should. Talking about how people in Denmark are thinking of themselves more and more and complain a lot. That was what Soren said. Soren, I missed that comment. He said that people in Denmark think more and more of themselves and complain a lot. And Boyster says that the same thing. He's observed that in Poland. Okay? And you hate it. Sure, you can joke about German, their history, and thinking lesser of them, but why? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, there's a whole conversation there that I don't know enough to really have much of an opinion or a thought on it. But yeah, holding people against anything against them doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But concerning the idea of more and more people are thinking of themselves and complaining a lot, there's a really excellent book that I really enjoy. It's called The 7 Paths of the Anasazi Way. And one of my favorite things about it is that in the book, the narrator mentions that people in our day have never been so lonely. And it strikes me very much that when we are happy with other people. And when we are upset, we are often upset with other people. And so when it comes right down to it, if unhappiness is often with people, doesn't it also stand to reason that happiness is found with others? It's kind of a tough concept in a lot of ways for me, because I don't want to be sad, and I want everybody to have a really nice time, but it feels like because we're so self-centered, that's where unhappiness comes from. We live in the age of I, where we look to meet our own needs instead of the needs of others and those around us. I feel like there's some struggle there. So what is happiness? You know, what is the human experience all about? Like, what are we doing here? I had a conversation with somebody not too long ago where they're going through some really tough stuff, and I really appreciate this person. I really appreciate this person. And I've never met them before. I've met them through YouTube and through these videos we do here. And we talk on Discord. And they're going through tough stuff. And they were discussing how after life happens and horrible things happen, that they struggle with purpose. Like, what's the point of being here? What's the point of working towards a retirement? What's the point of any of this? Finding purpose is already a tough enough thing for humans to do at times. And after a major loss and some devastation there, what do you do? What do you do? In the age of I, you say, you know, I'm going to focus on me. I'm just going to make myself happy. I'm going to go to a theme park. I'm going to go and buy this thing that I want, you know. And maybe the point of finding purpose after horrible things happen and we feel like we've lost our way a little bit is to not focus on us, but to focus on other people. I don't know. I'm not Dr. Phil here. I'm not somebody that I don't particularly feel like I'm wise when it comes to that. But I am grateful that there's people out there that demonstrate how valuable it can be to look out for those around you instead of yourself. Because I found for myself that when I do that, I'm the happiest that I ever am. When I'm just focused on me, I tend to be less happy. I find less purpose. I find less enjoyment, and life doesn't quite hit the same for me. So, okay. Alchemist Lab, +1 Mercury. Wow, I got off on a big tangent there. My goodness, lots to be done. Folks, I need your help. I need your help. We have a Sphinx. Now, the Sphinx, of course, is going to be our opportunity to answer a riddle for a lovely, wonderful prize. This is our main hero. We can't lose. In fact, we can't lose so bad. I'm going to save this off as Fixfox. Wait. Fixfox 2? Sprite Lysandro, Bad to the Bone. We still have the Bad to the Bone playthrough to complete. I'm going to not save over that. That would be tragic. But let's go to the Sphinx. I have a riddle for you. The Sphinx says, answer correctly and you shall be rewarded. Answer incorrectly and you shall be eaten. Do you accept the challenge? Yes, I do. I am the Northern Sphinx. What's my name? Shoot. There was probably something important on this map somewhere. This isn't a riddle. This is checking to see if I looked in the tavern or if I read a sign. Shoot. Anyway, let me get caught up on chat. Anyway, Soren says people will not pay higher taxes, but they want the benefits. This is because they have not been to other countries and seen how they live, and they have to pay for things. They're free in Denmark. Yeah. It always weirds me out when some of my countrymen Americans are like, I'm just going to go to Europe and get free education over there. It's like, that seems kind of like a freeloading type of maneuver, but all right. Wouldn't you, if the education is free, the purpose is that you get educated and then you invest back into your country, and your country is better off because they paid for your education, right? That just makes sense to me. There's no point in you going over there, getting free education, and then going back to your own country. Anyway. And Avatar Hero says to Pixfox wife, ooh, Cosmos, you went to outer space? Talk about a summer trip. That would be legitimately cool. Yeah, let's go to space. Honey, Avatar Hero has given us permission. Let's go to space. And Boyster says, a lot of the polls will claim that if we pay our taxes, as in the USA, we will have much more for the government to steal for us. And the word steal, you see, I see it more as an investment in our community. Obviously, no government is fully clear, but that's when we should hold them accountable. Yeah. I feel like my government is fairly corrupt. That's my 2 cents, right? I'm going to try and stay away from politics, but let me just say that, is that the bigger the government gets, the easier it is for corruption to seep in and for people to take a little bit off the top. And if everybody's taking a little bit off the top, then the taxes that are meant to fill the pothole in the public road, or the money meant to go to the school children so they can have a nice education and a nice life, those things tend to go by the wayside, right? There's no money because somebody took it for some other purpose, right? So on the one hand, I really love the idea of taxes to pay into, infrastructure and make sure that there's something that benefits lots of people, but I worry that's not always being used in that regard. So I like your idea, investing in the community. I love that idea. I think it needs to be done on a more localized level than a national government, but that's just me. Anyway, I'm getting way off topic here. Let's see. Boyser, politics, tribalism, parties into cults. Yes, yes, all high levels of concern. So much of this is true. Sword in Denmark says, in Denmark, the free press is allowed to get papers from different ministries so they can seek court for them. I'm not too sure what that is, but I'm for it. By the way, Frodo the Blind says, Wizard is my favorite start for the map. The desert is brutal for enemies to cross. I am finding that out right now. Oh my gosh, I'm having a tough time with this, Frodo. This is nuts. This desert sucks. I hate every second of it. Gus Guitar says, I remember having a great time on the log ride there. If there's a log ride, if there is a theme park with a log ride, I want to be there. Are there churros? Is there fair food? Is there like fun things I can buy in the gift shop? If you've got a log ride, I am 100% more likely to spend money everywhere else in the theme park. That's just the way it is. Okay. Let's see. After Our Hero says, what if you could teleport a cookie to someone who feels bad? World peace achieved. I would totally do that. I would absolutely do that. Yeah, I would 100% do that. Or be offended for a cry cookie. No. I try not to be offended unless somebody means offense. And I'm trying to throw to the blind. Do not do that, Sphinx. Too late. Too late. We've done it. We already stepped on it. And so I'm not seeing anybody else who maybe has an idea about what this Sphinx might be. After Our Hero kind of wraps up some of these thoughts and says, sometimes the experts studying here in Sweden actually stay here and we get a great workforce and positive diversity. Perfect. And that actually works well. If people go to get their education and they stay because they love it, that's actually perfect. I do enjoy that. Okay. Alrighty. Greg? Is this Sphinx named Greg? We're going to pretend like that never happened. There's no reason for me to know what this Sphinx is named. I feel somewhat cheated. It's sad, but I feel anyway. My first is in Giant, but not in Defiant. Whatever that means. Ooh, Pyramid. Let's go see if we can take this Pyramid. Even if we get bad morale, I will still take it, or rather bad luck. Okay, that's going to take us to the end of this day 7. We're on to day 1. The wizards are kind of leaking out into the desert a little bit more than they were before. Don't love that. But for the most part, my main area is still secured. Our ward troll growth is up. Did we get ward trolls? Yes, we did. Perfect. Love to see that. Love to see that. And so Gem is going to grab gold. I'm going to send her very, very soon through these lifts to try and retake this Necromancer Castle. She can do it. She can totally do this. And it's going to be Carlawn that brings up the majority of these forces. I'm going to finally take the dwarves. Dwarves, it's finally time for you to be free. Go do many wonderful things. I'll see you on the flip side. Vitania continues to search in the snowy wasteland, looking for obelisks and whatever else she can find. Troyan has stumbled upon a little orc enclave. She shall escape before they decide that she would make a better dinner. We are here to the pyramid. Great and ancient kings have rested here. We are tempted to search it for treasure, but all of the old stories warn of fearful curses and undead guardians. Will we search? Yes, we will. Folks, we're going to get a tier 5 spell. I didn't think we were going to get a tier 5 spell. I thought for sure that this was going to be the end. No. We're going to finally pick up. Oh, this is so tough. Do you want the diplomacy or the logistics? I want the logistics. As much as I want the diplomacy, I want the logistics more right now. Summon Fire Elemental. Folks, we did it. We've got a Sorcerer's Hero with tons of spell points and a little bit of spell power. And the Book of the Elements. We're going to be summoning at a time. How many is this? 30 fire elementals? I will take it. We just found a way to deal with Titans. I love this. Let's continue on to the corner. I'm guessing that this castle's got to be over here somewhere, doesn't it? There's a road. There's a road. Where there's a road, there are people. There's people that live in a people house. This is true. This I know. And let's have Crag Hack try and meet up with Gem in a couple of days as we take that Necromancer Castle back. Very good. Okay, let's see. E. Bugle said you had to ask Google. I looked up the Sphinx's name if you still want it. I'm very glad that you did look it up. We're not going to go back. We're not going to go back, but I'm very grateful that you looked it up. So just tell me what it is. And yeah, if we happen to be passing in the area, we might just take it. So let me know. Sword Denmark says the North Star maybe is the answer because it's the North Sphinx. Would it be related to the Might and Magic series? That would be maybe a little bit interesting if it was. Gus Guitar says, I still have a cork gun I got from Silverwood 20 years ago. I remember that there were some good souvenirs. There's gotta be. I did not realize that I had a great need in my life to go to Silverwood until you brought this up, and I'm so glad you did. So thank you, Gus Guitar. I will plan on getting there as soon as I can. Proto the Blind believes that the signs correspond to the letters of the name. Sign. Sign. Like the first letters? That might be an interesting puzzle. We'll see about that. After our hero says to me, if you come to Sweden, you will have to go to Gothenburg and go to one of Scandinavian's most popular theme parks, Leisberg. And yes, we have a log ride and a rafting attraction and much more. Perfect. You always know the right thing to say to get me to come over there to Scandinavia. Good stuff. All right, Fix Wife is logging off. Please call me when you're done. Wishing everybody a fabulous day or night or wherever you are in the world. Thank you, Fix Fox Wife. And folks, I'm actually going to be getting off in the next about 15-30 minutes. So we got about 15-30 minutes. I want to finish this playthrough, but I've also got family things I need to do today. So let's see how far we can get in the next 15-30 minutes, and we'll make a decision whether or not we push along or not. eBugle says it's Golux. This Sphinx is called Golux. I wonder what the prize is. We'll have to find that out in a moment or two. And Soren Denmark agrees. Gothenburg is a beautiful city. Lovely. Very lovely. All right, folks, we have found it. Basenji, the castle of Basenji, which is also a reference to Might and Magic. There's also places in Might and Magic with Basenji in them. And yeah, few Titans. I think that this is the best fight we're going to get. It even says that we win. I thought it was going to say that we were going to lose, but no. We even win. Proto the Blind says for the riddle that the first riddle is in Giant, but not in Defiant. So the letter is G. Oh. After streaming for 4 hours, I don't have the brain power to do that. But I'm glad that somebody does. I'm glad that somebody does, which I do appreciate. Okay. We cast the Chain Lightning. We are down 1 negative Titan, which is very good. There are 4 Arc Magi. They're not going to do that much damage. Let's just focus on these Titans. I think 187 HP left. Yeah, okay. We'll focus on the Arc Magi in this regard. And then the retaliation should kill the rocks. It does. Will the sprites be able to take out this remaining Titan? It looks like the answer is no. Titans are going to take their turn. Not quite. 157 HP. I'm going to hope that the Phoenixes are going to do enough damage there. And I'm going to blind the boars just to make sure that they don't get a turn. They don't. Very good. Very good. 1 unicorn, 2,700 experience. And folks, we have taken a castle that has Titans. We're immediately going to get this up to a level 5 Mage Guild because I want to have the best spells possible. So far, Identify Heroes, not too bad of a spell. That's the only other spell I'm really thrilled for. Let's wait here overnight to get as best chances as we can for good spells. And they already have a library there, which is even better for us because then we're getting as many spells as possible at no cost to us. Let's be ready to go through the liths in just a moment or two. Not once, but twice. And everybody else has already gone. On to the new day. And apparently the city that we're discussing is a growing city. As an adult, there's some places that I wish existed, and they just don't exist anymore. Like there's places I used to go and things I used to do. Because the city I was originally born in doesn't really, it's still got a lot of growth. It's almost not even the same city. It's not even the same people. And there's a part of me that wishes that I could go back and enjoy the city the way that I remember as a kid. We can't go back. Can't go back. We can only go forward. Dimension Door, Armageddon. We're not going to use Dimension Door in this playthrough unless the enemies start using it. But the Armageddon, that could be useful. Let's go see if we can find some dragons, maybe. Maybe. We'll see if we can find some dragons. There is this one yellow hero over here, Gwyneth. I'm going to ignore her for now. Tell you what, I bet that we could complete the scenario in record time if we did use Dimension Door. But as we've mentioned in the past, that kind of feels like cheating. If the AI will use Dimension Door, okay, fine. But maybe this would be one of those times where, kind of like with the Magic only playthrough, I bend the rules just a tiny bit. If you recall, the Magic only playthrough, I was not allowed to attack my enemies. I was only able to do retaliations against them because, of course, how do you prevent the enemy from taking those retaliations? But what ended up happening is that I would cleverly position my forces in a way that they would end up retaliating for a lot of damage. And that kind of broke the spirit of what we were trying to do. So I don't really know. I don't really know. If I leave this castle open and let an enemy take the castle so they can get Dimension Door, is that me breaking the rules of my no Dimension Door usage unless the enemies use Dimension Door? It probably is. Probably is. And I probably shouldn't do that. Probably shouldn't do that. Okay, we're definitely trying to clear out this orange hero. I don't want them to get any breathing room whatsoever. Because they've already been a thorn in my side. We've already discussed that. Let's just prevent them from causing any more grief to me or to my forces. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. After we kind of wormed the yellow player out of their starting area, they are now in a position where they are fleeing the desert, going towards the center of the map. That's a little bit bad because that puts them right in the direction where my forces are. I might have pushed them too hard and too fast. I might have enticed them to go where I shouldn't have sent them. I know that Gwyneth is in the desert. We're going to leave her alone for now. Let's go to the center where we can make sure we don't lose our other castles. Let's see. Can we reach Gem? Just about. It's going to be Crag Hack on the diagonal. It's going to be all these forces on over. Time to get rid of the goblins. And maybe Carlawn. Let's just add a couple of phoenixes into the mix. Those should be exceptionally good. Any other forces? No, let's just leave it just with the phoenixes. Crag Hack, I hope he wins this battle. No guarantees though. Glorious victory. These losses even look acceptable. We'll accept that. And then from here on out, I'm actually going to switch these forces back. I'm just going to have these two very distinct armies. I'm going to ignore this area over here because it feels like it's not that useful to me. Crag Hack is going to go back through the liths, and Carlawn is going to start to clear out everything in this direction. Because if she clears from east to west going into the snow, I'll pick up any stragglers that might have been a little bit too comfortable, thinking that I wasn't going to grab them. Psych. I'm ready for him. Okay. Let's see. Month 3, week 2, day 4. And this whole time, I mean, we don't have to clear out all the enemies, but at this point, I still think it's the best decision. Still going to be what I do. Is yellow going to fight orange? Yellow and orange are kind of mixing over here. I looked at these colors and they all felt like they were the same color, but they're not. Yellow and orange are actually stepping right on top of each other. Orange, orange, yellow, several titans. I think that yellow is going to defeat all of these orange forces. That bodes really well for me, especially since I've taken out yellow's main titan production. Yeah, this feels just fine. Just fine. So we're going to go down here. I'm going to hope that I can clear all this out before the enemies get a chance to kind of regroup. I do want yellow to defeat orange, and then we'll see where all that goes from there. There's one yellow orange hero over here somewhere, but I forget where. I'm going to let Crag Hack stay right there. Down we go. Gem is also going to help pick up whatever artifacts and resources she can. By the way, Olden era, they need this button. They need the button to just move wherever you've decided that your hero ought to go. They don't have that button yet, and it annoys me to no end to have to re-click to tell my hero where they ought to go again. Like, I can't say, Crag Hack, go here, and then just hit the button every time it's his turn. I have to repath every single time, and it's more than just a little bit frustrating. It's just straight up bad. It's just straight up bad. Yellow is running. They're not going to try and bring orange into the fight there. I guess that means I'm going to have to clear these guys out myself. Several titans. I got 4 phoenixes. How good is Myra? The evil Lord Xeen is hiding in his enchanted castle on the island of the Mage Darzog. It is just south of the castle Burlock. Good to know. 4 attack, 5 defense, 10 spell power, 4 knowledge. I think that I've got this. 6, 5, 5, and 12. The only reason I don't have this is because I do want to make sure I have artifact slots available. Any other forces? Nope. So we're going to, let's see. I've got enough gold. Statesman's Quill doesn't matter. These +1s, not going to matter. Chain Lightning is better than the Ice Bolt. Definitely don't need 2 of these pendants. Skull Cap, saving mana is not going to be important. Ballista of Quickness, I like the artifact. I don't think it's that good, especially when we need artifact slots. So Rebecca is ready to fight this enemy and ready to win. As we lose. 8 Titans. Shoot, that's a lot. That's a lot. And no, Soren, Phoenixes are not immune to Armageddon, so this Armageddon spell is really a weapon of last resort. That's the last thing I want to do, but for now, it's the last thing I want to do. Okay, 4 attack, 5 defense, 10 spell power, only 4 knowledge. Myra's not that good. She's not that good. A Berserk here would handle the Nomads, but I don't think that they're going to do that much damage. I think that the Summoned Fire Elemental is long-term going to be my best solution here. In fact, I can summon and then teleport if I need to. Let's do this. And then let's actually work on these rocks so I don't take a retaliation from the Titans needlessly. Wow. I don't hate that decision. I don't think I've ever seen the enemy effectively use Mirror Image before. I think that that might be the first time. Huh. Let's try and kill 1 full stack of the Magi. Not quite. If I don't fire here now, I will take the damage from 8 Titans. This will eliminate the damage from 8 Titans. It's too good. You can't not use that. So that's what we're gonna do for now. And then the Fire Elementals are getting down the battlefield slowly but surely. I do want the Sprites to continue to just kind of bother these Titans. It's my turn again. New round of combat. I could do another summon of the Fire Elementals. I think I want to. I do think I want to, because that's going to allow my ranged creatures to pour on damage from afar against these Titans. So, like here, how much damage do? We do 252 points damage. That feels great. Let's continue to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If the rocks goes down, then the Fire Elementals can get in for this upcoming round. This is a waste of damage from the unicorns, but we're still going to do it. How much damage do these Fire Elementals take? We go from 30 down to 23, so we lose 7 every time. That's actually okay, because that's going to be multiple rounds where the backline creatures are unbothered. That's fine. By the way, she's only got 15 spell points left. The 1 mirror image she cast was actually kind of a big deal. That really hurt her more than it helped her, I think. And we're down to 9 of these Fire Elementals, but remember, we do have these unicorns. They're going to kill a bunch of these nomads. We're losing quite a bit as well. Here and here. Unicorns are probably going to go down to try and deal with this. Yeah, it's too much of a waste of damage just to use the Grand Elves like that. Although it's probably better that they get their damage off against these nomads. They literally do twice the damage. Let's do that. Just due to the defense, the high defense of the Titans versus the attack skill of the Grand Elves. The Druids, though, they're going to do an exceptional job. That's fine. Unicorns are going to go down. I don't want to bless them. I don't want to bless them. We'll counteract the curse. Still not as much damage as I would have thought, but this is going to be a slog one way or the other. 1 Titan goes down. Good luck. And we're going to lose, what, 10? 9 Fire Elementals. Okay. All right. Acceptable. 4 to 6 more of the Titans. Or, excuse me, 4 to 6 more of the Nomads. Good morale and good luck on the Titans. We're down to 3 of these Fire Elementals. So the strategy was good, but we've ended up taking a bit of a beating here. More so than I thought. Thankfully, we've got a little bit of an answer for ourselves. Oh, I will see your good luck and good morale, and I will raise you good luck and good morale. And a blind. Can't go wrong. Can't go wrong. Let's see, I can kill 2 of these Archmages right now. Let's do that real quick. We're going to wait on these Fire Elementals. Their whole job is just to stay in the way. And I can probably start to do some magic damage. Yeah, I can probably start to do some magic damage, or I can do a Summon Fire Elemental, and then we will do a teleport first thing next turn. Let's actually do that. 2 to 3, yeah. Still got to work on these Titans. Dispel onto the Nomads so they get to take their turn. We've almost killed 1 more Titan. Not quite, but we're getting there. And so long as these steel golems are in the fight, I'm always going to be able to get the next round of combat, which is exceptional. We've lost almost all of our unicorns. We're down to 2. We started off with 23. Now we're down to 2. So that feels a little bit bad. Got the teleport spell. I'm going to use that to get right into the face of these titans. And in a little while, I feel like these nomads are going to go down the battlefield and try to bother these greater druids. So I still want to focus the damage from the low attack skill elves onto these nomads. But we are officially down into 3 titans. Folks, 3 titans remains. In case you can't tell, this is kind of a big fight. This is not maybe the final fight, but if you don't win this fight convincingly, then you have major issues. I think that we're fighting this fight. I think we're winning convincingly. As long as we keep our ranged creatures alive, I think we're going to be okay. 18 spell points left. I think it's almost time. I don't want to use a blind. Let's see, 1 spell point left. Blind the steel golems. And the goal is to try and just prevent the enemy from having a couple of extra creatures and running at the last possible second. That's the whole reason why we're doing what we're doing there. 1 nomad. Nope, let's devote the damage to here. Very glad we did. 110 damage from the fire elementals. We are down to 60 HP on these titans. Down to 1 titan remaining. 1 titan remaining, folks. 8 damage here. Very good. Okay, so this titan's going to get to go next. Can't stop it. Is he going to run? They do not run. They do not run. Blind lasts for 3 more turns. 100 points of damage. Tell you what I think we can do. I think we can do the lightning bolt. I'll take out the titan. We will break the blind ourselves. We will get 2 rounds of combat. Not just 1, but 2 rounds of combat. And folks, we're going to get out of this fight. Myra, big enemy. Trading 4 phoenixes for 8 titans is actually acceptable. As tough as that fight was, that was totally acceptable. Hopefully we get a nice amount of artifacts. Let's see. Shield of Protection plus 2 defense. Caster's Bracelet of Magic plus 2 spell power plus 1 from the Armored Gauntlets. Connect Pendant, Enchanted Hourglass, Endless Court of Wood. Overall, not too bad. Expert logistics it is. The only issue I have is that now I'm like not sure. I don't know if I can defeat second camp. So let's go get some more spell points. Let's go to Burlock. We're gonna probably swap into knights, but we're very happy with everything that just happened. Very good. Very good. Okay. Roman says, I needed to take a break for 2.5 hours and I'm back. Stream is still on. So cool. Lovely. I'm glad that you're back. Hopefully your break was good. We've had some fun stuff. Some fun stuff happened. Although it might be argued that we had like 15 to 20 minutes of gameplay and the rest of it was all spent on chat. Tough to say. Who can say? I don't know. I don't keep track of such things. I just know that we play Heroes of Might Magic games and we tend to win. Not always, but we tend to win. E. Bugle says, if I did a magic only challenge, I just wouldn't move units except for summons. That is a good way of looking at it. I also justified using Hypnotize and then attacking with the enemy's creatures because I'm saying, hey, I used magic to make this guy hit that guy. So I don't know if that's the right way of thinking about it, but that's what I said to myself. That's how I justified it anyway. Natasha's gonna just stay put. Maybe, I don't know, if I can get her a higher tiered creature, I might have her go do some exploring. I still need to do some exploring after all. It's almost a new week. I don't think Gwyneth can reach. We're gonna have at least 3 titans waiting for her. So that should be fine. Oh, she might be able to reach. Jeez. She is fast. She is angry. She is scary. I am scared anyway. But how about this, folks? I think that if we can get to the point where we defeat all of yellow, and we defeat all of orange, I think it'll be clear at that point that FixFox can't lose this scenario. Is that fair to say? Is it fair to say that if I defeat all of yellow and I defeat all of orange, that purple's not going to go anywhere? And eventually, with all of my castles, I will overwhelm them. I think that at that point, the value in playing through the scenario is a little bit less. In fact, what that might let me do is that might let me do a 2-parter where I do not only Clouds of Xeen, the final battle here, but also I get to do the final battle with Bad to the Bone, because Bad to the Bone is kind of in the same general spot where I've gotten the foothold I need. I think that I've pretty much got the scenario won. I just need to spend the time to build up my forces to take out the big final enemy. So We might get a two-parter in a future playthrough, but my goal right now is to at least get orange and yellow off the map, because if I do, if there's just myself as the green sorceress and the purple warlock left, I think it'll be pretty clear that there's no possible way I can lose the fight at that point. Just my 2 cents. Gwyneth, you're scaring me. Please don't. I'm going to leave this undefended. I'm going to trust that you're not going to come and ruin my day. That could have been worse. And folks, it's a new week, Week of the Rabbit. First off, before we do anything else, let's get our best forces here. 24 Crusaders, 30 of the Champions, and let's say the 36 Master Swordsmen. Let's assume that these are the best forces. The Rangers, 60 Rangers, probably not better than the Grand Elves or the Greater Druids. So let's send everybody else back up to here, because it looks like Orange is sort of camping out in this area on the Great Plains. And I don't want them to think that I forgot about them. I want them to believe that they're valuable, that they matter, and that I have to devote some serious attention to preventing them from winning the game. I don't want them to feel like I'm just not taking them seriously, is what I'm trying to say. It's the kind and the polite thing to take them seriously. So we shall do so. We'll use a show of force to make sure that they don't forget. It looks like we've actually met up here. I guess that means I send all my heroes back? Yes. Ore mines don't really matter. Even this gold mine doesn't really matter. We might have enough of the puzzle map, though. Here and here. I'm looking for a mine and 4 rocks. A mine and 4 rocks? No. Mine and 4 rocks? No. A mine and... no. It's got to be snow, right? It's got to be snow. Unless this is desert. Is this desert? 4 rocks? I don't think that this is desert. This little doodad, I don't think that that is desert. It might be, actually. It might be. A mine and... no. Huh. This whole time I've been thinking that this was snow. I can't tell the difference between snow and desert. I don't know if there's any snow doodads like this, but it looks obvious to me that there's some... like that right there. That looks like that, like a little tuft of grass. I don't really know. Snow terrain tends to have more of these weird little divots. It might be in the desert. I might have misjudged where the ultimate artifact was. My bad. Okay, we got Luna coming in this direction. I'm gonna go meet her on the battlefield. I'm sure that she wants to say hello. I'm gonna say hello to her too as well. I forgot. It's okay. It's fine. These things do happen. Whole strategy was built around not giving the enemy titans back. Now we just bungled it. That sucks. Oh, because I don't think Gwyneth would have been able to do that to me. Whoa, look at this. Who is this hero? Who is this guy? Thundax, 9 attack, 8 defense. Oh, it's him again. I hate to say it, but as good as he is, I'm even better now. I'm better than I was before. I'm going to wait. I'm going to let him cast the first spell. Look how fast my troops are. 7 speed, 6 speed, 6 speed, 5 speed. I got some really fast troops here. All of his troops are going to go at the end. I'm going to wait until he casts the first spell, and then I'm going to berserk the Cyclopes. So the wolves, I don't want to take the first hit from them. I'm just going to skip. We're losing about 1 Crusader every instance of damage. Let's do as much as we can to these trolls. That was 4 trolls right there. There's another 4 to 6. We're down to 11 war trolls that we have to deal with. The enemy has not cast a spell yet, but this is my last chance to do... oh, they did the blind here. Let's do the berserk here. That's going to at least take out the wolves. Not quite. Oh my goodness. And then 34 orc chieftains actually take out about 13 elves. That's a hefty bit. That is a hefty bit. Okay. I'm going to do summon fire elemental. We're going to teleport inside the castle walls in just a second. Ooh, ooh. And it has the added bonus of the enemies actually focusing on the fire elementals. Interesting. I did not know that they would do that. That's very good. I'm totally cool with that. Okay, down to only 4 of the war trolls. Will the ogre lords come out and play? They do. 45 fire elementals down by 4. Lost 4 greater druids there. Let's do... What about... Not the greater druids. Don't teleport the greater druids inside the castle walls. Oh my goodness. Let's do this. And because of the low defense of the orcs, I'm gonna put some damage onto them right there. The blinds are really stacking up. But what they don't know is this. I have a Mass Dispel. So all your blinds actually don't hurt me too bad. I'm going to do this, though. I'm going to work on these Orc Chieftains rather than the Ogre Lords. Ogre Lords, I'm going to take a hit onto either the Elves or the Druids. I'll just take the damage. I will take the damage. It's fine. Yeah, I'll take the damage. And then first thing this new round, we're going to do Mass Cure. And all your blinds are absolutely for naught. Only 32 spell points remaining. Yeah. I'm sure that the enemy is really upset about that, actually. Down to 10 of the Ogre Lords. The stack is gone. We will deal with these Orc Chieftains. And then Fire Elementals hopefully can just clean up these Cyclopes. Looks like no. Looks like we absolutely can't do that. That's way too hot to handle. 11 down to 10. 1 Fire Elemental remains. And let's just start to do lightning bolts. 200 points of damage at a time. That's 2 Cyclopes. A little bit of ranged damage to pepper them down. Down to 6. Okay. And I don't know. I'm going to do damage here. Not once, but twice. Blind. Blind. No good morale. Perfect. Now we do the lightning bolt. That's going to be 3. It's going to be 1 more here. And do I kill the final one? Folks, unless I do the bare minimum amount of damage, 66 damage out of the 69, nice, hit points left, we're gonna get out of this fight. So losses don't look great. Losing the elves and the druids feels pretty bad, but we kept the bulk of our knight-based forces. 4,800 experience, not too bad. Time for the diplomacy. And let's go back and get my titans. I'm so mad. I'm so upset. Shoot. That's not the way you do it. I still can't believe I just gave those over for free. I just wasn't thinking about it. Simply was not on my radar. Should have been, though. Yeah, it should have been, though. Alrighty. Natasha continues to explore. I don't know if there's anybody up here. I don't want to say I don't care, because I certainly do. But let's see when we hit in turn what the enemies do, because I don't think that there's a lot of enemies left. There's 2 yellow enemies in the desert. There's 3 yellow enemies in the desert. There's 1 orange Luna over here. Let me go track her down again. Perfect. Just barely gonna miss her, but we'll catch up. I'll catch her around the next time. And Troyan, my nice little scout, has done a good job. She shall continue to do so. I don't think that Vitania is really moving the needle. I think it's just spending time. I do want to get Carlawn back to somewhere where she can be efficient with herself. But Vitania and Gem, they're just kind of a waste of time at the moment. There's no enemies, there's no objectives. It's fine to just kind of wait there. So Yellow's now, this has got to be Yellow's final castle. Oh, they didn't have a castle, did they? That was their final one. Orange has got a castle up here, though. Did you notice? So that's like the second, yeah, it's like the second or third time that Luna has just hit Town Portal, and then she's just spirited herself away from me. No longer. We're not going to allow that to happen anymore. Because I don't think it's playing fair. It's not fun if you just avoid every fight with me. I want to fight you. Let me hit you. Come on. Come on. Let me hit you. Natasha's going to find a free gold mine. Lovely. And is there a castle here? No, there's not. This is a little bit of a wasteland terrain. And it looks like this whole lava area is just nothing. What's this, though? Is there something in the center of that? We'll go do some digging over there, and we'll see what we can find. Okay. In the interest of trying to speed up this playthrough, I've ignored chat for a little bit. I'm going to continue to ignore chat for a little bit. as we have the enemy surrender and hopefully kill them. No, orange still has another castle. Interesting. I thought that that was the end of orange. Oh, we're gonna have Crag Hack stay put right here until we find the next place to be. But I think, yeah, I think with some dedicated clicking, I can actually get through this scenario a little bit quicker if I will allow myself to do so. All heroes go back. I do want to explore this. This looks like it's special. Mine, 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 mine. It looks like it's something there. I wish I knew Might and Magic better than I do right now, because I think that that would be helpful. If we can find a town portal spell, I'm going to start using that because it's going to help me finish the fight much easier, much quicker. Multiple heroes in yellow. I am way too fast. Boop. Here, here, and here. So we've got 2 yellow heroes going towards the main opening. Where did you go? Did he go this way? Did I just blink and miss him? I think I blinked and missed him. I think he's right over there. Huh. Okay, my bad. There's Gwyneth, though. We do need to hop on her because otherwise she will take other castles from us, and that's just not going to work well for me. Let's manage to defeat her. Troyan is finally going to explore this area. Is this somewhere I can get to, or is this just some nifty theming in the very center? One of my favorite bits of theming, by the way, some of my very favorite obvious map maker having fun sort of a moments was in the Slayer's Legacy playthrough. Slayer's Legacy is supposed to kind of cover up or carry on with the story that you find from, it would be Heroes Might and Magic 1. Everything with Heroes Might and Magic 1 with Lord Iron Fist and Queen Lamanda and so on and so forth. There's a lot of fun, interesting playthrough type stuff with that scenario. And the map maker went out of their way to make a beautiful map, and they even made a theme park. Speaking of theme parks, they made a theme park at one point that was really pretty cool. And I love when a map maker will take the time to make something that isn't required, but just make fun stuff everywhere. It just feels good. So thank you to all the map makers out there that make great games for us to enjoy. We're gonna do a big purchase here because I think it's day 1. Is it day 1? Yeah, day 1. We're gonna lose all these forces. There's no question about that. I do wonder where orange is. Here. Do we win? Nope, we just lose. Okay, well, oops. And yellow ignores me. Yellow is clearly running away from Rebecca. But why? Luna, by the way, welcome back. We're going to take your spiked shield because +2 attack and +2 defense is awesome. Going to get rid of a lot of these +1s. Not worried about the paralyzes anymore. And I'm going to trade out for the morale purposes. For the morale purposes, I'm going to take all of the sorceress troops and just put them on Luna. Okay. Let's speed this up just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. Okay. Alrighty, folks, and here's the big fight with Gwyneth. Yay, we won. The enemy has fled. Very good. Very good. And so I think that there's one more hero there. I think that there's definitely a castle over here. Let's slowly walk back our way to find that area. Yeah, yellow heroes. In fact, that actually might not be another castle. That might just be the final hero. But all of this begs the question, where is Orange's final hero? Are we running out the clock? Is Orange about to go down because they don't have a castle? I'm so confused, but I do want to find out. +1 on the spell power. We're going to pick up another 800 movement points today. Another Sphinx. We're not going to do that. No. Had fun with that. Not going to do that again. And thank goodness for logistics and pathfinding. What a good combo. It's like peanut butter and ice cream. And yellow player's been vanquished. So yellow player and orange player were vanquished on the same day? How did I manage that? That is incredible. I am so talented. Okay, folks. So with that being said, that's going to be the end of the playthrough. I'm going to get caught up on chat and we're going to kind of call it for the day because at this point we have defeated the blue knights, the red necromancers, the yellow wizards, the orange barbarians, and the purple warlock remains. But it's going to take me some time to get my forces all squared away and come over here. And I do want to go spend some important time with my family right now. That's my priority at the moment. So Castle of Xeen, we are going to come back and we're going to finish off our final objective here in this playthrough by defeating Lord Xeen. We're going to rally the forces. We're going to maybe explore what's over here in the middle of this weird volcanic outcropping. And, you know, do we need to upgrade any more of our castles? The answer is probably yes. But all in all, we're going to do that on another day at another time. We're going to be done with our playthrough for today. And I really appreciate everybody's time and energy. This was a great stream. And remember, these streams are great because you make them great. So thank you for everybody for being here. I had fun. I hope you had some fun too. So let's just see what I missed out on for the last 15 or 20 minutes of clicking. Let's see. Frodo says, I watched Orange use Town Gate or Town Portal on the last turn. Yes, so the discussion about whether or not to use Dimension Door. Do I feel bad about breaking my rule? Yeah, I do. But that saved so much time. It was only a matter of time at this point. I think that we all know that. So in the interest of time, I did use Dimension Door. Yeah, rules are fun. Rules should not be broken at a whim. I will do better with that in the future. After our hero is mentioning their exploits, renting bikes, going up and getting a Pepsi and a sandwich, having a lovely day, that sounds good. Any kind of picnic where you get a sandwich and you get to ride a bike all day, that actually sounds lovely. That really does. Hopefully it's wonderful. E-Bugle says, Heroes of Might and Magic without hotkey sounds impossibly unplayable. Without hotkey sounds impossibly unplayable? So like here, when I go like that, do you think it needs a sound effect whenever I do a hotkey, like end turn, E for end turn? I suppose I could do that. Maybe we should make some. When FHeroes2 gets some time, we'll have them do that. Let's see. Thorn says, I just remember that you previously said that the Phoenix was immune to all damaging spells. Not all damaging spells. For example, a Phoenix is absolutely able to be damaged by a magic arrow. Magic arrow is still going to do damage to them. So it's not all damaging spells, but all of the high quality ones, minus Armageddon. Meteor Shower they are immune to that. But yeah, a lot of the damaging spells, Phoenixes are immune. So that's pretty nifty. It's a nice way of balancing them, I think. I think that's pretty nice for them. And will it not give more damage to Titans with Lightning Bolt so they don't do much damage to you? That would be awesome. If Phoenixes took reduced damage from Titans because of the Lightning Bolt attack, I think that would be thematic and cool. I would actually like to see that. So I like that idea. I think that should be the way it is, even if it's not. E-Bugle looking out for me. We're almost at 4.5 hours. Yeah, we are past 4.5 hours, but we are done for the day. So that's perfect. It's perfect. Yeah, so we're gonna log off in just a second or so. And after our hero says, I just realized why I found it so weird that all the terrain changes are so abrupt. Probably because the map maker explicitly made the map to look like the original map of Cloud of Xeen, which had hard squares for terrain also. That's cool. So you're saying that the fact that they did hard squares is important because that's how it was in Xeen. I love that. They didn't blend the corners. They just have a straight line here, which you totally see in nature. Lots of straight lines in nature, but they did that because that's the way it was in the game. That's so fun. I love that. What a good insight. I love that. And yes, I guess time runs on, so you can just tell yourself one more day. Yes, Soren Denmark has hit on one of the best things about Heroes of Might and Magic, which is being able to say just one more turn, just one more day. We can always go just one more day. Can I stand in the little circle of trees on the snow terrain? Little circle of trees. Little circle of trees in the snow terrain. Here? I'm going to assume that you're talking about right here. Let's see. What do we got? You. On you go. I don't see another circle of trees, so let me know which one that is. I'll get back to that in just a second. For the ultimate artifact, maybe Town Portal. Maybe Town Portal would have been even better. That's for sure. On you go. All right, all. Avatar Hero says it's time for bed. Thank you for chat and thank you for a nice time. Avatar Hero, you are probably already in bed because I'm so far behind on chat. But thank you for the time. Thank you for the energy. I appreciate it. But my thanks go out to you, not the other way around. So we will catch you around to the next one whenever we get to see you. Option says, nice, nice. Good stuff, good stuff. We've made it, which is lovely. We've made it. Aha. Oh, Avatar Hero is still here. Perfect. I'm so glad. And E Bugle says, regarding hotkeys, I was referring to you saying that there was no continue movement button in Olden Era. Oh yes, in Olden Era, the fact that there is no button to just say, yes, continue walking, it's a must. It's a must be. It's unplayable. It's not unplayable, but it actually detracts from the rest of the playthrough, so it's kind of bad. So, all right, folks, we are caught up on chat. We've stood in the midst of these trees. Unfortunately, Vitanya didn't find anything. If this is the one, it looks like, yeah, it looks like there's just like a little patch there so that she can stand on. Otherwise, I think that we've done everything we can do for the time. This was fun. We will pick up at this load saved game, which is several weeks prior to what we just did here. And we will go through and we will defeat Lord Xeen. We'll have a really good time. So thank you all for the energy. Thank you for the time. The pleasure of having you here is mine. And yeah, looking forward to seeing you in the next one. So until I do me a huge favor. Look after you, look after your friends, look after your family, take very good care of those that matter to you, and I will plan on seeing you in the next one. So until that time, my name is FixFox, and I'm out. Peace. Bye, Boyser. See ya.